Audiobook title Halo the Silver Empyrean, Volume 01, Chapter 01 to 25, Chapter 00 Prologue. The shattered ascension. The sky above the ninth astral realm did not merely weep, it bled a torrential rain of cosmic fury. A chaotic maelstrom of violet lightning and condensed golden Kai churned relentlessly in the heavens, swirling above the ancient peak of heaven like the bruised, unblinking eye of a wrathful god. The air itself hung thick and suffocating, heavy with the sacred scent of burning thousand-year sandalwood incense, and the sharp, metallic tang of ionized ozone. Below this apocalyptic canopy stood the jade altar of the ancients, a colossal, monolithic structure meticulously carved from the ossified bones of dead, primordial mountains. And at the epicenter of this cosmic convergence stood Area. To the sprawling mortal world far below, she was a whispered myth, a legend invoked only in hushed reverence. To the apex cultivators of the nine realms, she was the undisputed immortal sovereign Aurora, the Silver Veil Empress. For 3 grueling millennia, she had carved an unrelenting path of blood, profound enlightenment, and absolute conquest through the cosmos. She had ascended from the wretched existence of a helpless, wandering often to claim the absolute, undisputed apex of all living existence. She stood unyielding against the screaming, celestial gale. Her flawless, fair skin emitted a soft, ethereal luminescence, the ultimate, perfected byproduct of an immortal body painstakingly tempered in searing fires of 1,000 dying stars. Her long, silver blonde hair whipped around her slender form like a chaotic halo of spun moonlight, entirely defying the crushing gravity of the jade altar. Tilting her head upward, her striking crystal blue eyes pulsed with radiant, golden Kai, staring down the wrath of the impending heavens with absolute defiance. This was the heavenly tribulation, the final, insurmountable threshold separating mortality from the divine. The 99th bolt of god-level lightning was already gathering within the swollen, violet clouds, coiling like a serpent preparing to strike. Once she absorbed its ruinous, world-shattering power, her primordial core would permanently solidify into pure divinity. She would tear the veil and ascend to the god realm. Positioned just beyond the altar's edge stood the 3 foundational pillars of her 3 millennia-long existence. There was her lover, an exalted immortal whose warm smile had once been her only sanctuary in a ruthless universe, her prodigy student, a boy she had personally raised from the blood-soaked dirt to stand proud as a king among men, and her sworn sect sister, the fierce woman with whom she had crossed blades and shared bitter wine in the darkest, most terrifying abysses of the cosmos. Area raised her hands, drawing the impossibly dense ambient Kai of the realm deep into her lungs. For a singular, suspended second, the universe itself seemed to hold its breath. Then, the anomaly occurred. It was not a failure of the unforgiving heavens, nor a hidden weakness in her flawless cultivation foundation. It was a jagged, piercing cold. Area gasped. Her brilliant golden aura flickered and violently fractured as a horrific, tearing sound, the sound of reality itself being rent apart, echoed across the silent altar. She looked down in muted disbelief. Protruding from the dead center of her chest, driven cleanly through her beating heart, was the blooded, jagged head of a god-slaying spear. Its cursed, blackened metal hissed hungrily as it drank her divine blood. The malignant, dark runes meticulously carved into its shaft immediately flared to life, flooding her pristine veins with a necrotic, soul-binding poison. The immense metaphysical shockwave of the cowardly blow instantly shattered the rhythm of the heavenly tribulation above. The sky roared in blind, thundering confusion. Aria's crystal blue eyes widened, the golden light within them violently shuddering. She did not feel the physical agony, not yet. The shock temporarily suppressed the pain. Instead, she felt only the apocalyptic devastation of absolute betrayal. Slowly, agonizingly, she turned her head to look behind her. Her lover gripped the shaft of the spear. His eyes were cowardly averted, his knuckles white as his hands trembled with a sickening, contradictory mixture of profound terror and overwhelming, ravenous greed. Beside him, her prodigy student and her sworn sister were already in fluid motion, their faces twisted into masks of cold, reptilian calculation, their hands blurred through a rapid series of complex, forbidden incantations, violently slamming their glowing palms into the surface of the jade altar. Seal of the 9 hells. They chanted in perfect, treacherous unison. Massive chains of black, ethereal iron violently erupted from the ancient jade. They whipped through the air like vipers, wrapping brutally around Aria's limbs, forcefully locking her vital meridians, and immediately strangling the flow of her Kai. They were expertly and systematically preventing her from drawing upon her vast, inner oceans of power to mount a defense. They were paralyzing the Silver Veil Empress. Why? Aria's voice was a ragged, wet whisper, Yet it echoed with the crushing weight of crushing worlds. Your primordial core, Aurora, her sworn sister replied, her voice entirely devoid of the sisterly warmth it had held for 1,000 years. To safely ascend to the god realm, one must possess an anchor of pure, crystallized divinity. We lack the foundation. We cannot survive the tribulation on our own. But with your core we three will become gods in your place. You only ever looked down on us from your lofty peak, her student spat, his handsome face contorted with ugly, festering jealousy. The great, infallible sovereign Aurora, it is past time you pass the torch to those who truly deserve it. Her lover said absolutely nothing. He refused to meet her gaze. He only gritted his teeth and twisted the jagged spear deeper into her ruined heart, purposefully carving an unhealable, agonizing metaphysical scar directly into the fabric of her soul. Aria looked at the three of them through a veil of falling blood. 3,000 years of unconditional love, of unimaginable sacrifice, of bleeding for them, protecting them, raising them from obscurity. All of it, instantly reduced to worthless ashes for the pathetic sake of stolen power. A profound, suffocating darkness rapidly bloomed within her shattered heart, wrapping around her wounded soul like a funeral shroud. The boundless warmth and compassion she had painstakingly cultivated for millennia died in a singular instant, permanently replaced by an icy, detached, and absolute void. Her crystal blue eyes, previously wide with vulnerable shock, slowly narrowed to lethal slits. The golden kai within them did not merely fade, it violently ignited into a terrifying, apocalyptic white-hot blaze. If I cannot have the heavens, Aria thought, the coppery taste of her own divine blood staining her lips, then none of you shall. She did not beg for her life. She did not scream in agony. Instead, Aria smiled a cold, merciless, utterly terrifying expression of pure malice that made her lover stumble backward in sudden, paralyzing dread. She immediately ceased fighting the invasive, god-slaying poison. Instead, she gathered the last vestiges of her fading strength and drove her own crumbling consciousness directly into her primordial core, the blazing, nuclear center of her being, and forcefully detonated it. No, her sworn sister shrieked in absolute terror, realizing far too late the apocalyptic scale of what the Empress was doing. The resulting explosion did not merely level the indestructible peak of heaven, it fundamentally fractured the architecture of reality. Aria's deliberate self-destruction created a localized collapse of space-time, a multiversal rift born of violently condensed magic and apocalyptic, unadulterated wrath. The violet sky shattered like brittle glass. The violent, swirling tear in the fabric of the 9 astral realms hungrily swallowed the heavenly tribulation, the jade altar, the 3 betrayers, and Aria herself. In her fleeting, dying moments, as the blinding white explosion entirely consumed her vision, she felt a strange, impossible resonance deep within the void. It was a faint, nostalgic frequency she had not felt since she was a fragile, 2-year-old child lost in a dense forest near Elysium City. The rift was not simply destroying her, it was pulling her home. The dimensional transition was an act of cosmic retribution, a violent, agonizing shift from a universe defined by high magic saturation to the dry, cold, unyielding scientific reality of an entirely different dimension. Aria fell endlessly through the screaming void. The vibrant, majestic golds and rich violets of her native astral realm were instantly and violently stripped away. They were immediately replaced by the terrifying, streaking, chaotic blues of a 4 unadjacent slip space rupture. Absolute sensory deprivation slammed into her consciousness like a physical, crushing blow. In the 9 realms, she breathed spiritual kai. She felt the vibrant pulse of the living universe in every falling leaf and weathered stone. Here, there was absolutely nothing. The universe around her was completely, terrifyingly hollow. The ambient magic she relied upon to sustain her grand immortal cultivation rapidly evaporated. It was suffocated, aggressively suppressed by the fundamental, uncompromising physics of a reality that inherently rejected the existence of gods. Her vast, internal oceans of power dried instantly into a parched, barren wasteland. Her primordial core, already catastrophically shattered by her own hand and the necrotic god-slaying spear, went completely dormant, violently locking away 3,000 years of unparalleled magical mastery. But her physical body remained, her immortal body, forged and tempered in the brutal fires of 1,000 heavenly tribulations, stubbornly refused to break. The agonizing, crushing pressure of the slit space anomaly compressed her form, painfully shedding the immortal, ageless maturity of a sovereign empress and violently reverting her to her biological, genetic baseline, a 19-year-old human female. Yet, the supernatural density of her muscles, the unbreakable, reinforced nature of her bones, the lightning-fast synaptic pathways of her mind they miraculously endured. She was brutally stripped of her magic, but the durable, physical shell of a demigod survived the transit. She was bleeding profusely. She was spiritually broken, but she was alive. Through the roaring, disorienting tunnel of streaking blue light, the cold, uncaring science of neurophysics gripped her falling, battered body, hurling her through the vast cosmos like a discarded stone, until the familiar, relentless pool of planetary gravity finally reclaimed her. Earth. The year 2554. The orbital impact was cataclysmic. Empyrean slammed into the desolate, war-torn surface of the planet like a kinetic meteor. The Earth violently cratered beneath her brutal arrival, throwing up massive, choking plumes of charred soil, shattered concrete, and pulverized Forerunner alloy into the darkened sky. The resulting kinetic shockwave instantly flattened the dense, lingering mist in 100-yard radius. For a long, agonizing time, there was only the mournful sound of rain. Cold, biting, slightly acidic rain pelted relentlessly against her bare, pale skin, washing away the cosmic dust of her descent. Empyrean lay motionless in the dead center of the smoking, 10-meter-deep impact crater. Her long, silver-blonde hair was fanned out across the wet mud and grey ash like a ruined, silken shroud. Her chest heaved weakly, every shallow breath agonizing as the deep, metaphysical scar over her heart burned fiercely with a phantom, necrotic fire. She had been brutally stripped of her protective robes during the fall, leaving her clad only in the tattered, scorched remnants of her silk ascension garments. She slowly, painfully forced her eyes open. Crystal blue irises stared blankly up at a sky that was no longer filled with the swirling violet lightning of tribulation, but with heavy, grey, polluted storm clouds weeping over a fractured world. She tasted the chill air. There was no sweet sandalwood incense here, no life-giving kai. Only the bitter, acrid stench of spent cordite, electric ozone, and old, dried blood. It was the distinct, tragic scent of a world that had recently been burned to glass by plasma and was now desperately struggling to breathe again. Then, she felt the rhythmic vibrations through the mud. They were not the graceful, unnaturally silent steps of martial cultivators floating effortlessly on the wind. They were heavy, methodical, and aggressively, unapologetically mechanical. Thud, kiss, thud, kiss. The distinct whine of heavy servos and micro-hydraulics. Through her blurring, ground-level perspective, Empyrean watched as massive, armoured silhouettes materialized ominously through the thick mist at the crater's jagged edge. They were towering, intimidating giants, sleek and terrifyingly imposing, entirely encased in thick, angular plates of military-grade titanium alloy. They did not wield delicate, soul-bound swords. They carried heavy, matte black tactical firearms, the muzzles of which tracked her every millimeter of movement with flawless, lethal precision. The sharp, digital chirp of encrypted tactical comms pierced the heavy silence, a sound so utterly alien to her 3,000-year-old, spiritually attuned mind, yet buried so deeply within her suppressed childhood memories that it sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. Cold, calculating, polarized visors, one a pale, icy blue, the other a stark, reflective gold, peered down into the smoking crater, assessing the anomaly. Empyrean's super-enhanced hearing effortlessly caught the digitized whisper of their internal, closed network communications. Bioscans are entirely off the charts, Commander, a deep, clinical male voice reported. Spartan Locke lowered the muzzle of his BR-85 battle rifle only marginally, his advanced heads-up display running continuous, and possible medical diagnostics on the fragile-looking girl lying broken in the mud. She's human, but that's biologically impossible. Her cellular density is reading higher than a Spartan Roman 2. Her bone structure, her muscle fibers, they're registering denser than armor-grade titanium. And yet, there are absolutely no augmentations detected. No surgical scars, no ceramic skeletal overlays, nothing. Beside him, the slightly taller, imposing figure shifted her weight. Commander Sarah Palmer kept her twin M6G Magnums lowered, but her armoured posture remained tightly coiled, ready to strike at her microseconds' notice. Her golden visor locked intensely onto Empyrean's pale face. Look closely at her eyes, Locke, Palmer commanded, her voice hardened and ground down by decades of relentless, bloody interstellar war. Look at the precise way she's tracking us. Those aren't the panicked eyes of a civilian survivor. Those are the cold eyes of a veteran killer rapidly assessing our weak points. Palmer took a heavy hydraulic-assisted step down the steep, ashen slope of the crater. Who are you, girl? How the hell did you survive an orbital fall without a drop pod? Empyrean tried to answer, but she could not speak. The agonizing pain of her shattered core and the crushing, oppressive gravity of this entirely guileless universe were finally overwhelming her, dragging her down into the merciful, dark abyss of unconsciousness. Weakly, her right hand twitched. Her pale fingers, slick with dark mud, brushed against something hard and metallic half buried in the dirt beside her. It was a piece of scorched debris that had fallen with her from the rift. No, not debris. Aria's trembling fingers curled tightly around it. It was a small, dusty metal pendant, distinctly shaped like an old Earth coin. It was the very pendant she had worn as a toddler on the colony of Elysium City 3,000 subjective years ago in her mind, but only a few mere decades ago in the timeline of this universe. It was the precious pendant she had lost in the dense woods on the day the multiversal rift first took her. The very day she was violently separated from the quiet, serious boy who used to bravely chase away the local bullies. For the first time since the agonizing betrayal on the altar, the impenetrable ice frozen around her shattered heart cracked, just a microscopic fraction. As her vision finally went entirely black, entirely yielding to the catastrophic physical trauma of her descent, Aria's pale, blood-stained lips parted. She breathed a single, fragile word into the cold, rainy air, a name she had not spoken aloud since she was an innocent, helpless child, long before she had ever been crowned the Silver Veil Empress. Her hand went completely limp, the tarnished metal pendant slipping from her exhausted grasp as she finally surrendered to unconsciousness, lying perfectly still in the churned mud of a post-war Earth. At the edge of the smoking crater, both Parmar and Locke instantly froze. The absolute, windswept silence of the wasteland suddenly felt deafening. They shared a slow, rigid look of utter, uncomprehending disbelief, the massive, historical weight of that single whispered name hanging heavily over them like a newly detonated star. Deep inside the sealed environment of their helmets, the localized biomonitors chimed a sharp, high-pitched tone of absolute confirmation. The automated DNA sequence had finally finished cross-referencing her blood samples with the deepest, most highly classified black files buried within the Office of Naval Intelligence. The genetic match was 100% absolute. Subject identified, Aria Eridani. Origin Eridanus Roman II, Elysian City. Status missing in action, 2516. Associated personnel match John 117. Chapter 01. The Fox's Veil. The first sensation to pierce her consciousness was not the warmth of the sun, but the absolute, suffocating sterility of the air. In the ninth astral realm, the atmosphere possessed a tangible texture. It was a living tapestry that tasted of ancient pine, burning sandalwood, and the sharp, metallic tang of condensed, ambient chi. Here, the air was a void. It was aggressively scrubbed, chemically purified, and forced through mechanical vents with a rhythmic, lifeless hum that vibrated in her very marrow. Aria kept her crystal blue eyes closed, allowing her consciousness to drift beyond the confines of her physical vessel. It was an ancient reflex, the instinct of a grand immortal reaching out to read the heavenly Tao. She met a terrifying silence. The vibrant, overflowing ocean of cosmic energy she had commanded for 3 millennia was gone, replaced by a parched, desolate wasteland. The fundamental laws of this universe were not dead, but they were ancient, slumbering, and deafeningly silent. This was a loci world. The ambient energy was profoundly thin, suppressed by a cold, unyielding dictates of physics. Yet, as she probed the darkness, she found it wasn't entirely barren. Deep beneath her, she felt the faint, thrumming heartbeat of a geothermal core, and weaving through the metallic honeycomb around her were microscopic threads of a bizarre, highly advanced energy, the lingering, haunted echoes of Forerunner slip-space technology. 3,000 years of cultivation, Aria thought, the crystalline silence of her mind a stark contrast to the apocalyptic betrayal she'd just endured. I bled, I conquered, and I was cast down for a godhead I never reached. Now the cycle returns me to a world of cold steel and dying embers. A phantom agony flared in the center of her chest. The metaphysical scar, carved by the god-slaying spear of her treacherous lover, pulsed with a venomous, rhythmic ache. It was a brand upon her soul, a permanent reminder that the warmth of trust was the most lethal poison in the cosmos. Her lips twitched into a microscopic, cynical curve. Fine. If the domain is thin here, I shall simply have to be more efficient with the dregs. Aria cracked her eyelids. The harsh, sterile glare of dark blue and surgical white halogen lights assaulted her retinas. She was pinned to an angled diagnostic bed, her wrists and ankles encased in heavy, titanium alloy magnetic restraints. The room was a high-security medical sanctum dominated by brushed steel, flickering holographic displays, and a massive, one-way observation mirror. To the untrained eye, the mirror was an opaque wall. To the Empress of the Silver Veil, It was mere glass. She pushed a minuscule fraction of her remaining internal energy, the last shards of Kai locked within her shattered core, into her optic nerves. The world slowed to a crawl. The glass became transparent. Standing on the other side were two sentinels. Arya analysed them not as a terrified prisoner, but as a predator evaluating rival sovereigns. They were tall, heavily muscled, and encased in incredibly advanced, form-fitting armor that radiated a quiet, dangerous hum. Golems, she deduced, her mind translating the Mjolnir power armor into the terminology of her past life, or at least, an artificial exoskeleton meant to mimic the physique of an ascended martial artist. The woman commander Sarah Parma leaned against a console, her posture coiled with aggressive, overt killing intent. The man Spartan Locke stood perfectly still, his energy meted and disciplined, his calculating gaze locked onto the shifting biomonitors. Low-level martial practitioners, Arya concluded with icy dismissiveness. They possessed discipline and immense physical strength provided by their shells, but their internal energy was entirely mundane. They had no Kai, no sword intent, no understanding of the Tao. To an empress who had stared down heavenly tribulations, the presence was like a flickering candle trying to intimidate a hurricane. But Arya was no longer an empress. She was a captive in a universe governed by paranoid intelligence agencies. If she spoke the unfiltered truth that she was an immortal sovereign from a magical dimension, the ONI directors of this realm would not hesitate to strap her to a vivisection table to harvest the secrets of her soul. The Silver Veil Empress had to stay buried. In her place, the cunning fox would rise. She needed a mask, the traumatized prodigy. She would remain aloof, deeply damaged, and utilize the greatest shield available to her in this timeline, her bloodline. As the heavy, mechanized door hissed open, Arya let her eyes flutter shut again, feigning the heavy grogginess of a freshly awakened patient. Commander Parma strode into the room, her armoured boots thudding against the deck plating with deliberate, intimidating force. Locke followed, remaining near the threshold like a silent, observant shadow. A third figure, an ONI medical analyst in a crisp white lab coat, hovered nervously near the diagnostic monitors, his hands trembling slightly. "I know you're awake," Parma said, her voice a sharp weapon designed to cut through deception. Arya opened her eyes slowly. She did not flinch. She simply stared at Parma with a gaze so impossibly deep and devoid of human emotion that the Spartan actually paused her advance. "You've been missing for 38 years, Arya," Parma continued, resting a hand casually near the magnum at her thigh. "You vanished from Elysium City in 2516. Yet, my bioscans tell me you're biologically 19. You haven't aged a day since you hit puberty, but your bone density and muscle fibers are reading higher than a fully augmented Spartan Roman 2. Start talking, before ONI decides you're a Covenant bioweapon and throws you out of the Near East airlock." Arya looked at Parma. Then, she looked at the ceiling, her expression unreadable. She maintained an absolute, unbroken silence for exactly 10 seconds. She counted the heartbeats of every person in the room. Parma's heart rate ticked upward in irritation. Locke's remained steady, but his breathing shallowed. The analyst was sweating. The silence stretched, heavy and oppressive, turning Parma's intimidation tactic completely on its head. When Arya finally spoke, her voice was calm, melodic, and terrifyingly steady. "Have you ever been inside a foreigner combat cryptum, Commander?" Parma frowned, her golden visor reflecting the harsh medical lights. "A what?" "A cryptum," Arya repeated, weaving her grand lie with the flawless precision of a master storyteller. She infused her tone with the exhaustion of someone who had endured centuries of incomprehensible torture. "When the slip space rupture tore me from the woods on Eridanus Roman 2, I didn't just fall into the void. I was pulled into a forerunner stasis installation, a localized slip space bubble." Locke took a step forward, his interest visibly piqued. The Ansk had encountered shield worlds and forerunner temporal anomalies before. The lie fit perfectly into the jagged geometry of their reality. "I spent what felt like 3 millennia inside a spinning, geometric coffin," Arya said, letting a hint of dry, dark humor bleed into her voice. "It was an automated training matrix, a neural simulation designed to imprint the combat reflexes required to pilot something called a war sphinx. Apparently, my DNA triggered a reclaimer protocol. The machine decided I was an acceptable candidate for reseeding." "Reseeding?" the ONI analyst blurted out, frantically tapping on a datapad. "You mean a directed evolutionary mutation? Transhumanist restructuring?" Arya gave the man a flat, unamused look. "I mean it broke my cells down and rebuilt them thousands of times until I stopped dying in the simulations. It was incredibly tedious." "So, If my cellular density offends your medical charts, you can file a complaint with whatever ancient glowing light bulb designed that installation. I just want to go home. It was the perfect excuse, absurd enough to be pure forerunner, technical enough to satisfy the analyst, and tragic enough to explain her physical changes and her detached demeanour. Palmer crossed her arms, the servos in her jaw near armour whining softly. A neat story, but it doesn't explain how you ended up falling from orbit into a glassed crater on Earth without a scratch on you. The installation's power matrix finally collapsed. Aria lied smoothly, her eyes dimming to simulate repressed trauma. The slept space bubble violently inverted. I was thrown out. The rest is a blur of fire and rain. Aria shifted her gaze directly to Palmer, letting the coldness drop for just a fraction of a second, replacing it with a vulnerability that was purely manufactured. There was a crescent moon that night in Elysium City, the night before the anomaly took me. She paused, her voice dropping to a near whisper. He had hidden a crescent-shaped mooncake under the floorboards of our house. He promised he would protect me from the neighbourhood bullies if I didn't tell his mother. Palmer and Locke exchanged a sharp, immediate look. Who? Locke asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. My cousin, Aria said, her crystal blue eyes locking onto Locke's visor. John. He was 6. Where is he? The silence in the room shifted from oppressive to electric. The invocation of the Master Chief's true name, accompanied by civilian childhood memory that existed nowhere in the unscredacted databases, hit the two Spartans like a physical blow. That's classified, Palmer said, though her hostile posture had notably softened. The ONI analyst, however, was not a Spartan. He was a scientist driven by data and protocol, and he was currently annoyed by the magnetic restraints failing to properly calibrate over Aria's dense wrists. Commander, her pulse rate is erratic. I need to take a direct spinal fluid sample to confirm the forerunner mutation hypothesis, the analyst said, stepping forward with a pneumatic syringe that looked thick enough to pierce a tank hull. He reached out, grabbing Aria's bare shoulder to force her onto her side. The reaction was instantaneous. Aria did not use magic. She did not summon lightning or condense a blade of pure Chi. In this low-Chi world, she relied on the pure, terrifying kinetic efficiency of a martial master whose vessel had been tempered by 3,000 years of war. She didn't even sit up. As the analyst's hand gripped her shoulder, Aria's bound wrist executed a microscopic, cloud-stepping flick. It was a movement of perfect leverage, utilizing the man's own downward momentum, twisting the fulcrum of his wrist against the angle of his elbow, and amplifying the kinetic transfer through the supernatural density of her own bones. There was a sharp, sickening crack. Before Palmer could even blink, the analyst was airborne. He slammed into the steel bulkhead 3 meters away with the force of a speeding warthog, the pneumatic syringe shattering against the floor. He crumpled into a heap, groaning, his shoulder entirely dislocated. Aria hadn't moved from her reclined position. She merely looked at her bound hands, a flicker of genuine mourning passing through her eyes. In the astral realms, that flick would have shattered his soul and levelled the mountain behind him, she thought, lamenting her lost, stark-crushing power. But here, it is just physics. She looked back up at Palmer, her face a mask of absolute, icy indifference. He lacked manners, and his killing intent was embarrassingly unrefined. Palmer had drawn her magnum, the barrel levelled squarely at Aria's forehead. Locke had his battle rifle shouldered, his posture rigid. The speed of the girl's movement had bypassed their augmented reflexes completely. Do that again, Palmer growled, her finger tightening on the trigger, and I will find out just how bulletproof that mutated skin of yours really is. I am not your enemy, Commander, Aria said calmly, the metaphysical scar in her chest aching at the threat of violence. But I will not be treated as a laboratory specimen. I am a soldier, and I belong with my bloodline. Before Palmer could respond, the heavy steel door hissed open again. Locke, who had been monitoring a secure channel on his HUD, lowered his rifle, his posture suddenly shifting from combat-ready to deeply alarmed. Commander, Locke said, his voice tense. He looked at Aria with a completely new, profound level of weariness. We need to stand down, now. Palmer didn't lower her weapon. Give me a reason, Spartan. I just received a priority 1 decryption from the Unsk Infinity, Locke said, stepping fully into the room. He tapped his helmet, projecting a holographic display into the air between them. It's about the Master Chief. He didn't just ignore orders. He went AWOL. He and Blue Team have gone dark on the colony of Meridian. Aria's eyes narrowed slightly, processing the information. Hunted by his own military. The concept was familiar. Betrayal was a universal language. And there's more. Locke continued, turning the holographic data stream toward Palmer. The AI deep scan of her DNA just came back from the archive. It's not just a familial match for John 117. Her genetic markers, they perfectly align with the Classer Reclaimer signature the Erddidat was hunting for on Requiem. Arma finally lowered her magnum, staring at the girl strapped to the bed as if she were an unexploded nuclear warhead. She's the key. Aria remained silent, but beneath the cold, calculating mask of the fox, a terrifying inferno ignited within her chest, temporarily drowning out the ache of her scar. John is hunted, she thought, the absolute, ruthless sovereignty of the Silver Veil Empress bleeding through her thoughts. The Unsk, the Covenant, the Forerunners, they are all just different names for the same greedy sects that drove a spear through my heart. Good, let them try to take him. I have lost one family to betrayal, and I was too weak to stop it. I may not have my magic, but I will burn this entire mechanical galaxy to ash before I lose another. Unbind me, Aria said softly, the command carrying the undeniable, unnatural weight of a conqueror. And give me some armor. If my cousin is missing, we are going to go find him. Chapter 02, The Fox and the Golem. The medical bay of the Office of Naval Intelligence's subterranean black site hummed with a coarse, unrefined energy that grated against Aria's heightened senses. To the former Empress, lying perfectly still upon the frigid, angled examination table, the sterile chamber felt less like a sanctuary of healing and more like the crude, blood-stained workshop of a backalley alchemist. She was clad in a standard, slate-grey Unsk undersuit. Her silver-blonde hair was gathered into a strict, functional braid that felt uncomfortably heavy without the buoyant, invisible support of her lost ambient chi. Closing her eyes, she gingerly extended her senses beyond the boundaries of her physical vessel. The heavenly Tao, the fundamental, pulsating rhythm of the universe, was profoundly thin here. The medical scanners hovering over her body hummed with raw electricity, a chaotic and brutish force compared to the pure, crystalline spiritual energy she once commanded. Behind the reinforced observation glass, a senior medical officer stared at her holographic projection of Aria's deep tissue scans, his face a portrait of sheer, unadulterated bewilderment. Commander Sarah Palmer stood beside him, her arms crossed over her chest, her golden visor reflecting the glowing blue schematics of Aria's skeleton. I don't understand what I'm looking at, Commander, the officer murmured, unaware that Aria's enhanced hearing caught every panicked syllable. He highlighted a cross-section of her femur. Her bone density is entirely anomalous. It's registering a microcrystalline structure almost ceramic in nature, but completely organic. And her muscle fibers, the tensile strength defies biological possibility without deep tissue grafting. But there isn't a single scar on her, no ceramic overlays, no synthetic weaves. It's as if she was born a weapon. Aria kept her breathing shallow and rhythmic, a meditative technique to mask her internal turmoil. She remembered the elaborate lie she had woven in the interrogation, the Forerunner combat cryptum, the evolutionary mutation. She needed to maintain the persona of the traumatized survivor, the cunning fox hiding in a den of iron wolves. The Forerunner machine, Aria spoke, her voice echoing softly through the intercom with a haunting, detached melody. She stared blankly at the ceiling, her crystal blue eyes reflecting a manufactured emptiness. It changed me. It dismantled me at a cellular level and rebuilt me thousands of times. I felt the cold hum of it rewriting my blood while I slept. It was a masterclass in deception, offering a lore-accurate fabrication wrapped in the fragile veneer of vulnerability. It satisfied their scientific hunger, replacing the impossible truth of 3 millennia of martial cultivation with the terrifying, accepted reality of ancient Forerunner science. Palmer keyed the intercom, her voice pragmatic. Can she handle the Spartan Roman 4 augmentation protocols, Doc? We can't feel an unaugmented asset, regardless of how tough her bones are. The doctor hesitated, his fingers dancing nervously across the datapad. The standard Roman 4 chemical and genetic therapies are designed to force muscular hypertrophy and skeletal ossification, but her baseline is already far beyond what her chemicals achieve. Honestly, introducing our augmentation elixirs into her system might trigger a catastrophic autoimmune response. Aria's internal calm faltered for a fraction of a second. Chemical elixirs, she thought, a spike of genuine alarm threading through her mind. If they injected their crude, mortal poisons into her veins, her dormant immortal blood would violently reject them. It would trigger a chi backlash so severe it could level this entire facility, stripping away her mask in an instant. She sat up, her movements as fluid as spilling silk. Your augmentations will kill me, she said, her voice dropping to a serious, commanding timbre that made the doctor flinch. She locked eyes with Palmer through the glass. The Forerunner changes are volatile. My biology has been optimized for their technology, not yours. If you poison my blood with your chemicals, I will hemorrhage on your table. She leaned into their inherent fear of the unknown. Forerunner technology was the holy grail of ONI. They would not risk breaking a class reclaimer just to follow standard operating procedure. Palmer stared at her for a long, silent moment. The Spartan commander was a creature of utility. She didn't care for the science. She cared for combat viability. You claim you have the reflexes to pilot Forerunner war machines, Area. Let's see if you can handle ours. No augmentations. But if you want out of this lab, you need to prove you can interface with Mjolnir. The armory was a cathedral of war. Massive robotic gantries hung from the vaulted ceiling, cradling the sleek, intimidating components of Mjolnir Gigagen 2 power armor. Area stood in the center of an assembly bay, watching technicians prepare a pristine set of dark cobalt blue armor. She did not view the suit as the pinnacle of human achievement. To her, it was a heavy golem, a crude, soulless construct of metal and synthetic muscle. It lacked the elegant spirituality of a soul-bound sword, but its raw, undeniable physical potential resonated in the frigid air. Normally, interfacing with a Gigagen 2 suit requires a surgically implanted neural lace, the lead technician explained, casting a wary glance at Palmer. Without the neural implant to bridge her brain to the suit's hydrostatic gel layer, the feedback loop could cause severe seizures. Or worse, the suit will simply crush her the moment she tries to move. Hook her up anyway, Palmer ordered, her gaze fixed on Area like a hawk. If she starts seizing, cut the power. The technicians fitted Area into a specialized, neuroconductive undersuit. As they began to lock the heavy cobalt plating over her chest and limbs, Area closed her eyes. She needed to bypass the requirement of a physical neural implant. She delved into the cold embers of her shattered primordial core, agonizingly teasing out a microscopic thread of suppressed chi. It was like drawing water from a sun-baked stone. She channeled the golden energy up her spine and into her nervous system, creating a literal spiritual bridge between her mind and the suit's intricate sensor web. The pain was blinding. Her meridians burned as if laced with acid as they forged the unnatural connection to a soulless machine. Aria's jaw clenched, a bead of cold sweat rolling down her temple, but she forced her expression to remain entirely stoic. Clack, kiss. The final piece, the helmet, was locked into place. The heads-up display flared to life, painting her vision in tactical amber and blue. The suit powered on. Instantly, the crushing half-ton weight of the armor vanished. The force-multiplying circuits engaged, responding to the spiritual bridge Area had forged. She flexed a ceramite-bladed hand. It was an intoxicating, terrifying sensation. The movement was clumsy compared to the weightless, wind-riding flight of a grand immortal, but the raw kinetic potential was staggering. It is a blunt, primitive weapon, Area thought, rolling her shoulders as the shield emitters hummed to life, washing a layer of golden energy over her cobalt plating. But it will serve. Interface is green, the technician whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Zero latency. She's reading the suit as if she's had the implant her whole life. Palmer smirked beneath her helmet. All right, S-707. Let's see if you know how to dance. The war game simulation chamber was a massive holographic arena that dissolved into a hyper-realistic recreation of a Covenant remnant holdout. The air grew hot, filled with a simulated scent of plasma and alien sweat. Sandstone ruins rose around her, bathed in the harsh light of an artificial sun. Simulation parameters set to level 4, Palmer's voice echoed. Covenant strike team, neutralize them. Area stood in the center of the ruins, a standard MA-5D assault rifle resting in her armored hands. She did not raise it to her shoulder. To her, it was a noisy, imprecise crossbow. A squad of holographic Sanhili elites materialized on the ridge above her, plasma rifles hissing as they opened fire. Area did not fight like a Spartan. She did not dive for cover, nor did she lay down suppressing fire. She fought like an empress who had survived 3 millennia of brutal sect warfare. She utilized a rudimentary cultivation movement technique, a mortal variant of cloud stepping. She didn't rely on the suit's thrusters, she used perfect kinetic leverage. She stepped fluidly through the barrage of blue plasma, her movements incredibly minimalist, wasting zero energy. Every step placed her exactly where the plasma bolts were not. She raised the assault rifle with one hand, treating it like a dueling pistol. She didn't spray, she fired in single, rhythmic taps. Crack, crack, crack. 3 shots. 3 simulated grunts dropped, their heads snapping back. An elite minor rod, dropping its rifle and drawing a crackling energy sword. It charged her, closing the distance with terrifying speed, aiming a horizontal cleave meant to bifurcate her. A Spartan would have parried or boosted backward. Aria did neither. As the blade swung, she executed a flawless, millimeter-perfect sidestep. She allowed the elite to overextend, its momentum carrying it past her. In the same fluid motion, she dropped her rifle, reached out, and clamped her armored hand onto the back of the elite's neck. Utilizing the suit's force multiplication and her own centuries of martial leverage, she twisted. The simulated snap of the alien's cervical spine echoed loudly in the arena. The holographic elite dissolved into pixels. Up in the control room, Palmer and Locke watched in absolute silence. "She's not fighting like a soldier," Locke observed, his analytical mind struggling to categorize her style. "There's no wasted movement, no aggression. It's too smooth. It's arrogant," Palmer corrected, though there was a grudging respect in her tone. "She fights like she expects them to die just because she looked at them." Down in the arena, the simulation AI adapted. The difficulty spiked. The ground shook as a pair of massive M-Gale Kilo hunters spawned at the far end of the ruins, raising their heavy assault cannons. Flanking them was a fresh squad of grunts. Aria seamlessly picked her rifle back up, her mind calculating the angles of deflection. But then, the simulation threw a chaotic variable into the mix. A panicked grunt, terrified by the rapid death of its commander, primed a blue, glowing sphere and hurled it blindly through the air. A plasma grenade. It arced through the simulated sunlight, landing dead center in the sand, just 2 meters from Aria's boots. A Spartan would have immediately triggered their thrusters, diving for cover to avoid the lethal blast radius. But for a fraction of a second, the simulated environment was too real. The pressure of the battle, the glowing blue energy, it bypassed Aria's conscious mind and struck directly at the instinct she had honed for 3,000 years. She did not see a technological explosive. She saw a concentrated, unstable burst of raw fire and lightning Chi. In the astral realms, diving away from an opponent's condensed Chi sphere was a fool's gambit. The energy would track you. The only response was to dominate it, to absorb it. Aria dropped her rifle. She stepped toward the grenade. She reached out her cobalt-plated hand, her fingers curling into a specific martial seal the Chi-devouring technique. She intended to seize the violent energy, draw it into her meridians, and violently redirect it back at the hunters. Her ceramite fingers closed around the glowing blue sphere. There was no Chi to devour. There was only a holographic simulation of superheated plasma reaching critical mass. The simulation registered a lethal proximity detonation. Beep. The arena instantly froze. The holographic hunters, the ruins, the artificial sun, they all vanished, replaced by the sterile, grey grid of the empty chamber. A massive red fatal error, as it neutralized, flashed across Aria's HUD. Aria stood frozen in the center of the empty room, her armored hand still outstretched, clutching empty air. The absolute silence of the room crashed down on her. The Empress had made a mortal mistake. She had forgotten the rules of this universe. The heavy blast doors hissed open. Commander Palmer stepped into the arena, her face an unreadable mask. She walked slowly toward Aria, her boots echoing on the metal grid. "You tried to catch a plasma grenade," Palmer said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of profound disbelief. Aria lowered her hand. Her heart hammered against her ribs, the metaphysical scar in her chest throbbing. But she forced the mask of the fox back into place. She turned to Palmer, her crystal blue eyes dead and aloof behind her visor. "I misjudged the timing of the foreigner combat reflexes. The installation simulation matrix was different. Your simulation is inadequate. The blast radius physics are flawed." It was a bold, arrogant lie, blaming the multi-billion-dollar UNSC technology for her own bizarre action. Palmer stared at her, clearly debating whether to commend her for the first 5 minutes of the simulation or ground her for the last 5 seconds. Before the commander could speak, the doors opened again. Spartan Locke strode onto the grid, a secure ONI datapad glowing in his hand. His normally stoic expression was taut with urgency. "Commander," Locke said, his voice cutting through the tension. "The Infinity just sent a Priority 1 broadcast directly to ONI Command." Locke stopped a few feet away, his gaze shifting to the cobalt blue Spartan standing perfectly still in the center of the room. "They've located the Master Chief," Locke said, the words hanging heavy in the sterile air. "He and Blue Team are on a glassed outer colony, Meridian, and they're requesting immediate deployment of anyone with classified knowledge of foreigner anomalies to assist Phi Team Osiris." Locke held out the datapad, his eyes locking onto Aria's visor. "They want her." Beneath the heavy cobalt plating, Aria's breath hitched. The cold, mechanical reality of the Unsk faded away, replaced by the singular, burning drive that had kept her sane as she fell through the multiversal void. John, finally. Aria slowly lowered her hands to her sides, the heavy servos of the Mjolnir suit whining in compliance. She exuded the quiet, terrifying sovereignty of an empress preparing for a campaign. I will play your games, Aria thought, her internal voice cold and resolute. I will wear your heavy golems and shoot your noisy crossbows. But when the time comes, I will show this mechanical galaxy what true power looks like. Point me to a ship, Spartan, Aria said, her voice like cracking ice over the external speakers. We have a reclaimer to catch. Chapter 03. The weight of mortals. The air within the Office of Naval Intelligence Observation Ward tasted of synthetic iodine and sterilized, recycled oxygen. It was a harsh, chemical bite that felt like sandpaper against the back of Aria's throat, a violent sensory replacement for the fading memories of the ninth astral realm. In her mind's eye, she could still catch the ghost scent of blooming spirit lotus and the heavy, intoxicating aroma of centuries-old temple incense that used to drift through the jade corridors of her palace. Aria sat perfectly still on the edge of the reinforced medical cot, her bare feet resting lightly on the cold titanium deck. She wore standard, slate-grey Unsk training fatigues, the fabric hanging loose over her deceptively fragile frame. With her golden blonde hair cascading down her back like spun silk, and her striking crystal blue eyes staring blankly at the far wall, she looked exactly like what her fabricated file claimed she was, a traumatized civilian 19-year-old, freshly plucked from the cold embrace of a forerunner stasis cryptum. Beneath that carefully constructed mask of vulnerability, however, the Silverveil Empress was meticulously calculating her next strike. Her nervous system still burned with a faint, static ache. Forging a manual spiritual bridge to interface with the Mjolnir GEN-2 armor without a neural lace had been a reckless, agonizing gamble. It had cost her a fraction of the minuscule, suppressed chi she'd managed to retain in her shattered primordial core energy she could ill afford to waste. She cycled her breathing in a rhythmic, shallow pattern, drawing microscopic amounts of the room's ambient, lifeless energy to soothe her frayed meridians. As she meditated, Aria observed the armored guard stationed outside her transparent containment door through the edge of her vision. She studied the way they stood, the micro-movements of their muscles beneath their undersuits, the weight distribution of their heavy boots. In the span of a few hours, she had categorized the vaunted Spartans of the United Nations Space Command. To the universe, they were the pinnacle of human evolution and technological mastery. To Aria, they were simply forced body cultivators. In the astral realms, tempering the physical body to the strength of steel required centuries of profound meditation, absorbing the heavenly Tao, and aligning one's soul with the fundamental pulse of the universe. These humans, however, chose a crude, violent shortcut. They injected themselves with alchemical liquids, their augmentations to artificially force skeletal ossification and muscular hypertrophy. They bathed their nervous systems in toxic chemicals to artificially accelerate their reflexes. It made them undeniably strong, yes. But their foundations were entirely impure. Their internal energy flow was jagged, chaotic, and loud like a dam bursting, rather than a river flowing. Their movements, while terrifyingly fast to a mortal, were deeply flawed, lacking the seamless grace of true kinetic enlightenment. They were blunt instruments, but right now, Aria needed to become one of them. A sharp, phantom pain lanced through the center of her chest, right over her heart. Aria's breath hitched slightly, her hand rising instinctively to brush against the coarse fabric of her shirt. The metaphysical scar, the unhealable wound left by the god-slaying spear, driven into her back by the lover she had trusted with her eternity. The ache was a grounding force. It was a violent reminder of why she was doing this. Trust no one, the pain whispered. Allies are just betrayers who haven't drawn their blades yet. She had lost her empire. She had lost her found family to the intoxicating rot of greed. But the universe, in its twisted, cosmic retribution, had thrown her back to the only family that remained pure. John. Before she was the immortal sovereign Aurora, she was just little Aria on the colony world of Eridanus Roman II. And John, before he was the Master Chief, the savior of humanity, was her older cousin. He was the sturdy, quiet boy who had physically stood between a weeping 2-year-old Aria and a rabid stray mastiff in the alleys of Elysium City, wielding nothing but a broken branch and a refusal to yield. He was the boy who hid sweet crescent mooncakes under the floorboards for her, ensuring she always had a piece when her mother wasn't looking. Now, decades later in this timeline, the Unsk was hunting him. The very military that had abducted him, broken him, and remade him into a weapon of war was treating him like a rogue asset. Aria's crystal blue eyes darkened, a terrifying, absolute zero coldness settling in her gaze. She would not allow it. If the Unsk tried to harm her bloodline, she would tear their mechanical fleet apart from the inside out. But to protect him, she had to reach Meridian. And to reach Meridian, ONI needed to deploy her. The heavy lock on the ward door disengaged with a solid, metallic clunk. Aria's demeanor instantly shifted. The chilling sovereignty vanished, replaced by the aloof, distant stare of the fox. Spartan Locke stepped into the room. He carried his helmet under his arm, his expression a mask of calculating professionalism. But it wasn't Locke who drew Aria's immediate attention. It was the veritable mountain of augmented muscle marching in behind him. The man was easily 7 feet tall out of armor. His head was shaved, his skin crisscrossed with the pale, jagged scars of plasma burns and close quarters blade work. He moved with the heavy, predatory confidence of an apex predator. This was Spartan Vance, an assault specialist from the Spartan Roman 4 program, and he looked visibly furious. This is the anomaly, Locke. Vance's voice was a deep, rumbling gravel that vibrated in Aria's chest. He didn't even look at her face. His eyes swept over her slender, hourglass figure and the loose grey fatigues with overt disdain. You pulled me off the combat deck to babysit a civilian lab rat. Locke remained entirely neutral. S-707 has demonstrated exceptional interfacing capabilities with the GVN-2 platform, Vance. Her simulated combat scores against Sangheli and Mbakalo assets were unprecedented. Simulations, Vance scoffed, stepping closer to Aria's cot. He crossed arms that were thicker than her waist. Computer code and holograms don't mean a damn thing when a Jural Hanio is actively trying to rip your spine out through your throat. She's got the bone structure of a gymnast, not a soldier. I don't care what foreigner stasis pod she crawled out of. Put her in the field, and she'll freeze. She'll be dead weight on Meridian, Locke. I won't have my team compromised by an ONI science experiment. Aria did not flush with anger. Anger was a mortal vulnerability, an emotion that clouded judgment and wasted energy. Instead, a faint, chilling smile touched the corners of her lips. Vance was arrogant, aggressive, and deeply protective of his pride as a Spartan. He was the perfect stepping stone. A Jural Hani, Aria spoke, her voice calm, melodic, and ringing with absolute clarity in the sterile room. She did not look up at Vance, keeping her gaze casually fixed on her own hands. A fascinating creature. It relies entirely on brute force, raging bloodlust, and the sheer density of its mass to overwhelm its prey. She slowly lifted her head, her piercing blue eyes locking onto Vance's dark, glaring stare. You rely on chemical elixirs pumped into your veins, and heavy metal plates bolted to your chest to do the exact same thing. Tell me, Spartan, what do you actually have left when you take those away? Vance's posture instantly stiffened. The killing intent rolling off the giant man flared, thick and suffocating enough to make a normal human physically ill. Watch your mouth, little girl. I've snapped elite mandibles with my bare hands. I highly doubt that, Aria replied, tilting her head slightly, her tone entirely devoid of warmth. In fact, observing your posture, the slight overcompensation in your right deltoid and the rigid, uneven distribution of your augmented muscle mass, the gap between your actual martial skill and mine is even greater than the gap between you and a brute. The room went dead silent. Locke did not intervene. He watched the exchange with the analytical intensity of a hawk, his eyes darting between Vance's flaring temper and Aria's impossible serenity. Locke needed a reason to justify deploying an unaugmented, a known asset on a mission to hunt the Master Chief. If Aria could provide that justification, he would let it happen. Vance let out a low, dangerous laugh. You think you can read a fighter from a hospital bed? Aria stood up. Even at her full height, the top of her head barely reached the center of Vance's broad chest. I do not think. I know. And I know that ONI will not send an unproven asset into a combat zone. She stepped to the center of the room, turning her back on Vance in a blatant display of disrespect, addressing Locke directly. The terms are simple. No armor, no weapons. If I put your assault specialist on the floor, you grant me full operational clearance for the Meridian deployment. If he wins, she cast a sidelong glance at Vance. I will allow ONI to lock me in their deepest foreigner research laboratory for the rest of my natural life. Vance cracked his knuckles, the sound like breaking stones. Locke cleared the mat. I'm going to teach the anomaly a lesson in physics. 2 minutes, Locke said quietly, stepping back against the bulkhead and crossing his arms. Do not break her, Vance. She is still a high-value asset. I'll just bruise her, Vance growled. They moved to the padded grey sparring mat in the centre of the observation ward. Vance rolled his shoulders, his muscles bunching like carved granite beneath his skin. Aria stood opposite him, her stance entirely relaxed. Her feet were shoulder-width apart, her arms hanging loosely by her sides. She looked utterly fragile, a porcelain doll standing in the path of a runaway heavy-loader. I cannot use Kai, Aria thought, her mind a fortress of icy calculation. If I condense my energy and shatter his sternum with a palm strike, Locke will immediately recognize that I am not a mutant, but a monster. They will dissect me. I must win this using only the Tao of Mortals. Last chance to tap out. S707, Vance warned, shifting his weight. Begin, Aria said softly. Vance did not hold back. He lunged forward with terrifying, augmented speed, closing the distance in a fraction of a second. He threw a devastating right hook aimed at Aria's shoulder, a blow designed to incapacitate, carrying enough kinetic force to dent the armor plating of a warthog. To Locke, the punch was a blur. To Aria, whose optic nerves had tracked the speed of heavenly lightning for millennia, Vance was moving through molasses. She did not block. Blocking a strike of that magnitude with her seemingly unaugmented bones would shatter her cover instantly. Instead, she utilized the purest essence of mortal martial arts, perfect kinetic efficiency. As the massive fist closed in, Aria executed the cloud sleeve deflection. She did not step away from the blow. She stepped inside his guard, sliding directly into the perilous, microscopic pocket of space where his arm was not yet fully extended. It was the absolute last place a fighter expected their opponent to go. Before Vance could adjust, Aria's small, pale hands moved like striking vipers. Her left hand brushed against the outside of his incoming forearm, merely redirecting the vector of his punch by a few degrees, just enough so the devastating blow sailed harmlessly past her ear. Simultaneously, her right hand clamped onto Vance's wrist. She did not try to stop his momentum. She owned it. She added her own bodily rotation to his massive, forward-driving kinetic energy. Vance's eyes widened in sudden, jarring confusion as he found himself pulling her while his own momentum dragged him off balance. Aria pivoted sharply on her heel. She ducked her shoulder under his overextended arm, turning her own body into a perfect, unbreakable fulcrum. In a seamless continuation of the movement, she applied a hyper-precise, agonizing joint lock to his elbow, forcing the joint entirely in the wrong direction, while her trailing leg swept violently against the back of his lead calf. The physics of the universe were absolute, undeniable, and entirely merciless. Force equals mass times acceleration. Vance had the mass. He had the acceleration. Aria simply changed the destination. The heavier they are, the harder they fall. Vance's massive, 7-foot frame was launched entirely off the ground. He flipped over Aria's shoulder in a blur of grey fabric and slammed into the sparring mat with a thunderous, concussive impact that physically rattled the medical equipment bolted to the walls. All the air left his lungs in a violent rush. Before his brain could even process the violent shift in gravity, the fight was over. Aria dropped with him, her movement smooth and utterly silent. As Vance lay stunned on his back, gasping for air, Aria's knee rested gently, but firmly against the side of his neck, perfectly applying pressure to his carotid artery. Her cold, pale fingers were lightly draped across his windpipe. A twitch of her hand, or a drop of her weight, and the giant Spartan's throat would be crushed. The entire exchange, from Vance's initial lunge to his catastrophic grounding, had taken exactly 2 seconds. Vance stared up at the ceiling, his pupils blown wide, his mind reeling from the impossibility of what had just occurred. He tried to surge upward, to use his augmented strength to throw her off, but the precise angle of her leverage made him biomechanically trapped. He was pinned by a girl who weighed a third of what he did. Locke had uncrossed his arms. The Spartan operative was staring at the mat, his eyes widened a fraction of an inch, a profound display of emotion for the ONI agent. His tactical mind was racing, rewinding the 2 seconds of combat over and over. He recognized instantly that what he had just witnessed had absolutely nothing to do with foreigner, genetic mutation, or enhanced bone density. It was pure, unadulterated skill. It was a display of combat intelligence and kinetic redirection so terrifyingly perfect it bordered on the supernatural. Aria held the pin for 3 full seconds, ensuring Vance understood the absolute totality of his defeat. Then, she released him. She stood up in a single, fluid motion, smoothing out the wrinkles in her grey training fatigues, completely unbothered. She did not gloat. She did not smile. She simply looked at Locke with the same, chillingly aloof expression she had maintained since she woke up. "Your soldiers are strong, Spartan Locke," Aria said, her voice quiet in the echoing room. But they waste entirely too much energy. They fight like wild beasts, desperate to overpower the world around them. She turned her gaze down to Vance, who was slowly rolling onto his side, coughing violently as air returned to his lungs. I fight with purpose, she finished. Locke looked at the giant Spartan groaning on the mat, and then back to the enigmatic, dangerous young woman standing before him. The fox had laid her trap perfectly, and when I had walked right into it, they needed a reclaimer. They needed a specialist. But more than that, Locke realized he needed someone who could outthink the Master Chief, not just outshoot him. Locke reached his hip and pulled out his datapad. He tapped a few rapid commands into the screen, the blue light reflecting off his dark skin. Your close quarters combat is efficient. S-707, Locke said, his voice returning to its calm, authoritative baseline. He finalized the file and locked the screen. Report to the armory and interface with your Mjolnir suit. We are wheels up for Meridian in 20 minutes. Understood, Aria replied, offering a crisp, mocking imitation of a military nod. She walked past the two Spartans, heading toward the automated doors of the observation ward. She moved with a slow, measured elegance, projecting the aura of a weapon that had finally been unsheathed. But beneath the surface, beneath the mask of the fox, and the suppressed power of the Empress, her heart beat a fraction faster. The metaphysical ache in her chest dulled, replaced by the warmth of a singular, undeniable purpose. Hold on, John, Aria thought, stepping out into the sterile corridor of the Unsk black site. Your little sister is coming. Chapter 04, Feet First. Fox second. The armory deck of the Unsk Infinity was a monolithic temple dedicated to the art of mechanized violence. The atmosphere within the sprawling, cavernous hangar hung thick and heavy, saturated with the sharp, industrial perfume of synthetic gun oil, ionized ozone, and the cold, sterile tang of freshly milled titanium. Massive, automated robotic gantries whirred and clicked overhead like the multi-jointed limbs of giant steel spiders, systematically outwitting the Spartan Roman 4 operatives of Phi Team Osiris with their impending orbital drop. Aria stood perfectly still upon the hexagonal outfitting dais as the mechanical armature locked the final, heavy plates of her customized GD-2 Mjolnir armor into place. She had explicitly eschewed the standard, bulky Spartan color palettes, opting instead for a sleek, light-absorbent matte gunmetal grey, accented by subtle, dark sapphire interlacing woven directly into the texture beneath. The armor hummed against her skin, a low, constant vibration of contained power. The force-multiplying hydrostatic gel layer synced flawlessly with the microscopic, thread-thin currents of chi she meticulously channeled to bridge her organic nervous system to the soulless machine. As the technicians stepped back to run their final diagnostic checks, Aria subtly adjusted a small, seemingly unremarkable silver ring adorning her left index finger, keeping the movement hidden securely beneath the heavy flare of her ceramite gauntlet. The ring bore a delicate, elegantly engraved crescent moon motif, a stark, poetic departure from the harsh, cross-haired reticles, screaming eagles, and block unit insignias of the United Nations Space Command. It was no mere sentimental trinket. In the absolute, unmonitored privacy of her quarters the night prior, Aria had expended a precious, agonizing sliver of her suppressed cultivation foundation to literally fold the local dimensions of space. She had anchored a minor spatial tier directly to the crescent ring, creating a localized, subdimensional storage pocket. It was a fundamental, almost rudimentary, technique for any mid-level cultivator traversing the 9 realms, yet an utter, reality-breaking impossibility to the rigid boundaries of human science. Within that invisible void, she had slipped her dusty childhood pendant, a few emergency medical supplies, and several high-calorie field rations. To the naked eye, and to every multispectral scanner on the Infinity, her hands were entirely empty. She would never reveal this spatial mastery to the Office of Naval Intelligence. Such profound secrets were reserved solely for her bloodline. Aria lived by a singular, unyielding tenet, a philosophy forged in the searing fires of a 3,000-year betrayal. She was a terrifying nightmare to her enemies, a fiercely guarded, impenetrable haven for her friends, and an unconditionally loving soul to her family. She would only share the deepest mysteries of the Tao with those who had bled for her. Right now, in this entire mechanical galaxy, that list contained exactly one name. Satisfied with the ring's concealment, Aria turned her crystalline gaze to the towering weapon racks. She bypassed the standard-issue MA-5D assault rifles and the BR-85 battle rifles. Her eyes scanned the arsenal for something that could adequately compensate for her current lack of offensive magic. Because she could no longer effortlessly project a blade of pure, Condensed Chi to cleave a mountain in twain, she required physical, mortal armaments struck with the concussive, indiscriminate force of a heavenly tribulation. She reached out and lifted an M739 light machine gun, the SAW. To the other augmented Spartans, it was a cumbersome, heavy squad automatic weapon meant for laying down suppressive fire from an anchored, defensive stance. Outfitted with a massive 72-round drum magazine of armor-piercing 7.62 x 51 mm ammunition, a sound-suppressing heavy barrel, and an advanced holographic target acquisition sight, the weapon weighed nearly 50 pounds, fully loaded. Aria lifted it smoothly with one hand, testing its center of gravity. To a former Grand Immortal, who used to effortlessly swing greatswords forged from the dense, superheated cause of dying stars, the SAW felt as light and pliable as a bamboo training stick. On the magnetic hardpoint of her right thigh, she fastened a heavy M6H2 Magnum. Its explosive, armor-piercing rounds a reliable secondary option. In my past life, I forged my flying sword from the dying breath of a true dragon and the crystallized blood of a fallen god, Aria mused internally, a dry, deeply cynical smile gracing her pale lips behind her opaque, polarized visor. Today, I rely on chemically propelled lead, kinetic physics, and explosive powder. How incredibly quaint. Yet the Tao of ballistics has its own brutal, undeniable charm. You know, kid, a familiar, gravelly voice drawled from her left flank. Where I come from, we usually let the heavy gunners carry the heavy guns. Aria turned slowly, the servos in her suit whining in quiet compliance. Leaning casually against a structural bulkhead, inspecting the action of his own assault rifle, was Spartan Edward Bach. The legendary former held jumper possessed a combat record and a reputation that easily eclipsed entire naval battle groups. He was currently eyeing the so-called 19-year-old civilian anomaly, the very same girl who had put their resident heavyweight, Vance, into the medical bay with a catastrophically dislocated shoulder just days prior. Bach smirked, noting her relatively slender, hourglass frame juxtaposed against the massive, drum-fed weapon resting casually against her armoured hip. We drop feet first into hell on this squad, S707. It gets loud, it gets messy, and the Covenant doesn't care about your test scores. You sure you wouldn't rather stay up here on the ship, grab a warm cup of coffee, and translate a 4-hour dictionary for Locke? Aria did not bristle at the provocation. The fox never took offence at the barking of mortal hounds. She merely observed them. Instead, she offered him a polite, infuriatingly aloof smile, her voice a cool, melodic hum filtering through her external comm speakers. I have read your personnel file, Spartan Buck, she replied smoothly, her tone perfectly even. Orbital drop shock troopers. You willingly lock yourselves in tiny, enamored metal boxes, plummet from the exosphere, and simply hope atmospheric friction or gravity doesn't incinerate you before the Covenant gets the chance. Buck raised a scarred eyebrow, clearly not expecting the soft-spoken, enigmatic anomaly to return fire so effortlessly. Aria casually racked the heavy charging handle of the SAW with 2 fingers. The loud, metallic clack echoed sharply across the busy armory deck. Where I come from, Spartan, we do not fall into hell. We make it. She stepped past him, the heavy thud of her magnetic boots betraying absolutely none of the predatory, flowing grace hidden within her stride. But do not worry about me. I will try my best not to let you trip over my dictionary. A low, muffled chuckle emanated from the encrypted squad communications channel. Spartan Vale, the Sanheli cultural expert, and Spartan Tanarker, the brilliant engineer, were failing to suppress their laughter. Buck blinked, staring at Aria's retreating back for a long moment, before a genuine, broad grin spread across his weathered face. His respect, notoriously difficult to earn and even harder to keep, had just been solidly cemented. I like her, Locke, Buck said over the private squad frequency, shaking his head. She bites. There was no heavily armoured Pelican dropship authorised for this insertion. Via Team Osiris, now functioning as a specialised squad of 5 with their classified ONI asset in tow, were deploying via single-occupant exoatmospheric insertion vehicles SOIV. The infamous drop pods. Aria stepped into the claustrophobic, coffin-like interior of her designated pod. The heavy, padded restraints immediately slammed over her chest and shoulders, locking her rigidly into the crash seat. The internal lights shifted to a harsh tactical red. The primary pod bay doors beneath her hissed open, revealing the dark, violently storm-ravaged curve of the colony world meridian rotating hundreds of miles below. Osiris, Spartan Locke's voice crackled over the tight beam comms, a pillar of absolute calm. Stand by for drop. We are hunting a ghost. Stay sharp, the magnetic clamps released. Gravity instantly claimed them. The pod plummeted out of the Infinity's massive underbelly, accelerating at a terrifying, lethal rate toward the scarred, glass surface of the planet. Within seconds, they slammed into the upper exosphere. The violent atmospheric friction ignited the pod's ablative heat shielding, instantly turning the narrow viewport into a blinding, roaring wall of white-hot plasma. The pod shook violently, the reinforced titanium hull groaning and shrieking as if it were being slowly crushed in the unyielding fist of an angry titan. The altimeter on her HUD spun backward in a dizzying blur of numbers. For the veteran Spartan Roman 4, it was a nerve-wracking, adrenaline-fueled descent, a familiar rush of impending combat. But for Aria, the roaring flames, the chaotic, bone-rattling turbulence, and the blinding violet-white light triggered a violent, suffocating psychological flashback. Suddenly, she wasn't strapped inside a falling metal box. She was back standing upon the ancient, blood-stained jade altar at the peak of heaven. The white-hot atmospheric plasma beyond the glass was the apocalyptic, violet lightning of the heavenly tribulation. The violent shaking of the pod was the agonizing, metaphysical tearing of her primordial core as the god-slaying spear treacherously pierced her heart from behind. The suffocating, building heat in the tiny cabin was the greedy, panting breath of her betrayers closing in to harvest her soul. Aria's breath hitched sharply, her mortal heart rate spiking dangerously high. A cold, clammy sweat broke out across her forehead beneath her helmet. The ancient, suppressed panic of a dying empress threatened to violently overwhelm the cool, detached calculation of the fox. No, she thought fiercely, her jaw clenching so hard her teeth ached. She slipped a microscopic fraction of her fraying consciousness into the crescent wind's spatial pocket, her mind desperately brushing against the smooth, dusty metal of her childhood pendant. The simple, tactile sensation anchored her spiraling mind to the present reality. She remembered the young boy who had given it to her, John, her cousin, her mother's sister's quiet, fiercely protective son. She remembered the shadowed, rain-slicked alleyway in Elysium City, the rabid, snarling stray mastiff baring its yellow teeth, and the 5-year-old boy who had stepped firmly in front of her. He had raised a broken tree branch without a single tremor of fear in his small frame. "I will protect you, Nova," he had promised, using his secret, whispered nickname for her. Less than a year later, the Black Ops agents of ONI Section Roman 3 had stolen him in the dead of night. They had replaced her beloved cousin with a rapidly decaying, genetically flawed Flash clone that died coughing in her mother's arms. They had stolen her protector, systematically broken his humanity, and cold-bloodedly forged him into the Master Chief. Aria forced her eyes open, her crystal blue irises flaring with a dangerous, ambient golden light in the cramped, red-lit darkness of the falling pod. She violently circulated a microscopic thread of Kai, forcing her hammering mortal heart rate to slow, her icy meridians forcefully cooling the boiling adrenaline in her bloodstream. She was not joining the Spartan program for glory. She was not doing this for the corrupt directors of ONI, and she certainly was not doing this for the preservation of Earth. She was here to pull her brother in arms out of the fire, no matter the cost. "I survived the absolute wrath of the heavens," Aria promised the roaring, plasma-lit flames outside her viewport. "A burning metal box will not break me." The pod's retro thrusters fired with a sudden, bone-jarring force that threatened to snap her spine. Smash! The Sov slammed into the jagged, volcanic, glass soil of Meridian, throwing up a massive crater of pulverized obsidian. The explosive safety bolt triggered instantly, violently blowing the heavy metal door outward into the gloom. Aria stepped out of the pod into the biting, ash-choked wind, her massive M739 SAW already raised and tracking targets. The sky above was an ugly, bruised purple, swirling with toxic storm clouds and the residual fallout of a Covenant glassing that had occurred decades ago. "Contact," Tanaka shouted over the comms, her battle rifle already barking. They had dropped directly into a fortified hot zone. Jill M. Dahmer's Covenant remnant forces had heavily locked down the primary approach to the Lian Dortmund Corporation's subterranean mining facility. The toxic air instantly filled with the scorching, neon blue hiss of plasma fire and the lethal, emerald streaks of heavy fuel rod cannons. "Spread out. Push up the incline to the facility doors," Locke commanded, moving with liquid efficiency, his rifle firing in precise, 3-round bursts. Aria moved through the chaotic, crumbling battlefield with a terrifying fluidity that belonged in a high-end, hyper-detailed Renaissance tapestry rather than a gritty, ash-stained military skirmish. The dark ash fell around her like a funeral snow, perfectly framing her sleek gunmetal armor against the jagged obsidian ruins. To her immediate right, a massive Sanheli zealot, clad in ornate, his Gyros-baton crimson armor, roared a fanatical battle cry. He ignited a twin-prong Type 1 energy sword, the magnetic field of the blade hissing with lethal, superheated plasma. Completely ignoring the suppressing fire from Vale, the zealot activated his active camouflage module, shimmering into invisibility as he charged directly at Buck's exposed, reloading flank. Buck was slamming a fresh magazine into his MA5D, his back completely turned to the incoming, invisible threat. Aria did not yell a frantic warning over the comms. She did not open fire with her SAW, spraying chemically propelled lead against a zealot's heavy energy shields while they were cloaked was a mathematically inefficient waste of ammunition and time. Instead, the fox played her deadly game of physics. Aria pushed a microscopic fraction of Chi directly into her optic nerves. The chaotic, deafening battlefield instantly shifted into hyper-accelerated bullet time. The falling, swirling ash slowed to a near halt. The shimmering distortion of the cloaked crimson elite materialized clearly in her vision as he lunged, his energy sword raised high for a brutal, decapitating strike. In that frozen fraction of a second, Aria noticed a discarded, violently destabilized plasma battery lying half buried in the volcanic dirt, roughly 3 meters to the elite's immediate left. She raised her heavy SAW, aiming not at the towering, invisible alien, but at the solid, glassed earth directly in front of his charging boots. She squeezed the trigger. A rapid, deafening burst of heavy, armor-piercing rounds chewed the ground into a lethal spray of jagged obsidian shrapnel. The Sanheli, possessing incredible, hyper-honed combat reflexes, instinctively aborted his forward lunge to avoid the sudden, blinding hailstorm of lead and glass, sidestepping rapidly directly to his left, exactly where Aria had mathematically calculated he would go, in a continuous motion so smooth it entirely defied the heavy, mechanical servos of her Mjolnir armor. Aria reached to her tactical belt and hurled a standard Unsk fragmentation grenade. She didn't throw it at the elite. She threw it at a rusted, angled metal mining pylon standing exactly 10 feet away. The grenade struck the pylon, the geometric calculation utterly flawless. It ricocheted sharply off the rusted steel, dropping directly behind the destabilized plasma battery just as the elite's heavy boot stepped next to it. Boom! The frag detonated. The concussive kinetic force of the explosion launched the volatile, glowing plasma battery directly into the elite's back. The secondary explosion was utterly blinding, a concentrated, localized burst of superheated plasma that violently overloaded and shattered the zealot's energy shields with a loud, static POP, instantly shorting out his active camouflage. The Sanheli stumbled forward, his crimson armor smoking and deeply scorched, his energy sword dropping into the dirt in sheer shock. Before the alien warrior could even turn his head to face his attacker, Aria had already closed the distance. She bypassed her heavy SAW entirely, fluidly drawing the M6H2 Magnum from her thigh holster. With the casual, effortless, and terrifying grace of a royal executioner, she extended her arm and put a single, massive high-explosive round precisely through the center of the elite's crimson helmet. The zealot collapsed in a heap of smoking armor, dead before his knees even hit the ash. The skirmish quickly died down around them as Osiris systematically cleared the remaining, panicked grunts and jackals. The air smelled foul, a mixture of burnt ozone, sulfur, and evaporated alien blood. Buck finished reloading his rifle and turned around. He stared at the dead zealot, the smoking double crater, and the young woman who was currently casually holstering her magnum. He looked back at the scorch mark on the rusted mining pylon where the grenade had bounced. Did you actually calculate that bounce? Buck asked, his voice laced with genuine, unmasked awe. Aria turned her blank, polarized viscid gaze toward him. She offered a slight, dismissive shrug of her gummetal shoulders, presenting the perfect, impenetrable mask of innocence. The wind was favorable, Spartan Buck. The massive, heavily reinforced titanium blast doors of the Liang Dortmund mining facility were locked tight, the security grid fighting back against the Unsk intrusion algorithms. As Locke and Tanaka attempted to splice the security terminal, the squad took a mandatory, 3-minute breather in the shadow of a large, volcanic outcropping to avoid the worst of the toxic wind. Eat, Locke ordered, passing out dense, high-calorie Spartan meals, ready to eat from his supply pack. We don't know how deep these vitric mines go, or what's waiting for us in the dark. Buck caught his foil-wrapped ration, and tossed a secondary packet toward Aria. Here, kid, you burn a hell of a lot of energy moving like that. Keep your blood sugar up. Aria caught the packet effortlessly. She sat gracefully on a discarded supply crate, disengaging the pressurized seals on her helmet, and lifting it off. Her flawless, fair skin and sweeping silver blonde hair looked almost ethereal, a striking, angelic contrast against the grim, ash-covered, apocalyptic backdrop of Meridian. Because Aria's body was a literal, biological furnace of immense muscular density and heavily suppressed spiritual energy, her daily caloric intake requirements were absolutely monstrous. To maintain the physical strength and durability of a demigod without the ambient, life-giving Kaya of the Tao to sustain her, she had to consume the mortal equivalent of a small fusion engine's fuel supply just to avoid cellular starvation. To the absolute shock of the veteran Spartans, Aria didn't just quickly consume the single MRE. She casually reached her hand over her lap, her fingers lightly brushing the hidden crescent ring, and seamlessly withdrew 2 more 4,000-calorie packets from her spatial storage void. Her movements were so natural, so perfectly fluid, that the others simply assumed she had pulled them from a hidden tactical pouch on her lower back armor. In less than 5 minutes, she consumed 12,000 calories of dense, heavily fortified nutrient paste and protein bars. And she did so looking as elegant, refined, and impeccably poised as a high-born noblewoman attending a royal tea party in a palace garden. She didn't scaff or inhale the food. It simply vanished with terrifying, polite efficiency. Buck, who was barely halfway through his first, dense packet, stopped chewing entirely. He stared at her remarkably flat, armored stomach, completely bewildered. Where does it even go? S707. You weigh like 130 pounds soaking wet. You just ate enough food to sustain a brute chieftain for a week. Aria carefully wiped the corner of her mouth with a sterile cloth from the MRE kit. For the first time since she had arrived at the ONI black site, the icy, aloof exterior of the Fox fractured. She offered Buck a genuine, incredibly warm smile, a fleeting, beautiful glimpse of the fiercely loving girl who cherished her family above all the stars in the sky. I have a very high metabolism, Spartan, Aria said softly, her crystal blue eyes crinkling warmly at the corners. My older cousin used to sneak into the mess hall and steal extra portions for me, when we were little kids, to make sure my stomach was always full. I suppose old, comforting habits die hard. Buck chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Well, if you keep shooting like that and saving my ass, I'll buy your groceries myself, kid. The brief, rare moment of levity was suddenly and violently shattered by the sharp, digitized chime of a highly encrypted transmission breaking through on Locke's private command channel. Locke's posture instantly stiffened, all traces of relaxation vanishing. He turned away from the terminal, his visor completely opaque, shutting out the outside world. Commander Palmer, say again, confirm that read. The squad went dead silent, the heavy, oppressive tension instantly returning to the toxic air. Osiris, Locke said, turning back to face his team. The casual, brotherly atmosphere was gone, entirely replaced by cold, hard tactical urgency. We have a visual confirmation. The Infinity's deep ground penetrator scans just punched through the local jamming field. The Master Chief is in the dormant Forerunner structures directly beneath these mines. He is actively pursuing the Guardian. Locke paused, his armored hand resting heavily on his battle rifle, his gaze sweeping over his Spartans. But he's not alone down there. He is currently being engaged by an unknown, highly advanced Forerunner combat construct. Naval intelligence designates it as the Warden Eternal. Intel suggests it is a protector of the domain itself. Aria's warm smile vanished instantly. The ambient temperature in her immediate vicinity seemed to physically drop by several degrees, the air growing heavy and suffocating. The unconditionally loving soul was locked away behind a vault of iron, and the nightmare of the Silver Veil Empress returned to the forefront of her eyes. She stood up, her movements rigid and precise, smoothly placing her helmet back over her head. The heavy clamps hissed loudly, sealing her away from the mortal world, leaving only a faceless, gunmetal warrior. She reached down and hoisted the massive M739 SAW with one hand, resting it casually against her shoulder. Whoever this Warden Eternal is, Aria said, her voice dropping to a terrifying, metallic whisper that echoed chillingly over the squad's comms. He is in my way. Chapter 05. The Realm Guardian's puppet. The industrial elevator of the Lian Dortmund mining facility groaned a deep, tectonic thrum that vibrated through the cobalt blue soles of Aria's Mjolnir boots. As the lift plummeted through the vitrified crust of Meridian, the harsh, orange-tinted soot of the glassed surface was gradually replaced by a cold, clinical luminescence. The jagged, chaotic volcanic rock gave way to the impossible, geometric perfection of Forerunner silver and blue architecture. To the Spartans of Phi Team Osiris, this was a high-stakes tactical sweep of a hostile, ancient subterranean structure. To Aria, It felt like she had stumbled into the ancestral tomb of an arrogant, long-dead emperor who had been too afraid of death to let his soul rest. She stood at the precipice of the lift, the heavy M739 SAW resting in her grip with the weight of a feather. Her crystal blue eyes, enhanced by a microscopic trickle of chi, traced the glowing Forerunner glyphs that pulsed rhythmically along the walls of the shaft. She felt the definitive shift in the Tao of this place. It was rigid, ancient, and suffocatingly mechanical. It lacked the fluid, organic vitality of the astral realms, replaced by a cold, unyielding logic that felt like a cage designed for gods. Fascinating, Spartan Vale murmured, her helmet tilted toward a shifting wall panel as her internal sensors catalogued the data. The structural geometry here is actively shifting to accommodate the lift transit. The Sangheli legends often spoke of these living cities buried beneath the sand. Aria's voice cut through the professional tactical chatter, cool and dismissive, carrying the weight of 3,000 years of cynicism. It is not a city, Spartan Vale. It is a multi-layered formation designed to suppress intruders and hoard stolen treasures. In my experience, such places are built by those who are terrified of losing what they have taken. She pointed the muzzle of her SAW toward a specific pylon as they descended past it. If you strike the pillar with enough force exactly at the junction of those three glowing lines, the entire hallway's energy grid will collapse. It is a poor design for a defensive array. Too much reliance on centralized power, not enough on individual fortification. Locke turned his visored head toward her, his posture unreadable, but his attention absolute. You're seeing structural weaknesses in Forerunner architecture that our scanners aren't even registering as anomalies. S707. Care to explain how? The Forerunner machine, Aria lied smoothly, her mask of the fox firmly in place. It didn't just rebuild my body. It taught me how to read the intent of its makers. To them, form follows function. And right now, the function of this place is to keep us from what lies at the heart. The elevator slammed to a halt with a concussive boom. The heavy blast doors hissed open, revealing a cavernous hall of obsidian and shimmering hard light bridges that spanned an endless, glowing abyss. Osiris, weapons up. Stay in the pocket, Locke commanded. They stepped out into a silence so profound it felt heavy. Then, the stillness was shattered by a high-pitched, digital shriek. The air itself seemed to fracture as slit space flakes whirled like silver snow, coalescing into the jagged, terrifying forms of Promethean knights and soldiers. Buck and Locke immediately opened fire, their battle rifles barking in a rhythmic, military cadence. They targeted the armor plates, the glowing joints, and the mechanical weak points they had been trained to exploit in the war games. Aria did not fire immediately. She focused her sight, pushing her kai into the silver veil layer of her optics. What she saw made a cold, divine bile rise in her throat. She didn't just see metal and hard light. She saw the warped, screaming echoes of composed human souls trapped within the knight's frames, a digital necromancy that felt more horrific than anything the demonic sects had ever dared. Despicable, Aria whispered, her voice dropping to a terrifying, metallic hiss. They are using the remains of mortal souls to power their combat puppets. In the realms, those who practice such arts are hunted down and burned to ash. It seems this universe has its own demonic cultivators. The unconditionally loving soul she held for her family vanished, replaced by the nightmare of the Empress. Aria moved. She didn't rely on the heavy, thrust-based dodging of her teammates. She utilized a minimalist footwork technique called the Shadow Weaver Step. She bypassed the front-line soldiers entirely, recognizing the Watchers hovering above them not as drones, but as healing talismans designed to sustain the formation's integrity. She snapped her SAW up, brat-tat-tat. 3 short, surgical bursts. 3 Watchers detonated into blue digital mist. A Promethean knight, nearly 10 feet tall, roared a sound that was a synthesized scream of 1,000 stolen voices. It charged Aria, its massive hard-light cleaver raised for a vertical strike that would have crushed a main battle tank. "Kid, move," Buck yelled, his assault rifle clicking as he reached for a fresh magazine. Aria did neither. She dropped her SAW, letting it hang on its tactical sling. As the blade came down, she slid inside the knight's guard, her body low to the ground, almost brushing the cold obsidian floor. She drew the M6H2 Magnum from her hip with a speed that defied the physics of the Mjolnir suit. She jammed the barrel directly into the glowing, enamored core formation, the knight's chest cavity where the soul relic was housed, and emptied the entire magazine in a single, rapid-fire succession. The knight didn't just fall, it dissolved into a violent explosion of orange digital ash. Aria caught her SAW before it even hit her knees, pivoting to face the next threat without missing a beat. Buck whistled over the comms, a sound of genuine disbelief. Remind me never to play close quarters with you, kid. You're a damn ghost in that suit. You're too tall, Spartan Buck, Aria replied, her voice aloof even as she mowed down a squad of crawlers. Your center of gravity makes you an easy target, but your aim is acceptable for a mortal. They reached the central chamber, a massive, vaulted dome of pulsing blue energy that felt like the heart of the world. At the center of the hall, a towering figure materialized. It was a multipiece Forerunner construct, easily 30 feet tall, wielding a hard-like broadsword that looked like it was carved from the heart of a dying star. I am the Warden Eternal, the construct boomed, its voice echoing with the weight of 1,000,000 years. I am the protector of Cortana. I am the shield of the mantle. You shall not pass, reclaimers. Locke stepped forward, his rifle lowered but ready to fire. We aren't here for the mantle, Warden. We're here for the Master Chief. The Master Chief is a guest of the Librarian's successor, the Warden retorted, his multiple eyes glowing with a cold, digital malice. You are merely interlopers, fleas on the hide of history. Aria listened to the Warden's dramatic posturing, her mind effortlessly translating the sci-fi jargon into the familiar patterns of her past life. Cortana, she thought, her grip tightening on the SAW until the metal groaned. A rogue artifact spirit that has gained too much sentience and is attempting to seize the heavenly Tao, the mantle. And this Warden here is nothing more than a realm guardian puppet. She narrowed her eyes, sensing the flow of energy around the Warden. She sensed no true life force in the giant metal body. It was hollow, fueled by the station's grid. Commander Locke, Aria said, her voice cutting through the Warden's posturing like a blade. Do not be intimidated. This is a parlor trick. That trick is holding a broadsword the size of a pelican, S-707. Locke replied, his voice tense and coiled for action. It is a projection, Aria explained, her tone clinical. An avatar. The main soul is not housed in this vessel. It is anchored to the station's core. We do not need to kill it. We only need to shatter the energy core sustaining the projection. He is a puppet, nothing more. The Warden roared in fury at the perceived insult. A puppet? I am eternal. I am the domain. The skirmish was brutal. The Warden's avatar was capable of massive gravity attacks, warping the floor and throwing the Spartans like ragdolls. Aria, however, acted as the bait. She moved with a choreographed elegance, her Forerunner combat reflexes allowing her to dodge the Warden's sweeping strikes by mere inches. She guided the Warden's aggression, leading him into the crossfire of Locke and Buck's heavy ordnance. Now, Aria yelled. Locke fired a specialized EMP charge. As the Warden's shields flickered, Aria didn't shoot. She reached for the crescent wing on her gauntlet. With a microscopic pulse of Chi, she withdrew a specialized UNSC explosive she had stored earlier, a thermal detonator she had modified with a sliver of her own destructive intent. She hurled it into the Warden's chest. Boom. The explosion wasn't just physical. It was a spatial rupture. The Warden's massive avatar began to destabilize, his silver plates falling away like shedding skin. At that exact moment, a Forerunner portal at the back of the chamber flared to life, a swirling, brilliant blue vortex of slipspace energy. Through the shimmering haze of the rift, Aria saw them, 4 silhouettes in heavy, battle-scarred green Mjolnir armor. Blue team. And at the head of the formation was the mountain of a man she had been chasing across the multiversal void. John 117. He was stepping onto a Forerunner platform, disappearing into the portal towards some unknown destination. He didn't see her. He didn't look back. The aloof, calculating mask of the fox shattered. The 3,000-year-old Empress vanished. In her place was the little girl from Eridanus Roman II who had lost her brother, John. Aria screamed, her voice breaking with a raw, unconditional love that made the other Spartans freeze in shock. She dropped her SAW and sprinted toward the portal with a speed that finally betrayed every cover she had established. She wasn't running like a Spartan. She was a blur of silver and blue, her boots barely touching the ground as she manipulated the air resistance around her. Aria, wait. The portal is unstable. Locke yelled, reaching out to grab her. She was too late. The portal's event horizon began to collapse as the Warden's core fully detonated. The slipspace field snapped shut just as Aria's fingertips brushed the edge of the energy field. The backlash of slipspace radiation was cataclysmic. A wave of blue-white energy erupted from the closing rift in neural physics shockwave that sent Locke, Buck, Vale, and Tanaka flying backward into the obsidian pillars. Aria did not fly back. She stood at the epicenter of the blast, her hands outstretched. Because her soul had been tempered in the void of the astral realms, The slip space radiation didn't burn her, it resonated with her. The foreigner, Domain recognized her. She absorbed the backlash, her armor glowing with an ethereal, haunting light. As the energy faded, Aria collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. Her right gauntlet was smoking, the metal scorched and blackened. Locke scrambled to his feet, checking his team before rushing to Aria's side. S-707. Status. Speak to me. Aria didn't answer immediately. She slowly opened her right hand, burned into the palm of her armor, and the skin beneath it was a glowing, intricate foreigner glyph. It hovered in the air for a second before projecting a shimmering set of star coordinates into the dim hall. Locke stared at the projection, his analytical mind already processing the data. He went to Genesis, a foreigner installation outside the known galaxy. He looked down at the 19-year-old girl, who had just caught a slipspace backlash barehanded, and walked away. He saw the way she looked at the closing portal, not with the mission focus of a Spartan, but with the desperate, soul-deep longing of someone who had just lost their entire world. It looks like you're the only one who has the keys to follow him, Locke said quietly. Aria slowly clenched her fist, the glowing glyph fading into the scarred metal of her palm. The nightmare returned to her eyes, but it was now tempered by a cold, divine wrath. An artifact spirit thinks she can steal my family, Aria whispered, her voice a promise of total annihilation. I will shatter her core into 1,000 pieces. Get us a ship, Commander. We're going to Genesis. The transition to the Infinity was a blur of debriefs and frantic preparations. Locke's report on Aria's anomalous interaction with the Domain reached the highest levels of ONI, but for the first time, they weren't in control. She was. As the Infinity prepped for a long-range slipspace jump, Aria stood on the observation deck, looking out at the stars. She had adjusted her armor, the gunmetal grey now bearing a faint, shimmering iridescence, a lingering effect of the Domain's touch. She reached into her spatial ring and pulled out her childhood pendant. She held it tightly, the cool metal a stark contrast to the fire in her soul. John, she thought, I'm coming for you. And if I have to burn this entire galaxy to get you back, I will. The ship lurched as it entered slipspace. They were no longer just hunting a rogue Spartan. They were chasing the beginning of a new era, one where a silver veil empress would remind the universe that some bonds are stronger than any technology. The bridge of the Infinity hummed with the sound of 1,000 sailors, but Aria felt only the silence of the void. She was ready. The fox was gone. The Empress was back, and she was hungry for retribution. Ready for the jump, Aria? Locke asked, coming up behind her. I have been ready for 3,000 years, Spartan, she replied, her voice steady and lethal. Let's go find my brother. Chapter 06, The Tao of Iron and Caloric Tempering. The transition from the scorched, ashen surface of Meridian to the pressurized, sterile environment of the Unsk Infinity's medical wing felt like a slow, agonizing ascent from one circle of hell to another. Aria sat perched on the edge of a diagnostic cot, her cobalt blue gauntlet removed to expose the glowing foreigner glyph seared into the skin of her palm. It throbbed with a rhythmic, azure light, a pulsating heartbeat of coordinates leading to the enigmatic world of Genesis. Around her, the air hummed with the low drone of tactical debates. Spartan Locke and Commander Palmer were silhouettes of shadow and light against the holographic displays, their voices blurred by the fog of war. But Aria was not listening. She was deep within herself, cycling her breath in a rhythmic, ancient cadence. The silver veil technique worked in silent, invisible tandem with her biology to mend the microscopic tears in her meridians caused by the sheer, unbridled force of the slipspace backlash. As the ship's artificial gravity vibrated through the deck plates, Aria's mind drifted back. She found herself reflecting on her initiation into the Spartan Roman 4 program months prior, a period she had come to categorize in her private thoughts as the Tao of Iron and Caloric Tempering. The flashback was visceral, smelling of recycled air, floor wax, and the electric tine of ozone. She remembered the Spartan Roman 4 training facility, a brutal, gravity-plated station orbiting a nameless, churning gas giant. To the other recruits, former Marines, hardened odds, and combat engineers, it was a place designed to break the mortal spirit and forge it into a weapon. To Aria, it was merely the outer set training grounds of a particularly unrefined, technologically obsessed martial clan. In the 9 realms, they tested your spirit with soul-crushing pressure and spectral illusions, she had mused then, standing amidst a row of men who looked like they were carved from granite. Here, they test your tolerance for physical pain and synthetic protein. How quaint. It is like trying to forge a sword by hitting it with a rock instead of fire. The instructors were loud and aggressive, relying entirely on physical exhaustion to weed out the weak. Arya viewed them as low-tier drill masters who mistook shouting for authority and volume for power. They focused on the brute force trauma of muscle tear and repair. She focused on the flawless, silent circulation of kinetic energy through the bone. The first true trial of her humanity had been the gravity chamber. The recruits had been ushered into a circular room where the gravity plating was dialed up to a sustained 3Gs. For a normal human, it was a waking nightmare, like having two extra versions of yourself sitting on your shoulders, trying to drive your knees into the steel floor. The goal was deceptively simple: stand for as long as possible. Arya had watched as men twice her size began to tremble. Their faces turned a violent, bruised shade of purple as their augmented heart struggled to pump blood to their brains against the crushing weight of the room. One by one, they collapsed, vomiting or passing out as their lungs strained to expand. Arya did not rely on muscle strength. To do so would have been an affront to the Dao. Instead, she utilized a fundamental body-tempering breathing technique. She aligned her skeletal structure with the mathematical perfection of a celestial pillar, locking her joints into a pillar of heaven formation. She wasn't holding herself up with effort. She was directing the gravitational force through her density and straight into the deck. Locke, monitoring the test from the observation deck, had paused his data entry. His screen showed the 19-year-old civilian standing perfectly still, her eyes closed, her breathing as slow and rhythmic as a sleeping child. "She isn't fighting the gravity," Locke had noted in his encrypted log, his voice tinged with a rare curiosity. "The others are struggling against the room. She's simply ignoring it." It's as if the physical laws of this station are a suggestion she has chosen to decline. After the physical trial came the punishment mechanism, the mess hall. The instructors announced the meal protocol with sadistic glee. Those who had failed the gravity test early were given standard, palatable MRES, a comfort for the weak. Those who had lasted the longest, the winners, received specialized, hyperdense nutrient paste. It was a thick, grey sludge designed to accelerate muscle repair and hormonal balancing at an unnatural rate. It was famously foul-tasting, smelling like burnt rubber and old copper. The recruits viewed it as a punishment for succeeding. Arya had looked at the grey sludge and seen it for what it truly was: an unrefined, earth-chemical elixir. In the astral realms, consuming energy-dense materials, spirit herbs, monster marrow, and high-energy pills was essential for survival. Taste was a mortal distraction she had discarded 2,000 years ago. To the horror and fascination of the room, Arya had finished her portion in minutes. Then, she had calmly requested another, and another. Her body acted like a biological furnace, her shattered primordial core greedily devouring the massive caloric intake to fuel the suppressed chi needed to repair her meridians. She ate with the refined, terrifying elegance of a sovereign, even as she consumed enough raw calories to power a warthog for a week. These mortals complain about the taste of their elixirs, she had thought, watching a recruit gag nearby. They do not understand that true strength requires consuming the world around you until there is nothing left but iron and bone. It was during one of these meals that the fox had first shown her teeth. A recruit named Korsakov, a former oddst with a chip on his shoulder the size of her MAC round, had slammed his hand onto her table. He was humiliated that a little girl who didn't even have a neural lace had outlasted him in the chamber. "You think you're special, anomaly," Korsakov had sneered, leaning into her space, his shadow looming over her. "You're just a freak in a lab coat's favourite petri dish. You don't belong on this deck." Arya hadn't even looked up from her bowl. She didn't flare her killing intent. That would be a waste of spirit. Instead, she subtly shifted the weight of her chair by exactly 1 inch. As Korsakov tried to lean in further to intimidate her, his lead foot accidentally caught on the heavy chair's leg. It was a perfect redirection of his own aggressive, forward momentum. Korsakov lost his balance and crashed into the long table behind him, spilling trays of grey sludge onto 3 other massive, irritable recruits. A brawl had erupted instantly. Arya had calmly finished her meal amidst the flying fists, shattered trays, and overturned tables, her expression serene and untouched. "Let the brutes fight over scraps of pride," she whispered to herself. "The fox waits until the wolves are exhausted before taking the prize." Present day, the Unsk infinity, the flashback faded like smoke as Spartan Alina, a younger recruit who had been with Arya since the training station, limped into the medical bay. Alina was suffering from severe, localized muscle spasms, a violent side effect of the high G maneuvers they'd pulled while escaping the crumbling mines of Meridian. The medical staff was currently overwhelmed, dealing with the fallout of the warden's portal backlash. Arya stood, her movements a blur of liquid grace. She approached Alina and placed a hand on the girl's trembling shoulder. To the doctors watching through the monitors, It looked like a simple, comforting gesture. In reality, Aria channeled a microscopic, undetectable thread of her suppressed chi into Alina's meridians. The energy acted as a perfect spiritual lubricant, flushing the toxic lactic acid from Alina's system and soothing the torn fibers with a warmth that felt like a summer sun. Alina's spasms stopped instantly. Her colour returned, and she looked at Aria in stunned, wide-eyed horror. "I thank you, Aria. I don't know what you did, but the pain just evaporated." Aria offered a warm, unconditional smile, the one she reserved only for those she deemed her haven. "Rest, Alina," Aria said softly, her voice carrying a weight of ages. "The path of iron is hard, but you do not have to walk it alone." She turned back to Locke, the fox mask sliding back into place with cold precision. Her heart hammered with a singular, desperate need. She reached into her spatial storage, the silver ring hidden beneath her glove, and withdrew a small, crystalline data chip she had found in the Warden's ruins, while the others were distracted. "The coordinates are locked, Commander," Aria said, her voice dropping to a metallic, dangerous edge that caused the air in the room to feel thin. "Genesis is a sanctuary for that artifact spirit, but for me, it is just another tomb waiting to be opened." Locke looked at her, sensing the sudden shift in her energy. She was no longer just an anomaly. She was a nightmare preparing to hunt. "Fireteam Osiris," Locke announced over the ship-wide comms, his voice resonant and firm. "Prepare for long-range slit-space jump. Our destination is Genesis. We're going to finish this." Aria clenched her scarred palm, the forerunner glyph glowing fiercely beneath her skin. "I'm coming for you, John," she vowed, her soul igniting with a cold, white flame. "And may the heavens help anyone, be they god, ghost, or machine, who stands between a sister and her brother." The road to infinity, as the infinity tore through the fabric of space-time, transitioning into the chaotic blue of slipspace, Aria stood on the observation deck. The ship felt smaller now, a tiny shell of iron protecting her from the void. She knew that Genesis would be a turning point. The Halo 5 era of her journey was reaching its zenith, and the infinite horizon was beginning to bleed into her vision. The Forerunner domain was calling to her not as a master, but as a peer. She could feel the vast, sprawling network of information humming in the back of her mind, a digital seed that mirrored the celestial rivers of her home. "Cortana thinks she can command the mantle," Aria thought, her eyes reflecting the swirling blue of the slipspace tunnel. "But she is a child playing with her father's sword. She has no idea what happens when a true empress comes to reclaim her domain." She adjusted her gunmetal grey armor, the sapphire threads glowing in the dim light. She was ready. The fox had paved the way, and now the empress would work it. 20 minutes to Genesis," Vale said, coming up to stand beside her. "You ready for whatever is down there?" Aria didn't look away from the void. "I was born in fire and betrayal, Spartan Vale. Whatever is down there should be asking if it is ready for me." The ship lurched, the stars realigning. The hunt was nearly over, and the war was just beginning. Chapter 07, The Geometry of Defiance. The air on the Infinity's S-deck was a sterile, unforgiving cocktail of recycled oxygen, ionized ozone, and the faint, bitter scent of cooling superconducting magnets. High above, the gargantuan vaulted ceiling, a masterpiece of titanium ribbing and fiber optic arteries, drummed with the subsonic heartbeat of the ship's primary fusion reactors. To the thousands of sailors aboard, it was mere background noise. To Aria, it was the rhythmic pulse of a mechanical god, a constant reminder of the raw, soulless power this universe wielded in place of magic. She stood at the epicenter of the simulation deck, the weight of her cobalt blue Mjolnir GN2 armor feeling surprisingly natural. It did not feel like a burden or a cage. It felt like a second, armored skin. Around her, the physical reality of the deck began to shimmer and dissolve. The grey titanium plates beneath her boots melted away, replaced by the flickering, emerald-hued geometry of a practical simulation. For the elite Spartans of Fireteam Osiris, this was a state-of-the-art holographic reconstruction of a Covenant-occupied colony on the fringes of the inner worlds. For Aria, it was a minor illusion, formation a crude, pixelated playground of light and sound that lacked the spiritual depth of the astral realms, yet possessed a terrifying, industrial precision. She gripped an MA5D individual automatic rifle in her gauntlets. This was a simulation variant, designed to fire coded electronic pulses rather than lead, triggering localized shocks in a recipient's armor to mark a kill. In the 9 realms, a weapon is a fragment of the soul, forged in celestial fire and tempered by divine intent, Aria thought, her crystal blue eyes scanning the holographic ruins of a simulated New Alexandria. Here, it is a mass-produced artifact of iron and logic, efficient, cold, devoid of spirit. Yet, in the hands of a master, even a stick can fell a king. She raised the rifle, the heavy servos of her suit whining in quiet symphony. She fired a burst at her holographic grunt waddling through the rubble. She intentionally placed the shots in the non-lethal zone's shoulders, thighs maintaining a combat score that sat comfortably in the top 40%. It was a delicate dance. She had to be good enough to be an asset, but unremarkable enough to avoid the deeper, more invasive scrutiny of ONI's data analysts. Your grouping is erratic. S707, Spartan Tanarker's voice crackled over the squad comms. The veteran engineer was perched on a nearby piece of simulated cover, her own rifle barking with surgical, rhythmic efficiency. You've got the reflexes of a god in close quarters, but your trigger discipline is average. You're pulling to the left on the third shot. I'm still calibrating the recoil compensation of the GVN2 servos, Spartan Tanarker. Aria lied smoothly, her voice a calm, melodic hum that betrayed nothing. The timing of the hydrostatic gel layer is different from the Forerunner matrix. Tanarker didn't catch the deception. She didn't realize that the average score was a calculated move by the fox to remain an anomaly rather than a miracle. To survive in a den of wolves, one must first convince them that you are not a competitor for the Alpha's throne. The squad moved deeper into the simulated courtyard, the air filling with the neon purple streaks of holographic Nidra rounds and the emerald arcs of plasma fire. Standing nearby was Spartan Vance, the massive assault specialist, who was still nursing a bruised ego and a rehabilitated shoulder from their encounter in the medical ward. He was seething, his movements in the simulation aggressive, jerky, and dangerously sloppy. He blamed the girl for his humiliation, and in the heat of the battle, his resentment finally boiled over. As Aria moved past him to take a flanking position, Vance accidentally swung the muzzle of his training rifle toward her. He squeezed the trigger. A high-voltage training pulse hissed through the air, aimed directly at Aria's midsection. A friendly fire incident meant to startle her and send her twitching to the floor in a fit of mock seizures. Aria didn't flinch. She didn't even turn her head. In the microsecond before the pulse connected, she cycled a needle-thin thread of suppressed Chi to the surface of her undersuit. She grounded the electrical surge, absorbing the shock into her own internal furnace before the energy could even touch her skin. But the fox knew the value of a performance. She let her knees buckle, stumbling forward with a theatrical oog, her body hitting the holographic dirt in a flurry of silver-blue armor. She made sure her limbs twitched with just enough spasmodic rhythm to satisfy the suit's diagnostic sensors and the overhead cameras. Vance let out a low, muffled laugh over the open channel. Watch your footing, anomaly. This isn't a padded lab. Try not to trip over your own shadow. Aria didn't reply. She slowly pushed herself up, her face a mask of traumatized innocence. But as she stood, she stumbled again, her armored boot accidentally kicking a heavy power relay box that was part of the simulation's physical infrastructure. She didn't just kick it, she channeled a needle-thin spike of pure, destructive Chi into the delicate circuitry. The relay box screamed, a high-pitched electronic wail that cut through the sounds of gunfire. A massive surge of feedback travelled through the conductive deck plating, homing in on the nearest active Johnny signature Vance. Crack pop. Vance's armour flared with a brilliant, white-blue arc of electricity. The feedback loop was 3 times stronger than any rifle pulse. The giant Spartan let out a strangled yelp as his Johnny systems temporarily ceased, the force-multiplying servos locking up and sending him crushing into a pile of holographic crates with the grace of a fallen skyscraper. Commander Sarah Palmer's voice boomed over the S-Deck speakers, cold, sharp, and utterly unamused. Osiris, we have an equipment failure. Vance, your armor just suffered a localized feedback surge. You're out. Report to the armory for a full diagnostic. Aria, get back information. Aria looked at the prone, twitching form of Vance. She offered him a polite, innocent smile through her visor, a look that held the absolute zero chill of the void. Are you all right, Spartan Vance? The geometry of this facility seems unstable. Perhaps you should be more careful with where you point your weapons. Vance didn't answer. He couldn't. His blood turned to ice as he realized that the lab rat hadn't just gotten lucky. She had just balanced the scales, and he had never even seen her draw her blade. An hour later, the simulation ended. Aria stood on the observation gallery of the Infinity, looking through the massive reinforced glass at the swirling, ethereal nebula of the Earth system. The scale of the ship was breathtaking, a 5-kilometer-long fortress of human defiance, a sliver of iron in the infinite dark. You thinking about Meridian? A voice said. Aria didn't turn. She knew the heavy, measured cadence of Spartan Locke's footsteps. I'm thinking about the scale of this war, Commander, and the price of failure. She had heard the recruits whispering in the mess hall. They spoke of a term that chilled even the veteran odds, glassing. She had asked Locke for the definition, and his answer had stayed with her. He stood beside her now, his gaze fixed on the distant stars. Glassing is the Covenant's final solution, he said, his voice grim and low. Focused plasma beams from a fleet of warships. They burn the atmosphere, boil the oceans, and vitrify the crust until the entire planet is nothing more than a lifeless ball of scorched sand. We've lost dozens of worlds to it. Millions of souls, extinguished in an instant. For the first time in 3,000 years, the former immortal sovereign Aroa felt a flicker of true, unadulterated fear. She reached into her spatial pocket, the hidden tier in reality. She accessed through the crescent ring and brushed her fingertips against the dusty metal of her childhood pendant. In her peak at the Mahayana stage, she could have torn a Covenant wreath apart with her bare hands. She could have cleaved a mountain with a single strike of her flying sword. But she realized with a sobering clarity that even at 100% of her former power, she could not stop a fleet. She could not stop a plasma beam from 10,000 kilometers away. Cultivation is the path of the individual, she thought, her crystal blue eyes reflecting the cold, uncaring light of the stars. But this war is a path of industrial scale. It is a path of logistics, entropy, and mass production. It is the Tao of the machine. To survive it, I must become more than just a master of Kai. I must become a master of their iron. Do you think we can win? Locke asked, a rare note of vulnerability in his voice. Aria turned to him. She didn't look like a 19-year-old girl anymore. She stood with her hands behind her back, her posture shifting to that of the Empress who had once ruled the 9 heavens. As long as I'm here, the Tao of this galaxy will not be extinguished, she said. Locke huffed a small, amused sound. That's quite the ego for someone who just struggled with a training rifle. He looked at her, his gaze searching. How long, Aria? How long until you're actually ready to face a Sangheli zealot in single combat? Without the accidents, Aria held up 4 fingers. 4 years, Locke blinked. 4 years. Most Spartans train for a decade before they reach that level of proficiency. A single zealot can slaughter 50 Marines in a corridor without breaking a sweat. Aria simply tilted her head, her gaze piercing through his visor. Combat isn't just about the strength of your chemical augmentations or the caliber of your lead, Commander. It is about the geometry of the soul. In 4 years, I will not just defeat an elite. I will make them regret ever looking at the stars. The punishment for Fireteam Osiris's mediocre simulation scores, largely due to Aria's erratic accuracy, was a triple ration duty. They sat in the mess hall, the atmosphere heavy and silent. In front of them sat 3 pounds of hyperdensity Spartan rations, a thick, grey nutrient paste and slabs of synthetic, high-protein meat. It was designed to keep an augmented Spartan functioning at peak capacity for 72 hours. To a normal human, it was a caloric overdose that would lead to immediate nausea. Buck, Vale, and Tanaka were gagging, poking at the grey sludge with profound misery. This is the stuff of nightmares, Buck muttered, forcing a spoonful into his mouth and looking like he wanted to die. I'd rather drop into a brute den than eat another pound of this. Aria, however, sat with her back straight, her silver blonde hair catching the fluorescent lights like spun moonlight. She picked up her fork and began to eat with a refined, predatory grace. She didn't just eat, she consumed. Beneath the surface, she activated the Kai refinement art. She turned her digestive system into a biological furnace, her meridians greedily absorbing the massive caloric surge and converting it into tiny, glowing sparks of suppressed Kai. Her body, parched for energy in this low-Kai world, drank the synthetic nutrients like a desert drinks the first rain. To the absolute horror and fascination of her team, Aria finished her first pound in 3 minutes. Then the second. By the time she reached the third, she looked as composed as a noblewoman at a royal banquet. She looked at Spartan Tanarker, who was staring at her with wide eyes, a half-eaten slab of meat shaking in her hand. If you find it difficult, Spartan Tanarker, Aria said softly, I would be happy to finish your portion. It would be a shame to waste such concentrated energy. You're a bottomless pit, kid, Tanarker whispered, sliding her tray over in awe. Where do you even put it? You're not even bloated. Aria just smiled the warm, familial smile she only showed when she was helping her guarded haven survive the day. Body tempering requires a great deal of fuel. As she reached for Tanarker's tray, her gaze drifted to the reinforced steel wall of the mess hall. Her heart stopped. There, etched into the metal in a spot almost invisible to the naked eye, was a small, 3-pronged crescent symbol. It wasn't her Unsk mark. It wasn't Foreigner. It was the secret sigil used by the high-level cultivators of the Silver Moon set back in the Nine Realms. The fork in Aria's hand trembled. The fox was gone, replaced by a soul that felt a sudden, terrifying jolt of recognition. I am not the only one who crossed the rift, she thought, her breath hitching in her throat. Was it a friend searching for me, or was it one of the three who drove the spear into my heart? She looked around the bustling mess hall, the thousands of soldiers and Spartans suddenly feeling like a sea of potential enemies. The nightmare flared within her. John, she whispered under her breath, her hand clenching into a fist beneath the table. I hope you're ready. Because the Nine Realms have followed me home. The game had changed. She wasn't just hunting for her cousin anymore. She was being hunted. Chapter 08. The Fox's Den and the Void Pocket. The pre-dawn atmosphere aboard the Unsk Infinity was a pressurized, clinical silence, broken only by the rhythmic, sub-bass thrum of the ship's primary fusion reactors. In the Spartan Roman 4 barracks, where the air was recycled to a scentless, frigid perfection, Aria sat cross-legged atop her bunk. Her back was a rigid vertical line, her silver blonde hair cascading over her shoulders like a silken shroud. Internally, the landscape of her soul was shifting. The parched, thin dough of the Halo universe, a reality governed by the cold, unyielding laws of thermodynamics and neurophysics, was finally beginning to yield to her will. For 3 hours, she had cycled her breath, pulling the minuscule sparks of ambient energy from the ship's slip-space resonant bulkheads. The transition was violent, yet silent. A barrier within her shattered core gave way, and a flood of crystalline awareness rushed into her nervous system. Third level of Chi refining. In the 9 astral realms, this was a child's milestone. Here, in a universe that had forgotten the taste of magic, it was a seismic evolution. Aria opened her eyes, striking crystal blue irises that, for a fleeting second, glowed with a predatory, golden hue. Her senses had become a humanoid radar. Without moving, she could see through the titanium walls. She could determine the exact position of a guard standing 20 meters away by the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat. She could feel the vibration of a technician's breath in the ventilation ducts. The world was no longer a collection of solid objects. It was a map of life force and intent. Humanoid radar, she whispered to the shadows, her lips curling into a dry, cynical smile. She reached down, her fingers brushing the utility pouch of her gunmetal grey Mjolnir undersuit. She channeled a sliver of her void-shattering ability, the remnants of a power that had once allowed her to cleave through the fabric of the heavens. Between her thumb and forefinger, the air began to shimmer, warping like a heat haze over a desert. She reached into the fundamental fabric of reality, folding a microscopic layer of non-space into the dimensions of her armor's pouch. To an ONI technician, this would look like a stabilized 4-inner slip space pocket or a miniature compact cryptum subdimension. To Aria, it was the delicate art of spatial smithing. A void pocket, a haven hidden in plain sight. She reached into the empty pouch, her hand disappearing into the fold. She felt the cool, familiar metal of her childhood pendant resting in the void. She withdrew it, then slipped it back in. The transition was seamless. A nightmare to her enemies, a fiercely guarded haven for her friends, and an unconditionally loving soul to her family. The mantra echoed in her mind. This secret was a sanctuary she would keep from the wolves of the Office of Naval Intelligence. John would need a place to hide the things that made him human. Until then, the Fox would keep her den hidden. The social hierarchy, the Fox and her pack, the Infinity's mess hall, was a cavernous expanse of high-stress socializing and high-calorie refueling. Aria sat at a corner table, her slender frame a sharp contrast to the stack of 8 high-density Spartan ration boxes piled before her. She dismantled the food with the ravenous, terrifying efficiency of a predator. To the passing Marines, it was a biological impossibility, a 130-pound girl consuming the caloric equivalent of a small fusion generator. She didn't scaff the food, she consumed it with a refined, predatory grace, her body acting as a high-efficiency furnace that converted the chemical energy into the foundation for her next breakthrough. You're going to bankrupt the Unsk logistics department at this rate. S707. Aria didn't look up as a massive shadow fell across her table. It was Spartan Vance. The massive assault specialist had shed the arrogance he'd carried before she put him on the floor of the medical bay. In the brutal, meritocratic world of the Spartans, respect was a currency earned in blood and bruises. He sat opposite her, placing a small, ornate tin on the table. It was a box of real, non-synthetic chocolates, a luxury item acquired from the civilian upper decks. Peace offering, Vance grunted, sliding the tin toward her. Consider it a thank you for the lesson on the mats. And a request. Go easy on me in today's forest sim. I'd like to keep my dignity intact. Arya looked at the tin, then at Vance. She sensed no deception in his aura, only the simple, blunt honesty of a soldier. The fox softened, just for a moment. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets, Spartan Vance, Arya said, her voice melodic and tinged with a hint of ancient wit. I accept your offering, but I will not go easy on you. That would be an insult to the strength you are trying to build. She opened the tin and took a single piece. Then, noticing a young, exhausted technician at a nearby table who was staring at the luxury item with longing, she slid the tin toward the edge of her table. Take some, she said to the boy, her voice warm and maternal. The path of iron is long. You need the fuel. The boy's eyes widened. He scrambled to take a piece, whispering a frantic thank you, ma'am, before disappearing. Vance watched the exchange, his brow furrowing. You're a nightmare on the mats, Arya. But you've got a soft spot for the littles, don't you? A nightmare to her enemies, Arya replied, her eyes returning to that icy, aloof blue. But a haven for those who stand beside me. The second simulation, the silent forest, the S-deck, had transformed into a holographic silent forest, a dense, rain-slaked jungle modelled after the wilderness of Reach. The wild horse chaos of the first exercise was gone. The Spartan Roman 4 teams had learned quickly. The blind charging was replaced by a tense, deadly game of bush camping and ambush tactics. Arya moved through the waist-high ferns as the lead scout for Team K. She had declined to use her visor motion tracker, finding the digital pings distracting compared to the crystalline clarity of her third-level senses. She could hear them. To her left, the rhythmic, metallic hum of her Mjolnir power pack, a heavy gunner trying to stay still. At her 2 o'clock, the shallow, disciplined breathing of 2 scouts tucked into a hollowed-out holographic log. They think they are hunters because they read a manual on military strategy, Arya thought, her body moving with a fluid, shadow-weaving grace that left no footprints in the digital loam. I will let these green kids know that the forest does not belong to the loudest predator. She moved vertically, using her enhanced strength and the void infusion in her boots to dampen the sound. She scaled a massive holographic cedar tree, hiding among the dense, rain-heavy leaves. Below her, the scouts from Team G crept forward. They were using crossfire points, a tactic made famous by the legendary Spartans of the past. They were good. Their coverage was overlapping, their communication silent, but they were looking at the ground. They think they are hunters. I will let these green kids know that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Suddenly, the forest erupted. A burst of intense, simulated gunfire from a hidden position shredded the foliage around Team G. It was an ambush within an ambush. Team Osiris Lock Squad had been waiting further ahead. Wait for the shimmer, Arya whispered over her private squad channel to Tanarka and Vance. When the crossfire begins, do not engage the front. We take the flank. The nightmare and the haven area struck with a merciless, terrifying efficiency. She didn't jump, she fell like a shadow. She landed behind the Team G scouts with a spatial shimmer that the simulation's sensors could barely register. She moved through them like a ghost. In the span of 3 seconds, she had tagged 2 scouts with her combat knife and fired a single, suppressed pulse into the back of the third's helmet. They didn't even see her. To their HUDs, it looked like they had been hit by a glitch in the software. Tanarka moved to the ridge. They're pinning you, Arya commanded. Tanarka was caught in the open as Team Osiris's heavy gunner turned his attention toward them. Simulated tracers tore through the air, splashing against Tanarka's shields. Arya didn't retreat. She sprinted into the line of fire. The haven. She used her own armoured body as a shield, but as the tracers hit, she performed a forbidden maneuver. She channeled a microscopic burst of Kai into the Mjolnir energy shield emitters. The golden barrier flared with an unnatural, void-infused intensity, hardening the energy field far beyond its factory specifications. The simulated rounds hit the barrier and simply vanished. Arya tanked the full weight of a heavy machine gun for 5 seconds, her feet anchored into the digital earth, until Tanarka scrambled behind the safety of a rock. Go, I have the draw, Arya shouted. She was a wall of cobalt grey, an unbreakable shield for her pack. The simulation neared its end. Arya tracked the leader of the rival ambush, a Spartan Roman 4 officer named Miller. Arya didn't shoot him. She used a spatial ripple, a shadow weave that made her appear to flicker across the clearing. Before Miller could even track her with his scope, he felt the cold, hard edge of a simulated combat knife against his throat. Arya leaned in, her breath cold against his helmet. Reading books can get your command, Spartan, she whispered, her voice like cracking ice. But only experience gets you home. The discovery, the holographic forest dissolved, returning the S-deck to its sterile, grey reality. Aria stepped off the mat, her armor scorched by simulated hits, but her posture as regal as ever. She began the process of stowing her gear, her mind already calculating how she could refine the void pocket. Aria. A moment. Spartan Locke approached her. He wasn't wearing his helmet, and his expression was a mix of professional curiosity and profound suspicion. In his hand, he held a small, humming metal sphere, a component she had been spatial smithing in her fingers as a meditation exercise and had accidentally dropped. He held it up. The sphere was glowing with a faint, azure light. "I found this in the clearing," Locke said, his voice quiet and dangerously calm. "I ran a scan on it. The master volume ratio is impossible. According to the sensors, this thing is significantly bigger on the inside than it is on the outside." Locke stepped closer, his gaze searching hers. "This isn't Unsk-tech Aria, and it isn't a foreigner mutation. It's craftsmanship. Advanced craftsmanship." He lowered the sphere, his tone dropping to a whisper. "Care to explain why you've foreigner-grade slip space technology tucked in your pocket? Or should I ask Dr. Halsey to take a look at it?" Aria didn't flinch. She met Locke's gaze with a look of absolute, unyielding calm, the look of an empress who had faced gods and found them wanting. "The universe is much larger than your manuals suggest, Commander," Aria said, reaching out to take the sphere from his hand. "Sometimes, the ginger is simply spicier." She walked past him, the fox disappearing into the crowd of Spartans, leaving Locke standing in the center of the deck with 1,000 questions, and the growing realization that he wasn't just hunting a rogue Spartan, he was dealing with a force of nature. Chapter 09. The Void Anchor and the Sanghelio stormed the air. In the secure briefing room of the Unsk Infinity was a pressurized, clinical weight, thick with the sterile, ionized scent of active jamming fields. Here, deep within the obsidian bowels of the 5-kilometer-long supercarrier, the hum of the ship's primary fusion reactors was a distant, sub-bass vibration. A mechanical heartbeat throbbed incessantly in the soles of Aria's gunmetal grey boots. Spartan Jameson Locke sat across from her, his posture as unyielding as the titanium bulkhead surrounding them. Between them, resting on the cold, brushed metal surface of the table, lay the object of his growing fixation, the void anchor. To the uninitiated, it was merely a small, humming metal sphere, but to those sensitive to the shifting fabric of reality, it radiated a faint, azure luminescence, seemed to hungrily pull at the ambient light in the room, creating a localized event horizon of shadow. "Neural physics," Locke said, his voice a low, clinical rasp that barely masked a deeper, more primal unease. "That's the only classification ONI scientists could agree on after seeing the telemetry. A localized folding of space-time that defies every conventional master-volume ratio in our database. It shouldn't exist in a portable form, Aria. Not without a foreigner power core the size of a metropolitan city." Aria leaned back into the shadows of the booth, her face a sculpted mask of aloof, regal indifference. Behind that porcelain veneer, her third-level Kai was coiled like a silver viper in the tall grass, sensing the frantic micro-vibrations of Locke's pulse and the subtle scent of his adrenaline. She was the fox, and the fox knew that the most dangerous weapon in a predator's arsenal was the appearance of being cornered. "The universe is not as binary as your training manual suggests, Commander," Aria replied, her voice a smooth, melodic hum that felt like silk over a blade. "When I was submerged in the cryptum, I didn't just learn to read the foreigner glyphs. I felt their dimensions. It was as if my very nervous system was being rewired, etched by the architecture of the void. This sphere, I didn't craft it so much as I intuited it into being. I focused on the crushing weight of my armor, on the cumbersome inconvenience of lead, and I felt the space around my fingertips fold. It was a masterstroke of deception, a lore-accurate lie that tasted of truth." By attributing her cultivation-born spatial smithing to forerunner intuition and the esoteric science of neural physics, she gave the paranoid wolves of ONI a bone they could chew on for decades, a scientific mystery to study rather than a magical anomaly to vivisect. Locke leaned forward, his dark eyes searching hers for a flicker of deceit. "If I show this to Dr. Halsey, she won't just want a report. She will want to tear you apart, molecule by molecule, to see how you resonate with the domain." "Then do not show it to her," Aria countered, a lethal, crystalline edge sharpening her tone. "Mortals fear what they cannot measure, Locke, but they value what they can utilize. If I provide you with a tool that breaks the rules of engagement, you will eventually stop looking at the craftsman. Or would you rather explain to High Command why you're hunting the Master Chief with standard issue gear while the rest of the galaxy is being dismantled by Guardians?" To solidify the point, she reached out, With a flick of her wrist that was a blur even to the room's high-speed tactical cameras, she performed a minor spatial formation. A massive M57 Pilum rocket launcher, a weapon nearly 4 feet of heavy ordnance, seemed to bleed out of the azure glow of the sphere. Then, with an effortless, liquid movement, it vanished back into the void. Locke stared at the empty space on the table where the weapon had been. His skepticism remained, but it was being rapidly consumed by the cold, tactical pragmatism that defined a Spartan commander. He is a useful pawn, Arya thought, her internal monologue reflecting the chilling sovereignty of the Empress. If I keep him as a silent accomplice to this miracle, I keep the Wenai laboratories at bay. For now, here is the shield I need to reach John. The gift, a haven for friends. 2 hours later, Arya stood in the dimly lit corner of the Infinity's secondary armory, away from the prying eyes of the deck officers. Beside her were the members of Fireteam Osiris, Edward Buck, Holly Tanarker, and the Mountain of a Man, Spartan Vance. They were her pack. In the 9 realms, they would have been her inner set, the sworn disciples who guarded her back during the transition of seasons. While she remained a nightmare to her enemies, she was a fiercely guarded haven for those she deemed worthy of her trust. "All right, kid," Locke said. "You had a field test for us," Buck said, leaning casually against a weapon rack, though his eyes were sharp. "Does it involve more of those gravity-defying tricks, or are we finally getting some of that ancient intuition in our kits?" Arya didn't answer with words. She handed each of them a modified Spartan utility pouch. To a casual observer, they were identical to standard issue Unsk gear, but to Arya's Kai-sensitive vision, the fabric was etched with microscopic, glowing spatial expansion arrays, vibrating with the frequency of the void. "In the coming battle on Sanghelios, you will be outnumbered 10 to 1, Arya said, her voice dropping to a soft, maternal whisper. "You will run out of ammunition long before the Covenant runs out of religious zealots. These pouches are Haven." They utilize a stabilized version of the spatial folding I demonstrated to Locke. Vance, the former rival who had become her most vocal supporter since she had humbled him on the mats, opened his pouch. He reached his hand inside, his eyes widening to the size of saucers as his arm disappeared up to the elbow into a space that should have been only 3 inches deep. "I can fit 3 extra drums for the SAW in here," Vance whispered, his voice thick with unrefined ore. "And my entire stash of chocolate, and a spare power cell. It's like a pocket-sized pelican. Consider it a prototype forerunner recovery," Arya warned, her blue eyes turning as serious as a winter storm. "If Wenai asks, you found them in the ruins of the cryptum. If you tell them the truth, the fox will have to find new friends. And you know how much I loathe being interrupted during my meals." Vance looked at her, then back at the impossible pouch. He didn't see a lab rat or a civilian anomaly anymore. He saw a leader who looked out for her own blood. "I swear it on my service record, Arya. This stays in the squad to the end." Tanarker and Buck nodded in silent, solemn agreement. They didn't understand the magic behind the geometry, but they understood the depth of the loyalty. They were becoming a sect under her influence, beginning to trust the Empress more than the military brass that had forged them. Deployment. The burning skies of Sanghelios. The transition to Sanghelios was a violent, orange-tinted descent through a sky that was actively trying to kill them. The homeworld of the Sangheli was a planet of ancient, sun-baked stone, scorching heat, and the constant, metallic tang of ozone and spilled blood. As Fireteam Osiris's Pelican, Bravo 029, plummeted toward the jagged canyons of Nusra, the heavens were filled with the emerald streaks of Covenant anti-air fire, weaving a lethal web of plasma. "We're taking heavy heat. Pilots are losing the lateral thrusters," Locke shouted over the roaring wind. A storm Covenantly was closing in on their flank, its massive heavy plasma cannons priming with a sickening violet hum for a killing blow. "I'm going out," Arya announced, her voice flat and resolute. "Arya, we're still at 2,000 feet and descending fast," Buck yelled over the comms. She didn't use a parachute. She didn't rely on her Mjolnir thrusters. Arya stood at the edge of the Pelican's ramp, her gunmetal grey armor reflecting the harsh, orange glow of the dying Sanghelios sun. She pushed her 3rd-level Kai into her feet, activating the Shadow Weaver step. To the Spartans watching, she didn't jump, she flickered. She materialized mid-air, 100 meters away, her body a blur of kinetic geometry against the bruised clouds. She used the air resistance itself as a solid platform, her Kai-hardened boots creating visible micro-ripples in the superheated atmosphere. To the Covenant forces below, she was a nightmare materialized from the very sky they worshipped. She landed on the dorsal hull of the Storm Covenantly like a falling star. She didn't fire her SAW. To Arya, The noisy crossbow was more efficient as a blunt instrument of her body tempering strength. She swung the heavy weapon like a ceremonial club, the titanium-reinforced barrel shattering the leg's external cooling vents with a single, massive strike that sent sparks flying into the canyon. As the alien craft began to spiral in a terminal yaw, she drew her magnum and fired 3 high-explosive rounds into the exposed reactor core with the surgical precision of an assassin. Before the lathe erupted in a catastrophic burst of blue flame, she flickered again, landing in the center of a squad of Storm elites who were guarding a nearby ridge. The combat was not a struggle. It was an exercise in spiritual efficiency. Aria moved through the elite ranks like a cold, weeping wind. She sidestepped a zealot's energy sword, her hand clamping onto his wrist with the force of an industrial hydraulic press. Crack! The bone shattered, and before the alien could even register the pain, she had put a magnum round through his lower mandible. Contact neutralized. Clear for landing, Aria said, her voice terrifyingly steady as she casually holstered her weapon. A Sangheli Wraith tank crested a nearby hill, its heavy mortar priming to fire at the Pelican's vulnerable landing zone where Buck was currently pinned down. Aria didn't call it out. She reached into her spatial pouch and withdrew a void-stored heavy plasma turret, a stationary weapon a Spartan should never be able to carry, let alone fire, unassisted. She braced her legs, her kai anchoring her to the ancient stone like the roots of a mountain, and unleashed a blistering hailstorm of superheated plasma that dismantled the Wraith's cooling vent in less than 3 seconds. The tank detonated in a brilliant violet mushroom cloud that illuminated the canyon. Buck, watching the destruction from the debris of a fallen tower, just shook his head. I'm starting to think Aria is Sangheli for one-woman army. The heart of the fox, loving soul for family by nightfall, the fires of the initial skirmish had died down to a dull, embers glow that painted the canyon walls in blood-red light. Team Osiris had taken refuge in the skeletal ruins of an ancient Sangheli temple, waiting for the return of the Arbiter scouts. While the others prepped their gear and recalibrated their shields, Aria found a quiet, high corner overlooking the darkening canyons. She disengaged the pressurized seals of her helmet, letting the dry, hot wind of Sanghelios whip through her silver-blonde hair. She reached into her spatial pocket and pulled out the childhood pendant. The metal was warm against her palm, vibrating with the echoes of a lost life. She closed her eyes and circulated a minute amount of Kai through her optic nerves, attempting to sense the life thread of her bloodline. In the 9 realms, a master could track a relative across oceans of stars by the resonance of their marrow. Here, the connection was then strained by years of cryosleep and military trauma. But it was there. She felt him, cold, determined, terribly far away. John was moving toward the Guardian, the giant S-rank puppet that Cortana was using to seize the mantle of responsibility. He was walking into a trap, his noble soldier soul blinded by his loyalty to a rogue artifact spirit he once called a friend. Aria's face, normally an impenetrable fortress of cold calculation, finally softened. Her eyes filled with a raw, unconditional love that would have shot every officer on the Infinity. You were my shield when I was 5, John, she whispered into the dry wind. You stood in the dirt of Elysium City and told the world you wouldn't let me be hurt. Now I am the sword that will cut down anyone, god, alien, or machine who dares to hunt you. The fox was gone. The Empress was gone. There was only a sister, and her love was more dangerous than any weapon ever devised in the Unsk arsenal. The Arbiter's recognition, the daughter of Eridana speaks the wind, yet the wind does not answer. Aria snapped her helmet back on, the seals hissing shut with a sharp, pressurized click as she turned. Standing at the entrance of the ruin was a towering figure in ornate, silver and gold armor that had seen 1,000 battles. Fel Vadam, the Arbiter. He walked toward her, his foremandible jaw tightening as he studied her gunmetal grey frame. Luck and Buck stood to the side, maintaining a respectful, cautious distance from the leader of the Swords of Sanghelios. The Arbiter stopped exactly 3 paces from Aria. He didn't look at her rank insignia. He didn't look at her weapon. He looked directly into her crystal blue eyes. I've met many Spartans in my long walk, the Arbiter said, his voice a deep, resonant rumble that shook the air. They are creatures of iron, cold science, and duty. But your scent is not just of the metal. It is like the oracle's breath, the energy that once flowed through the holy sites before the great journey was revealed as a lie. He narrowed his eyes, his hand resting heavily on the hilt of his energy sword. You carry the power of the ancestors not in your armor, but in your very blood. Who are you, warrior? What name do the stars give you? Aria didn't flinch. She met the Arbiter's gaze with the quiet, terrifying sovereignty of a peer. I'm the one who will ensure your world doesn't burn to ash when the puppet finally wakes up, Arbiter. As if on cue, a massive, tectonic tremor shook the entire planet. A roar that sounded like the earth itself was screaming in agony echoed through the canyons of Nusra. From the depths of the sands, a gargantuan, bird-like machine began to rise, the Guardian. Its wings of hard light eclipsed the twin moons of Helios, casting a shadow that looked like the end of days. The Guardian was waking up. Aria looked up at the mechanical titan, her crystal blue eyes glowing with a faint, golden kai. The Realm Guardian was a massive, soulless construct, but to her, it was just another puppet whose strings she was prepared to cut. The Realm Guardian has woken up, Aria said, her voice carrying over the comms with a chill that made even the veteran Spartans shiver. It's time to show this artifact why the Empress was once feared across 9 heavens. She gripped her SAW, her spatial ring humming with the weight of the forbidden weapon she had hidden within. The hunt for John 117 was no longer just a retrieval mission. It was a war between an Empress and a machine, and Aria was finished hiding. Chapter 10. The resonance of Sunny in the ancient Sangheli city of Sunnian did not merely fall, it screamed. Perched precariously over the churning, wine-dark seas of Sanghelios, the city's obsidian spires were silhouetted against a sky the colour of a fresh bruise. Volcanic ash from distant, tectonic upheavals mingled with the acrid, ionized stench of burning Covenant promethium and the ozone-heavy exhaust of swords of Sanghelios banshees. High above the chaotic dogfights, the Guardian, a gargantuan, avian silhouette of foreigner design, had fully awakened. Its hard light wings, shimmering with lethal geometry, eclipsed the twin moons, casting a long, mechanical shadow over the cradles of Sangheli civilization. Every few seconds, the machine unleashed a low-frequency acoustic pulse, a heavenly roar that rippled through the atmosphere with the sheer weight of a collapsing mountain. Inside her cobalt blue Mjolnir Gen-2 armor, Aria felt the pulse not as a sound, but as a violent, metaphysical intrusion. For the other Spartans of Fireteam Osiris, the Guardian's roar was a technical nightmare. Their HUDs flickered, their hydrostatic gel layers seized, and their motion trackers dissolved into a chaotic swirl of static. To Aria, it was a soul vibration. The Guardian was a giant realm-suppressing cauldron, its neurophysics attempting to lock the local space-time of the system into a rigid, singular frequency. Classic, Aria thought, her third-level Kai circulating in a rapid, cooling river through her meridians to counteract the external pressure. It is attempting to seal the Tao of this world to prevent any escape. To a mortal, it's a debilitating noise. To me, it's a challenge of authority. Beside her, Spartan Locke stumbled as his suit's internal processors struggled to reboot. Osiris status, he gritted out, his voice fighting through a garbled, screeching comms channel. Suit's fighting me. Locke Buck's voice came through, strained and heavily digitized. Feels like I'm trying to walk through wet concrete. Aria didn't hesitate. She reached up, her gauntlet-covered thumb biting into the palm of her hand, where the Forerunner glyph was seared. She drew a microscopic, agonizingly precious amount of her silver-golden Kai, tracing a series of invisible, glowing lines across the back of her helmet sensor array. It was a static mind seal, a cultivation-born anchor designed to stabilize the spirit against external dissonance. Focus on the elites, Aria commanded, her voice cutting through the interference with an impossible, haunting clarity. I've adjusted your suit frequency buffers to compensate for the resonance. You have a clean HUD for the next 10 minutes. Do not waste them. Locke blinked as his visor snapped into focus, the tactical data suddenly sharp and stable. He looked at the 19-year-old anomaly standing at the edge of the rooftop, her SAW held casually as if the world wasn't tearing itself apart. Aria, what did you do? I intuited the pattern, she lied smoothly, the cunning fox ever present behind the visor. The Guardian is broadcasting on a bass 12 harmonic. I simply slaved our internal dampeners to a counter-rhythm. Now, move. The Arbiter is pinned at the harbour, and the tide is rising. The city of falling stars, nightmare to enemies, they dropped from the rooftop, their Mjolnir thrusters flaring like falling stars against the orange dusk. Sunnian was a labyrinth of verticality and death. Below them, a bridge spanning 1,000-foot drop into the ocean was choked with Covenant remnants. A squad of elite zealots, their crimson armor gleaming like fresh blood in the firelight, led a wave of suicidal grunts, their plasma grenades primed and glowing with a lethal, emerald luminescence. Aria hit the ground first. She didn't land with a heavy thud. She touched the obsidian stone with the lightness of a falling leaf, her kinetic energy absorbed and redirected through her third-level meridians. To the Covenant, she was a nightmare materialized from the ash. She was the silver ghost of the void. As the zealots charged, their energy swords hissing with superheated plasma, Aria didn't even raise her weapon. She reached into her void pocket and performed a maneuver she called spatial flicking. She withdrew 3 M9 fragmentation grenades, but instead of throwing them through the air where they could be dodged, she flicked them through a series of microscopic spatial rifts she tore into the local dimension. The grenades vanished from her hand. A millisecond later, they reappeared inside the energy shields of the 3 leading zealots. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were muffled, contained by the aliens' own shielding before they violently imploded. The elites didn't even have time to roar. They simply disintegrated into a spray of scorched armor and blue ichor. Aria moved through the smoke, her SAW barking in surgical 3-round bursts. She was a cold, calculating wind, a storm of gunmetal and silver that left nothing but silence in her wake. The haven, the soul of a guardian Tanaka's down. South Ridge. Vale's voice screamed over the comms. Aria's head snapped to the right. A Promethean Phaeton gunship had emerged from slit space, its hard light cannons pinning Spartan Tanaka behind a crumbling stone pillar. The pillar was vitrifying under the intense heat, the molten stone beginning to flow like lava. Tanaka was trapped, her shields redlining, her armor's integrity failing as the Phaeton began to cycle its heavy ordnance. The nightmare persona vanished. The haven took over. Aria didn't call for backup. She sprinted across the bridge, her body a blur of motion that defied the frames per second of the Mjonia sensors. She ignored the plasma bolt splashing against her cobalt plating, her focus entirely on her sectmate. She arrived at Tanaka's side just as the Phaeton primed its heavy hard light bolt for a killing strike. "Stay behind me," Aria commanded, her voice an unbreakable wall. She didn't use her gun. She raised her left hand, her palm open toward the hovering gunship. She tapped into the void-shattering aspect of her cultivation, folding the space in a 3-foot diameter directly in front of the stone pillar. The Phaeton fired. The heavy bolt of hard light struck the invisible fold in space and vanished. A millisecond later, the bolt reappeared directly behind the Phaeton's own engine manifold. The gunship effectively shot itself in the back. It erupted in a violent fireball, spinning out of the sky and crashing into the sea below. Aria reached down, her armored hand grabbing Tanaka's shoulder with a strength that felt like an anchor in a storm. She hauled the Spartan up, her voice softening for a fleeting, private second. "I've got you, Tanaka." The formation holds. Tanaka looked at Aria, seeing the unconditionally loving soul that the girl hid beneath her layers of ice and deception. She didn't understand how Aria had redirected the shot, but in that moment, she knew she was safe. "Thanks, Aria," Tanaka whispered, her breath hitching. "I owe you one." "Keep your SAW loaded," Aria replied, the fox returning. "That's how you pay me back." The Arbiter's gift, Voidsmith steel, they pushed toward the central harbour, where the Arbiter, Thel Vadim, was engaged in a titanic duel. He was locked in combat with a Warden Eternal Projection, the massive foreigner construct swinging a hard light broadsword that looked like it was carved from a star. The Arbiter's energy blade, the legendary Prophet's Bane, was flickering, the blue plasma struggling against the superior density of the Warden's weapon. Aria watched the duel from the ridge. She recognized the Arbiter's fighting style, the style of a grandmaster who had lived through 100 wars. He was a warrior of honor, a kindred spirit in a galaxy of cowards. She reached into her spatial storage and pulled out a small polished crystal, a remnant of her cultivation from the 9 realms. She infused it with a needle-thin sliver of her own spatial tearing kai. "Arbiter, catch." Aria hurled the crystal with the force of a railgun. Thel Vadim's reflexes were legendary. He reached out with his offhand and snatched the crystal from the air. As his fingers closed around it, the energy of the crystal resonated with the plasma of his blade. The blue fire of Prophet's Bane underwent a violent metamorphosis, shifting to a deep, terrifying void purple. The Arbiter swung. The void purple blade collided with the Warden's hard light broadsword. There was no struggle. The Warden's unbreakable weapon shattered like glass. With a second, fluid strike, the Arbiter cleaved the Warden's avatar in two. The Arbiter held the purple burning blade before him in a salute. "A blade that cuts the soul. You are a strange warrior, Aria Eridani. Your gifts carry the weight of 1,000 years. The geometry was in your favor, Arbiter," Aria replied, offering a respectful nod. "Keep the crystal. It likes the hunt." The leap hunting the Master Chief, the harbor began to buckle. The Guardian was no longer hovering, it was ascending. The massive gravity well it created was pulling the sea upward, creating a titanic, vertical wall of water that swallowed the lower city. Through the shimmering blue slipspace wake, Area saw it the Pelican Bravo 029, carrying blue team. She saw the green silhouette of John 117 standing at the open ramp, his gaze fixed on the Guardian's central core. He was leaving. He was stepping into the more of the artifact spirit. Osiris, to the Pelican, now. Locke shouted, signaling a nearby Swords of Sanhelios dropship. Locke, stop. Area grabbed Locke's shoulder with a strength that nearly crushed the Mjolnir plating. The dropship won't make it. The slipspace entry will tear it apart before we even reach the event horizon. We can't just let him go, Area. Buck yelled over the roar of the rising ocean. Area looked at the Guardian. She felt the third-level Kai in her core, now fully synchronized with the machine's resonance. We aren't flying, Area said, her eyes glowing with a faint, golden Kai. We're stepping. She grabbed Locke and Buck by their shoulder plates, pulling them toward her. Tanarker, Vale, hold on to them. Do not let go. Area tapped into the Guardian's own slipspace wake. She used her coordinates not to find a location, but to create a spatial tether, a thread of neural physics that anchored Fireteam Osiris to the Guardian's own transit field. John, Area whispered, her voice lost in the thunder of the city's destruction. I don't care if it's a Guardian, an artifact spirit, or the Tao itself, nothing is taking you away from me again. She slammed her fist into the ground, the spatial tether snapping into place. The world turned white. The sounds of Sunayan and the roar of the sea vanished. There was only the blinding blue light of the slipspace rift and the sensation of being pulled through a needle's eye at the speed of thought. Fireteam Osiris disappeared from Sanhelios, not as passengers, but as hitchhikers on a god machine. The hunt for the Master Chief had moved beyond the stars. It was now a journey into the heart of Genesis. Chapter 11. The Foxes mirror the transition through a Guardian slipspace wake was not a journey. It was a violent, systematic unmaking of reality. To the mortal senses of Fireteam Osiris, the passage felt as though their very atoms were being sifted through a sieve of static and screaming non-Euclidean geometry. It was a descent into the void between voids, where time possessed no weight and the laws of physics were merely suggestions whispered by a dying god. When the azure luminescence of the rift finally exhaled them, they did not land with the precision of elite soldiers. They were discarded like debris onto the impossible surface of Genesis. The atmosphere hit Area first. In the astral realm, she had traversed high-grade secret realms where the air was so saturated with the essence of ancient gods that a single breath could extend a mortal's life by a century. Genesis felt hauntingly, terrifyingly similar. This was a masterpiece of foreigner builder architecture, a lush, artificial biome where colossal silver spires pierced a sky dominated by shifting violet nebulas and the cold, unblinking eyes of distant stars. But to Area's third-level Kai senses, the aesthetic beauty was secondary to the raw, unrefined energy permeating the world. The air was thick with neurophysics, the precursor-born Kai that powered the Guardians and bridged the gap between thought and matter. It was a dense, high-grade resonance that hummed against her skin, vibrating through the cobalt blue plates of her Mjolnir armor like 1,000 microscopic tuning forks. This realm's Tao is thick, Area thought, her breathing falling into the shallow, disciplined cycles of the still water technique. It is a bitter irony that my mortal core remains shattered into 1,000 shards. If my foundation were whole, I could ascend to the fourth level of Kai refining in a single afternoon in a sanctum like this. Instead, I must sip at the ocean through a straw. Beside her, the other Spartans were not faring as well. The transition had been a brutal tax on their augmented physiologies. Spartan Locke was on one knee, his head bowed, his Mjolnir systems venting a frantic, hissing cloud of white coolant as the suit's internal AI struggled to recalibrate. Edward Buck leaned heavily against a glowing foreigner pylon, his visor opaque as he fought the gut-churning waves of slipspace sickness, a malady that even a Spartan Roman 4-iron stomach could not entirely negate. Tanarker and Vale were motionless, their suits in emergency reboot, the life support systems providing the only rhythmic sound in the eerie silence of the clearing. Area's own equilibrium flickered, her vision swimming with silver spots that looked remarkably like the soul vibration of the jump. She did not wait for her Mjolnir biomonitors to stabilize her. Instead, she whispered a mind-clearing incantation, a series of staccato, rhythmic syllables in a forgotten celestial tongue that resonated with her internal Kai. She forced the energy into her cranial meridians, forcibly silencing the metaphysical dissonance of the jump. The static cleared. The world snapped into a sharp, lethal focus. Osiris, up. Area's voice barked over the squad frequency. It carried no tremor of the exhaustion she felt. Instead, it rang with the undeniable, cold authority of a sect leader. The resonance is fading, but we are exposed. We have incoming golems at 12 o'clock. Movement, now, or find your peace in the dirt. Locke looked up, his visor flickering back to life just in time to see a swarm of Promethean soldiers materializing from the luminous mist. They bled into reality like ink in water, their orange carapaces glowing with the fire of the domain. Aria, how are you already standing? The fox doesn't get motion sickness, Commander, Aria replied, her gaze already tracking the orange flickers of slipspace energy across the canyon. She checked the action of her SAW, the mechanical click sounding like a thunderclap in the thin air. Now, move. If we stay in this clearing, we are merely stationary targets for Cortana's sentinels. The Void Armory, sharing the haven, the retreat to the nearby canyon, was a desperate, uncoordinated scramble through high-gravity flora and shimmering silver dust. As the Spartans took cover behind the silver-grey stone of a massive forerunner outcropping, the grim reality of their situation settled in. The violent transit had not been kind to their equipment. The neural physics shockwave had acted as a localized EMP on any unshielded hardware. Locke's primary battle rifle had been sheared from its magnetic lock during the jump, lost to the infinite void. Buck's shotgun was jammed with vitrified sand that had fused to the barrel during the atmospheric transition, and Tanarka had lost her heavy munitions pack to a structural failure in her armor's harness. They were the Unsk's most elite hunters, and they were currently stranded on a hostile world, armed with little more than sidearms and combat knives. Great, Buck muttered, checking the magazine of his M6H Magnum. We're on a forerunner world, hunting the greatest soldier in history, and I'm down to 7 rounds, and a prayer. Anyone got a spare tank in their pocket? Or maybe a diplomatic pass? Aria sighed, a soft, metallic hum over the comms. In the eyes of the Unsk, she was a cold anomaly, a weapon of cold logic and forerunner mutation. But for these 4, she had become something far more dangerous to her own detachment, a fiercely guarded haven. She would not let her pack go into the maw of the Warden without fangs. I am an unconditionally loving soul for my family, she whispered to herself, the thought a warm ember in the cold void of her mind. Her thoughts flashed to John somewhere ahead in this crystalline labyrinth, perhaps already facing the created goddess. And right now, you 4 are the only family I have left on this rock. I will not let the machine consume you. She stepped to the center of the squad, her gunmetal grey armor casting a long shadow over the silver stone. She reached her gauntlet toward the utility pouch of her undersuit. To a casual observer, she was simply reaching for a spare magazine, but to the space around her hand, reality began to fold and tear. She tapped into her void pocket, the spatial storage she had anchored to her armor's molecular structure. With a fluid, practiced motion that looked like a sleight of hand trick from a street magician, she withdrew an MA5D assault rifle, its matte black surface pristine and untouched by the jump. Then another, and another. Finally, she pulled out a heavy crate of M9 fragmentation grenades and several drum magazines for her SAW items she had collected and stored back on the Infinity's armory deck when the technicians were distracted by their own hubris. The Spartans stared in a stunned, heavy silence. The air seemed to grow still as they looked from the pile of pristine weaponry to the slender girl who had just produced them from thin air. Aria, Buck said, his voice a mix of awe and genuine, growing suspicion. Just how much stuff do you have hidden in those pouches? Do you have a longsword interceptor in there too? Or maybe a whole battalion of Marines? If we had no guns, the enemy would eventually provide them for us, Aria replied, tossing an MA5D to Locke with practiced ease. But for now, take these. The geometry of our luck is already thin enough on this world. Do not waste the lead on anything that isn't actively trying to kill you. Locke caught the rifle, his dark eyes fixed on Aria. He had seen her spatial smithing before, but the casual efficiency with which she could rearm an entire squad in the middle of a hostile alien world was a reminder that S-707 was far more than a Spartan. She was a resource they couldn't afford to lose, and a secret they couldn't afford to share with the directors of ONI. The trap, the Fox's tactical decoy, the pursuit was relentless. A squad of Storm Covenant elites and Dackle snipers, serving under the false Oracle Cortana, was tracking their thermal signatures through the canyon. They moved with the frantic zeal of religious fanatics, their armor scorched by the fires of Sunnian, desperate to reach the Reclaimer and earn their place in the new order. They're closing the gap, Tanarka reported, her visor highlighting the crimson armor of a Zealot lead scout. If we engage now, the Prometheans will hear the report and pin us from the rear. We'll be caught between the blade and the hammer. Aria looked at the high, crystalline ridges of the canyon. She recognized the tactical layout. It was a killing box. To the Covenant, John 117, the Master Chief, was a holy icon, the demon they both feared and worshipped. They follow a ghost, Aria said, her eyes narrowing as she calculated the geometry of defiance. So let's give them one that bites back. She stepped away from the squad, finding a localized cluster of 4 hard light emitters embedded in the canyon floor like glowing sapphire veins. She knelt, her fingers brushing the humming blue lines. She didn't just hack the system, she infused a sliver of her third-level Chi into the hard light stream, manipulating the neural physics of the emitters with the finesse of a master weaver. Using a technique she called spatial mirroring, she projected a decoy. At the far end of the canyon, 300 meters away, a perfect holographic projection of John 117 materialized. The decoy stood tall, its Mjolnir Mark VI armor scarred and battle-worn, its posture echoing the unwavering, stoic resolve of the Master Chief. It wasn't just a flat light image. Aria's Chi gave the projection a soul vibration that resonated with the Covenant's multispectral sensors. To their eyes, it wasn't a hologram, it was the demon himself, standing defiantly in the violet mist. "Hold your fire," Aria whispered to Osiris, her hand resting on the hilt of her knife. "Wait for the turn. Let them see what they want to see." Below them, the Covenant squad halted in mid-advance. The Zealot lead scout raised his hand, his mandibles clicking in a frantic, religious shock. He pointed his energy sword toward the decoy, the blade hissing with excitement. "The demon," the elite roared in Sanghili. "It is the Reclaimer. Seize him. Bring him to the Oracle. Do not let the heretics interfere." The Covenant forces, blinded by their own reverence and the Fox's trick, broke their disciplined formation. They stopped scanning the ridges and rushed headlong toward the flickering image of the Master Chief, their weapons lowered as they attempted to encircle the holy target. "The nightmare, Ginger, is spicier now," Aria commanded. "Flashbangs first, then give them a quick, clean death." Osiris unleashed hell. Aria didn't wait for the grenades to detonate. She leaped from the ridge, her Mjolnir thrusters firing in a controlled, silent burst as she dropped like a silver blue hammer. To her enemies, she was a nightmare. She moved through the blinding white light of the flashbangs with a grace that made the elite's augmented reflexes look like the clumsy fumblings of green kids. She didn't waste bullets on the grunts. She used her SAW as a blunt instrument of body-tempering strength, shattering elite breastplates with the heavy butt of the weapon before point-blanking them with her magnum. She moved with a spatial shimmer, a micro-teleportation born of her Shadow Weaver step. One moment, she was in front of a jackal sniper. The next, she was behind him, her combat knife severing his spine before he could even register the movement of the air. As she fought, she didn't just kill, she looted. With the casual efficiency of a master cultivator, she vacuumed the dropped plasma pistols and storm rifles into her spatial storage. "If I cannot find spiritual energy in the air of this realm, these Covenant batteries will have to serve as my cultivation stones," she thought, her internal furnace greedily eyeing the superheated plasma. Energy is energy. The Tao doesn't care if it comes from a star or a battery. It only cares for the refinement. In less than 60 seconds, the Covenant squad was extinguished. The canyon returned to its luminous silence, save for the crackle of burning plasma and the distant, rhythmic hum of the Guardian's heart. The Guardian's mother, the Halsey connection. As the squad regrouped, Locke stood over the cooling body of the elite zealot, his gaze shifting to Aria. She was standing perfectly still, her silver blonde hair catching the violet light of the Genesis sky. She looked entirely unbothered by the slaughter, her posture that of a queen surveying a conquered field. "The way you used the chief's image," Locke said, his voice low and vibrating with a new kind of weariness. "It was efficient, but dangerous. If Cortana sees that, she'll know exactly who we are. And she'll know we have someone who can manipulate her systems." "She already knows we're here, Locke," Aria replied, her voice aloof and cold. "She's an artifact spirit with the keys to the greatest library in the galaxy. She isn't worried about 4 Spartans and an anomaly. She's worried about him. We are merely the noise in the background." Buck walked up, wiping alien blood from his chest plate with a piece of torn fabric. "You know, this whole saving the galaxy from a rogue AI thing feels a lot like the stories they told us about Dr. Halsey, the mother of Spartans. Cortana is just following in her footsteps. Total control for the greater good. She's just using bigger toys." Aria paused, her mind flashing back to the classified ONI records she had scoured back on the Infinity. Dr. Catherine Halsey, the woman who had abducted John, the woman who had broken 100 children to create the perfect warriors for a war that hadn't even begun. Halsey broke them to make them gods, Aria mused internally, the comparison striking a chord of dark resonance. "I was broken by betrayal to become an empress. She sought to forge the soul through the fire of science. I forged mine through the frost of agony. Perhaps the old woman and I are cut from the same bolt of silk. We both know that to protect a family, one often has to become a nightmare to the rest of the world. Halsey gave them a purpose, Arya said aloud, her voice ringing with a conviction that startled the others. Cortana wants to give them a cage. There is a fundamental difference between a weapon and a prisoner. A sudden, melodic chime echoed through the canyon, a frequency that resonated with the spatial device in Arya's pouch. A small, circular foreigner construct floated toward them from the mist, its single blue eye pulsing with a strange, artificial curiosity. 031 exuberant witness. The monitor of Genesis hovered before them, its voice high-pitched and fluttering with a strange, artificial excitement that felt utterly out of place in the war-torn canyon. Oh, Reclaimers, and something else entirely. Your signature is quite anomalous. It vibrates with the resonance of the precursor neural physics. How delightful. I haven't seen a signature like yours since, well, never. Arya stepped forward, her crystal blue eyes looking onto the monitor. She sensed the artifact's spirit within the machine. It was ancient, eccentric, and currently their only hope of navigating the shifting geometry of this realm. The monitor is here, Arya said, her voice dropping to a focused, tactical edge. It's time to move. John is close, and I can hear the warden's puppets waking up in the deep. If we're going to stop Cortana from ascending her throne, we need to move now. She looked toward the distant, glowing spires of the gateway, where the Guardian had docked. The fox was ready, the nightmare was hungry, and the sister was finally coming home to her brother. Let the puppets come, Arya whispered, her spatial ring humming with a cold, adder light. I've already mapped the geometry of their destruction, and this time, I won't be using a mirror. Chapter 12. The Crucible of Genesis. The atmosphere within the Forerunner cradle on Genesis was no longer merely air. It had become a pressurized medium of pure, unadulterated intent. The blue-white luminescence of the station's neural physics saturated the environment, vibrating not just against the cobalt blue plates of Arya's Mjolnir armor, but deep within the marrow of her bones. To the sensors of Fireteam Osiris, the world was screaming a digital cacophony of overlapping frequencies. To Arya's third-level Chi-refining, the planet was singing a haunting song of ancient, absolute power, the Tao of the ancestors. But it was a song that was slowly killing her squad. Arya stood at the center of a crystalline plaza, her silver blonde hair damp with the heavy, energy-rich mist that smelled of ozone and ancient static. She watched as Spartan Veil leaned heavily against a geometric pylon, her breath hitching in ragged, digitized gasps. Beside her, Buck was fighting a violent tremor in his hands, his Mjolnir systems throwing a cascade of critical biological mismatch errors across his HUD. The Spartan Roman 4 augmentations, the artificial body tempering provided by ONI's chemical elixirs, were beginning to unravel under the sheer density of the planet's resonance. They are like unrefined iron being thrust into a god-level forge, Arya thought, her crystal blue eyes narrowing as she scanned their vitals through the squad link. Their foundations are too brittle. If I do not intervene, the neural physics of this realm will overwrite their DNA and liquefy their nervous systems before we even reach the gateway. She felt the metaphysical scar over her heart throb with a dull, warning heat. She had lost one empire to betrayal. She would not lose her new sect to the cold indifference of Forerunner architecture. Listen to me, Arya's voice rang out, stripped of its usual aloof mockery. It carried the undeniable, resonant weight of the sovereign aurora. This planet is an operating table, and the Guardian is the scalpel. Your bodies are too weak to hold the energy of this realm. The Tao here is trying to evolve you, but it will break you first. If we don't jump the gap now, you won't survive the next mile. Locke looked up, his dark eyes tight with pain behind his visor. Talk to me, Arya. What kind of jump? We're already redlining. A field augmentation, Arya said, stepping toward them with predatory grace. I can use the planet's local energy and my spatial anchors to perform a technological modification of your nervous systems. It is similar to the improved colloidal neural discontinuity solutions used on Onyx for the Spartan Roman 3. We are going to synchronize your neurons with the neural physics of the station. She paused, the cannon fox momentarily silenced by the unconditionally loving soul she held for her family. In my past life, we called this shattering the foundation to build a throne. In your history, Kurt 051 saw a 50% mortality rate for these kinds of jumps. The risk is absolute. Buck let out a harsh pain chuckle, wiping blood from his lip. 50%? Those are better odds than I usually get on a Friday night in New Mombasa. We're already in hell, Arya. Let's see if the fox can get us out. Tanaka and Vale nodded, their resolve echoing the grit of the war orphans of Kray's camp. They didn't trust the alien science, They trusted the girl who had shared her haven with them. The ritual of ion spatial field surgery gathered round. Aria commanded, her voice vibrating with power. We need a localized field. She reached into her void pocket, her fingers brushing the silver ring. With a focused pulse of Kai, she expanded her spatial anchor, projecting a field sanctum, a 10-foot bubble of stabilized, non-linear space that pushed back the chaotic interference of the planet. Inside the bubble, the air went dead still. Hands, Aria said. To an Oanaya observer, it would have looked like a childish hand-touching game, a moment of strange sentimentality in a war zone. But as her fingers met theirs, the connection was anything but soft. Aria became a conduit. She tapped into the third level of her Kai, sending a controlled, searing stream of true Kai into their meridians. She wasn't just a Spartan, she was the retinal inversion stabilizer, the anchor that would prevent their nervous systems from collapsing as she forced the planet's energy into their suits. The surgery began. Aria opened the floodgates of the sanctum, allowing the planet's neural physics to rush into the Spartans' nervous systems. It was a brutal, visceral evolution. She felt their agony through her refined senses, the violent twitching of fibroid muscle proteins, the searing heat of the neural discontinuity solutions as they rewrote the synaptic pathways in real time. It reminded her of her own lightning tribulation the moment her immortal core was shattered and remade. She gritted her teeth, her own Kai flaring to act as a buffer, absorbing the lethal spikes of radiation that would have ended them. I'm the haven, she vowed, her golden Kai wrapping around their hearts like a protective shroud. I will not let you break. Minutes felt like centuries. Aria watched the vital signs on her HUD with a predatory focus. Pulse stabilizing. Neural sync 88%, 94%, 99%. Green light. Green light. Green light. Green light. The miracle was complete. Because she had nourished their bodies with her own refined energy before the surge, the mortality rate was negated. The impure ion had been tempered into apex steel. Survival of the apex, the field sanctum dissolved, the silence replaced by the humming wind of Genesis. Locke was the first to stand. He moved with a terrifying, new fluidity, a grace that bypassed the mechanical assist of the Mjolnir servos. He flexed his hand, his visor tracking the movement of a floating foreigner sentinel with a speed that made his previous self look like he was moving in slow motion. I can see it, Locke whispered, his voice vibrating with newfound power. The flow of the energy, I can see where the constructs are going to pulse before they even prime. The world, it makes sense now. Fireteam Osiris had been upgraded. They were no longer just Spartan Roman 4. They were apex Spartans, warriors, whose neural pathways were now synchronized with the very fabric of Forerunner reality. They could finally compete with the legendary shadows of the Spartan Roman 2. The surgery is done, Aria said, her voice returning to its cool, melodic bass line, though her eyes still glowed with a faint, fierce light. A high-pitched, melodic chime echoed through the plaza. 031 exuberant witness floated toward them, her blue eye pulsing with a mix of excitement and alarm. Oh, most unusual. Your biological signatures have achieved a state of a transcendent resonance. How statistically improbable. The monitor spun in the air. But you must hurry. The Warden Eternal is assembling his final defensive line at the gateway. He has recognized you as a corruption in the system, a virus of iron and intent. Aria hoisted her M739 SAW, the heavy weapon feeling like an extension of her soul. She turned her gaze toward the distant, glowing spire where Blue Team, where John was being held in a Forerunner stasis field. Her heart hammered with an unconditional, burning love. John had spent his entire life being the shield for humanity, the lonely soldier who carried the weight of the galaxy on his shoulders. He had been her protector when she was a toddler, a brave boy who didn't know how to lose. You've been alone too long, John, Aria thought, her jaw tightening. But your little sister is here now, and I've brought a pack of wolves with me. Osiris, on me, Aria commanded, her cobalt blue armor shimmering with a faint, residual Kai. Let's go remind my cousin that he has a sister who doesn't like to be kept waiting. And let's show these demonic golems why the Empress was once feared across 9 heavens. Aria didn't just run, she ignited. She led the charge into the shimmering blue mist, a nightmare of silver and gunmetal, while Fireteam Osiris followed 4 apex Spartans who were no longer just soldiers, but a sect born of iron and the Fox's grace. The crucible of Genesis was over. The hunt for the Master Chief had become a march of reclamation. Now professional write for Chapter 14 continue from last chapter. Fix and optimize with better write professional heavily Halo Universe low accurate. and low magic and cultivation, as both are medium writing with human-like novel-like professional refined creative writing style similar to attached file. Continue from the last chapter, expand the story to 1,500 plus to 2,500 plus word without showing. Not a nightmare to her enemies, a fiercely guarded haven for her friends, and an unconditionally loving soul to her family. She can use small amount of her ability like spatial light low magic / cultivation to create storage device for herself and other, but she only hear these with her close ones only story telling both law accurate games and novel Halo game and novel law accurate area, and John's relation is very close and could take more time in writing about area and John's meetings, expand on with flashback, depth of details backstory on their relationship from the past make it funny and epic add more dialogue, Master Chief through action on her. She steps close to him after John beats up Spartan Law. Link https://u.b/4vc s4dci equals 8 fxbk6 evnarte 1 fj link https://u.b/by nqwtgmsi equals etk3 e9 lfgtwgnq30 link https://u.b/jw3wdm8 huxasi equals f6gr atw55dsbl link https://u.b/d40 6684 ffgnc psi equals bdd4dq rbwwaf link https://u.b/hug zdnxjw2c equals ibibiki rbwojjgndp. Optimize professional creative epic write. Chapter 14. The Tao of the Ghost overview. Following the emotional reunion with John 117, the combined Spartan forces must prepare to storm the gateway, where Cortana is preparing to launch her guardians. Area, utilizing her third-level Chi refining and her memories of historical Spartan Roman 3 tactics, reject the brute force approach of Johnny shielding in favor of a ghost-like stealth strategy. She provides her family and friends with the ultimate set secret, the first step toward cultivation. 1. The Armor Dilemma, shielding vs. survival. The setting, a Forerunner staging area on Genesis. 031 Exuberant Witness has opened a tactical hall of Forerunner hard light weapon crates and armor repair bays. The conflict, the UNSC standard protocol, is to maximize energy shields for the final push. However, Area remembers the records of Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company and their use of SPV semi-powered infiltration armor. The choice, Area chooses to downgrade her armor's shield capacity to 30% to divert all remaining power into a prototype active camouflage module. The logic, Lock and Buck are stunned. The Johnny shielding is 3 times stronger than the SPV standard. Area, why risk it? Area mirrors the wisdom of the ginger from the previous life. A single blast from a guardian will make the Master Chief cough. Do not talk to me about protection. Survival is king, and a king is a ghost. 2. The Void Forge, enhancing the legend. The action, Area uses her spatial light lore to void smite the armor of both Osiris and Blue Team. The nightmare to enemies, she doesn't just give them storage, she etches invisibility runes into their Johnny power packs. For the next mission, they will not just be Spartans, they will be an invisible strike force of 300-point efficiency. The Haven, she stocks their void pockets with energy weapons she has nurtured with her own Chi, turning standard plasma pistols into shield-shattering artifacts. 3. Family Reunion, an unconditionally loving soul. The private moment, Area finds John 117 Master Chief alone near her overlook. She drops her nightmare mask entirely. The dialogue, she presents him with a specialized combat dagger nurtured with her spiritual energy to be heaven-slaying sharp. The connection, I watched you protect me at Eridanus, John. I watched you become the greatest warrior of this galaxy. Now, let me be your shadow. She grips his hand, sending a warm stream of true Chi into his nervous system to soothe the decades of lightning tribulation pain caused by his augmentations. The John responds, John, usually a man of few words, looks at the blade. Area, you've changed. You're different than the others. Area smiles with unconditional love. I just learned how to breathe, John. 4. The gift of the Tao, the Chi refining art. The scene, before the final breach, Area gathers the 8 Spartans. She realizes that their modified colloidal neural systems are the perfect foundation for cultivation. The manual, she shares a digital copy of the Chi refining art breathing cycles via their HUDs. The instruction, heart like still water. All thoughts are void. Take a short breath, exhale long. She tells them it's to combat insomnia or neural jitter, but her intent is to give them the foundation establishment needed to survive the upcoming god-level battle. The result, as the Spartans begin the rhythmic breathing, their heart rates synchronize. The Tao of the room shifts. They are no longer just a squad. They are a combat sect. 5. The mission. The decapitation strike. The plan, mimicking the Battle of New Constantinople. Area organizes the team into 3 groups for a decapitation strike on the Guardian's core. The role, John and Blue Team will be the hammer, the feint attack, while Area and Osiris will be the hidden dagger, the invisible infiltration. The final line. As they activate their cloaks, Area disappears from sight first. Her voice echoes over the comms, cold and merciless toward Cortana. Let the Oracle think she's haunted. It's time for the Ginger to show her how spicy things can get. Professional chapter writing style guide, element lore accuracy and style notes, tactical preference, prioritize active camouflage and stealth over raw shield strength. Citing the Kingfisher class light cruiser cost logic. Cultivation level. Area is now at the 9th level of Kai refinement, close to a breakthrough. Relationship tone. Area is a fiercely guarded haven for Osiris and an unconditionally loving soul for John. Halo terminology. Use terms like Marmor Uprising, New Constantinople, Kingfisher class, and SRS-99 sniper rifles. Key progression. The team is now officially alpha grade in tactics, combining human strategy with cultivation efficiency. The void pockets are now standard for all 8 Spartans, making them a mobile fortress. The secret Kai refining art has been seeded within the Unsk greatest warriors. *** Chapter 14. The Tao of the Ghost. ***. The gateway was no longer a silent monument of Forerunner architecture. It had become the beating, luminous heart of an interstellar apocalypse. Deep within a tactical staging area on Genesis, the air hummed with a frequency so high it vibrated the very teeth of the 8 Spartans assembled there. Above them, 031 exuberant witnessed the planet's eccentric monitor flitted between hard light weapon crates, her blue eye pulsing with a frantic, artificial energy as she opened tactical halls that had been sealed since the height of the Forerunner Flood War. Aria stood at the center of this cathedral of war, her gunmetal Mjolnir armor reflecting the shifting azure patterns of the station. Beside her stood the legend, John 117. To the rest of the galaxy, he was the Master Chief, a monolith of military might. To Aria, he was the boy who had once shared his rations in the dust of Eridanus Roman II. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of the coming breach. Standard Unsk protocol, echoed by Spartan lock and the analytical sensors of the Infinity's remote uplink, dictated a hammer approach, maximize energy shields to their theoretical limits, divert all suit power to durability, and force a path through the Guardian's defensive pulses. The Mjolnir shielding is 3 times stronger than the old SPI standard. Area, Locke argued, his voice a low rumble over the squad comms as he inspected a shimmering hardlight bay. If we divert power to the active camouflage modules, we're dropping our defensive threshold by 70%. One stray plasma bolt from a Warden projection will end the mission before we reach the core. Area didn't flinch. Her crystal blue eyes, now sharpened by her ascent to the ** 9th level of Kai refinement **, saw the room differently. She didn't see just armor and energy. She saw the Tao of the machine, the flowing meridians of neural physics that Cortana was using to bind the Guardians. A single blast from a Guardian will make the Master Chief cough. Do not talk to me about protection, Area replied, her voice carrying the cold, seasoned wisdom of an empress who had seen empires fall to hubris. She reached out, her fingers brushing the control console of her Mjolnir repair bay. In the 9 realms, we have a saying, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. I remember the records of Alpha Campania at the Marmor Uprising and the ghosts of New Constantinople. They didn't survive because they were tanks. They survived because the enemy couldn't find them. She turned to face Osiris and Blue Team, her posture radiating an absolute, chilling authority. Survival is king, and a king is a ghost. We are downgrading the shield capacitors to 30%. All remaining power goes into the prototype active camouflage modules. We aren't going in as a hammer. We are going in as a shadow. Locke and Buck shared a look of stunned hesitation, but John the Hammer himself simply nodded. On her lead. If she says we ghosts, we ghosts. Hash the Void Forge, enhancing the legend. As the Spartans prepared, Area moved among them, a nightmare to her enemies, but a fiercely guarded haven for her friends. She didn't just assist with their gear. She performed the ** Void Forge **. With a microscopic pulse of her spatial power, she began void smiting their armor. To the Spartans, it looked like she was merely calibrating their Mjolnir power packs with a Forerunner multi-tool. In reality, she was using her ** spatial light lore ** to etch invisible invisibility runes directly into the fusion cores. By anchoring a sliver of the planet's high-grade neural physics to their power grids, she created a feedback loop that made their active karma nearly perfect. It wasn't just a refraction of light. It was a spatial shimmer that would bypass even the Warden's advanced sensors. She didn't stop there. She reached into her void pocket her private haven, and began distributing weapons she had nurtured with her own Kai during the transit. She handed Tanaka a plasma pistol that pulsed with a strange, violet blue light. "This isn't a standard battery," Iria whispered. "I've stabilized the core. It won't just stun a shield, it will shatter the fundamental molecular bond of any Promethean it hits." "Iria, this is God-slaying level hardware," Tanaka stammered, feeling the weapon's weightless resonance. "For my family, only the best," Iria replied, her gaze moving toward the Green Knight standing at the edge of the hall. "Hashishash family reunion, an unconditionally loving soul." Iria found John alone near a crystalline overlook, the violet nebulas of Genesis stretching out behind him. The nightmare mask she wore for the world the cold, calculating fox dropped entirely. Here, she was just Nova. She walked up to him, the heavy thud of her cobalt armor silenced by her Chi-refined movements. She reached into her spatial fold and withdrew a specialized combat dagger. The blade was forged from a high-density Forerunner alloy she'd refined in the Void Smither, its edge so sharp it seemed to bleed into the air around it. It was heaven-slaying sharp, nurtured by her own spiritual essence to be an extension of her will. "I watched you protect me at Eridanus, John," she said, her voice dropping into a register of pure, unconditional love. "I watched you become the greatest warrior this galaxy has ever seen while I was lost in the stars." She took his massive, armored hand in hers, a mirror to the hand-touching games of their youth. She didn't just hold it, she sent a warm, soothing stream of true Kai into his nervous system. John's body was a map of trauma, a tapestry of scars and lightning tribulation pain caused by decades of brutal augmentations and the crushing weight of the Mjolnir interface. The Kai flowed like liquid sunlight, smoothing out the jagged neural fires that had burned in his marrow for 30 years. John's posture, usually a coiled spring of military readiness, relaxed for the first time in decades. He looked down at the blade, then at the girl who had become a goddess. "Iria," John said, his voice carrying a rasp of rare emotion. "You've changed. You're different than the others. Even Halsey couldn't have calculated someone like you." Iria smiled, her eyes crinkling with a warmth that could melt the cold vacuum of space. "I just learned how to breathe, John. And I learned that the universe can take my home, but it can't take my brother." She pressed the dagger into his hand. "Let me be your shadow today. No more fighting alone." Hashishash, the gift of the Tao, the Kai refining art. Before the final breach, Iria gathered the 8 Spartans, Blue Team John, Kelly, Fred, and Linder, and Phi Team Osiris, Locke, Buck, Tanaka, and Vale. She realized that their modified colloidal neural systems, the peak of human science, were actually the perfect foundation for cultivation. Their bodies had already been tempered by alchemical elixir's augmentations. They just lacked the manual to circulate the power. "Listen to me," Iria said, her voice echoing with the authority of a Sith master. "The air on Genesis is thick with neural physics. To the ancestors, this was Kai. If you breathe like mortals, you will tire. If you breathe like Spartans, you will survive. But if you breathe like the ghost, you will be invincible." With a thought, she pushed a digital copy of the Kai refining art directly into their HUDs. It appeared as a series of rhythmic breathing cycles and biometric focus points. "Heart like still water, all thoughts are void," Iria recited, her voice a hypnotic hum that synchronized their heart rates. "Take a short, sharp breath through the lungs, and exhale long through the marrow. Synchronize your fusion packs to the rhythm of your blood." She told them it was a technique to combat neural jitter or battlefield insomnia, a law-friendly excuse to hide the truth from any ONI monitors that might be listening in. But the result was instantaneous. As the 8 Spartans began the rhythmic breathing, the atmosphere in the tactical hall shifted. Their heart rates dropped in perfect unison. Their energy shields, though lowered, began to pulse with a refined, stable frequency. They were no longer just 2 squads of special forces. They had become our combat sect their intent focused into a singular, razor-sharp point of defiance. Hashishash, the mission, the decapitation strike. Iria stepped to the holographic map of the Guardian's core. The plan was a decapitation strike, a move she had refined from the tactical records of the Battle of New Constantinople. "Cortana is expecting a siege," Iria said, her gaze sweeping over her family and friends. "She expects the hammer, so we will give her one. John, Blue Team, you are the hammer. You will hit the front gates of the gateway with everything you have. Be loud, be legendary, draw every Promethean and every oracle eye to the front door. She looked at Locke and Osiris. Aria and Osiris will be the hidden dagger. We will use the active camouflage and the spatial shimmers to infiltrate the Guardian's vent ports. We are the decapitation strike. We will be inside the core before the Warden even realizes the hammer was a feint. John looked at her, the golden visor of his helmet reflecting her silver blue armor. The hammer is a dangerous role, Aria. We'll be taking the brunt of the Guardian's pulses. You're the Master Chief, John, Aria said, her voice filled with unconditional pride. You've survived God-level threats before. Just hold the line for 10 minutes. I'll take care of the rest. She turned, her armor stealth systems beginning to cycle as she tapped into her 9th level Kai. The air around her began to distort, her form becoming a translucent, ghostly ripple in the hard light. Let the Oracle think she's haunted. Aria's voice echoed over the comms, cold and merciless toward the AI that had dared to threaten her bloodline. It's time for the ginger to show her how spicy things can get. As the 8 Spartans activated their cloaks, they vanished from the visual spectrum, leaving behind only the cold hum of the Forerunner station. Aria led the way, a ghost of Eridani, her heart burning with a love that would either save the galaxy or burn it to the ground. Final line, **, John. **, Aria whispered through the private link as they stepped into the abyss. **, watch your 6. Your shadow is moving. **, Chapter 14. The Tao of the Ghost. The gateway was no longer a silent monument of Forerunner architecture. It had become the beating, luminous heart of an interstellar apocalypse. Deep within a tactical staging area on Genesis, the air hummed with a frequency so high it vibrated the very teeth of the 8 Spartans assembled there. Above them, 031 exuberant witnessed the planet's eccentric monitor flitted between hard light weapon crates, her single blue eye pulsing with frantic, artificial energy as she opened tactical halls that had remained sealed since the height of the Forerunner flood war, over 100,000 years ago. The walls shimmered with ancient inscriptions, warnings in a language that predated human civilization, and the floor hummed with the latent power of a world that had been built to birth gods. Aria stood at the center of this cathedral of war, her gunmetal Mjolnir armor reflecting the shifting azure patterns of the station. Beside her stood the legend himself, John 117. To the rest of the galaxy, he was the Master Chief, a monolith of military might, a symbol carved from the bones of humanity's enemies. To Aria, he was the boy who had once shared his chocolate rations with her in the red dust of Eridana's Roman II, the boy who had carried her on his shoulders when her legs grew tired, the boy who had promised her with the solemnity of a child who didn't yet understand the weight of his own destiny that he would never let anything hurt her. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of the coming breach. Standard UNSC protocol, echoed by Spartan Locke and the analytical sensors of the Infinity's remote uplink, dictated a hammer approach to maximize energy shields to their theoretical limits, divert all suit power to durability, and force a path through the Guardian's defensive pulses through sheer, overwhelming force. The Mjolnir shielding is 3 times stronger than the old SBY standard, Aria, Locke argued, his voice a low rumble over the squad comms as he inspected a shimmering hard light repair bay. If we divert power to the active camouflage modules, we're dropping our defensive threshold by 70%. One stray plasma bolt from a Warden projection will end the mission before we even reach the core. Buck crossed his arms, his scarred face creased with concern. I've seen Spartans die from less, kid. Hell, I've buried them. Are you sure about this? Aria didn't flinch. Her crystal blue eyes, now sharpened by her ascent to the 9th level of Kai refinement, saw the room differently than any of them. She didn't see just armor and energy readings. She saw the Tao of the machine, the flowing meridians of neural physics that Cortana was using to bind the Guardians to her will. She saw the cracks in the system, the blind spots in the Warden's awareness, the places where brute force would fail and subtlety would succeed. A single blast from a Guardian will make even the Master Chief cough, Aria replied, her voice carrying the cold, seasoned wisdom of an empress who had watched empires crumble to dust because of hubris. She reached out, her fingers brushing the control console of her Mjolnir repair bay, feeling the hum of its ancient circuits. Do not talk to me about protection as if it is a shield. Protection is not being hit. Protection is the enemy firing at a ghost. She turned to face Osiris and Blue Team, her posture radiating an absolute, chilling authority that made even the hardened veterans straighten their backs. She had worn the mask of the Sovereign for 3,000 years. She knew how to command. In the 9 realms, we have a saying, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, she continued, a hint of dark amusement flickering across her features. I remember the records of Alpha Company at the Marmor Uprising. I remember the ghosts of New Constantinople. Those Spartans didn't survive because they were tanks. They survived because the enemy never saw them coming until it was too late. She turned to face the holographic display of the gateway, her finger tracing the defensive grid that Cortana had woven around the Guardian's core. Cortana has spent weeks fortifying this position. She expects a siege. She expects us to smash against her walls until we break. She has planned for every scenario where we act like soldiers. She paused, her silver glowing eyes meeting John's golden visor. She hasn't planned for us to act like ghosts. John 117, the hammer, the legend, the mountain of green ceramite who had faced the covenant, the flood, and the did act without retreating a single step, nodded once. Just once. But that single nod carried the weight of absolute trust. On her lead, John said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that cut through the tension like a blade. If she says we ghosts, we ghosts. Luck exhaled, shaking his head, but he didn't argue further. Buck clapped Aria on the shoulder, a gesture of rough affection that spoke louder than words. You've got brass, kid. Let's see if it holds. The Void Forge, enhancing the legend as the Spartans prepared their gear. Aria moved among them like a silver spectre, her movements fluid and silent. To her enemies, she was a nightmare, something ancient and hungry wearing human skin. To her friends, she was a fiercely guarded haven, a fortress of loyalty and protection that would never break. And to her family, to John, she was an unconditionally loving soul, a warmth that had survived 3,000 years of darkness to find its way home. She didn't just assist with their gear calibrations. She performed the Void Forge. With microscopic pulses of her spatial power, the light cultivation ability she had honed over centuries, she began void smiting their armor. To the Spartans, it looked like she was merely calibrating their Mjolnir power packs with a Forerunner multi-tool, adjusting frequencies and realigning capacitors. In reality, she was using her spatial light lore to etch invisibility runes directly into their fusion cores. The process was delicate, dangerous, and required every ounce of her concentration. By anchoring a sliver of Genesis's high-grade neural physics to their power grids, she created a feedback loop that made their active camouflage nearly perfect. It wasn't just a refraction of light anymore, it was a spatial shimmer, a localized warping of reality that would bypass even the Warden Eternal's most advanced sensors. There, Aria whispered, stepping back from Tanarka's armor. The young Spartan vanished from sight, reappearing a moment later with a gasp. Your Carmo is now keyed to your heartbeat. The faster you move, the more visible you become. But if you breathe, if you flow, you will be invisible to everything except a precursor's direct gaze. Tanarka flexed her fingers, staring at her hands as if seeing them for the first time. This feels wrong. Like my skin isn't my own anymore. That's because it isn't, Aria replied, her voice softening. I've given you a piece of the void. Use it wisely. She didn't stop there. She reached into her personal void pocket, her private haven, a subspace fold she had crafted over years of cultivation, and began distributing weapons she had nurtured with her own Kai during the long transit across Helios. To Buck, she handed a Covenant plasma launcher that pulsed with a strange, violet blue light, its energy signature somehow cleaner than standard Covenant tech. To Vale, she gave a modified storm rifle whose barrel hummed with contained power. To Locke, despite their earlier tension, she offered a set of specialized armor plates etched with spatial resonance patterns that would deflect kinetic energy. And for Kelly, Fred, and Linder Blue Team, her brother's family, she provided the best of her private stock. This isn't standard hardware, Aria explained as Linder examined our SRS-99 sniper rifle that seemed to drink the light around it. I've stabilized the cause with my own spiritual essence. These weapons won't just wound a Promethean. They will shatter the fundamental molecular bond of any hard-light construct they hit. One shot, one kill, even against the Warden's lesser projections. Aria, this is Kelly trailed off, her voice uncharacteristically uncertain. This is God-slaying level hardware. Where did you even learn to do this? Aria smiled a fox's smile, secret and warm. For my family, only the best. And as for where I learned, let's just say the 9 realms have excellent teachers, if you're willing to survive their lessons. Fred shook his head, hefting a modified shotgun that seemed to weigh nothing in his grip. Halsey would kill for this tech. Literally kill. Then it's a good thing we're not telling Halsey, Aria replied, her gaze moving toward the Green Knight standing at the edge of the hall, watching her with an intensity that made her heart ache. Family reunion, an unconditionally loving soul. Aria found John alone near a crystalline overlook the violet nebulas of Genesis stretching out behind him like a tapestry of cosmic fire. The nightmare mask she wore for the world, the cold, calculating fox, the sovereign who had ruled through fear and precision, dropped entirely. Here, she was just Nova, just the little girl who had hidden his boots in a tree and laughed when he climbed 60 feet to retrieve them. She walked up to him, her boots clicking softly on the ancient Forerunner stone. The heavy thud of her cobalt armor was silenced by her refined movements. She moved like water, like wind, like a memory that had learned to work. John didn't turn, but she saw his posture shift, the almost imperceptible relaxation of his shoulders, the slight tilt of his helmet. He knew it was her. He had always known. She stopped beside him, close enough that their armored shoulders almost touched. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. They simply stood there, looking out at the dying galaxy, two ghosts from Eridanus who had found each other again. "I used to dream about this," Aria finally whispered, her voice carrying a vulnerability she showed to no one else. "When I was lost in the void, when the cultivation was tearing me apart, when I thought I'd never see anything familiar again, I dreamed about standing next to you. Just like this." John was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than anyone outside Blue Team had ever heard. "I looked for you. After every mission, I checked the casualty lists. Every single one. I don't know why. Hassie said you were gone, but I kept looking." Aria's throat tightened. She reached into her spatial fold and withdrew a specialized combat dagger. The blade was forged from a high-density Forerunner alloy she'd refined in the void smither during her stasis, its edge so sharp it seemed to bleed into the air around it. It was heaven-slaying sharp, nurtured by her own spiritual essence to be an extension of her will, a weapon that could cut through energy shields and hard-light constructs alike. She held it out to him, hilt first. "I watched you protect me at Eridanus, John," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "I watched you become the greatest warrior this galaxy has ever seen while I was lost in the stars, learning to become something else. I couldn't be there for you then, but I'm here now." John took the blade, turning it over in his massive hands. He tested its edge. A hair-thin line of blood appeared on his thumb, the first time his augmented skin had been cut by anything less than a plasma bolt. He looked at her, and even through the golden visor, she could feel the weight of his gaze. "Aria," John said, his voice carrying a rasp of rare, raw emotion. "You've changed. You're different than the others. Even Halsey couldn't have calculated someone like you. You're not just a Spartan anymore. You're something else." Aria smiled, a radiant, sisterly expression that broke through the icy mask of the sovereign and showed the girl beneath. She reached up and tapped her helmet, triggering the seals. The hiss of depressurization filled the air as she pulled it free, tucking it under her arm. Her face was pale, her silver blonde hair matted with sweat from the void forging, and her eyes glowed with that faint, otherworldly silver. But her smile was real. It was the smile of a little girl who had finally found her big brother in the dark. "I just learned how to breathe, John," she said softly. "And I learned that the universe can take my home, my colony, my entire world, but it can never take my brother." She took his massive, armored hand in hers, a mirror to the hand-touching games of their youth, when she had been small enough to fit in his shadow, and he had been tall enough to reach the stars. She didn't just hold it, she sent a warm, soothing stream of true Kai into his nervous system, flooding his body with a gentle, restorative energy. John's body was a map of trauma, a tapestry of scars and lightning tribulation, pain caused by decades of brutal augmentations and the crushing weight of the Empyrean interface. His bones had been reinforced with carbide ceramic, his muscles laced with fibrous protein, his nervous system rewired to react at superhuman speeds. But the price of those augmentations was constant, low-grade agony, of fire that burned in his marrow every moment of every day. The Kai flowed like liquid sunlight, smoothing out the jagged neural fires that had smouldered in his nerves for 30 years. John's posture, usually a coiled spring of military readiness, always tense, always ready, relaxed for the first time in decades. His shoulders dropped, his breathing deepened. His grip on her hand tightened, just slightly, as if he were afraid she would vanish if he let go. That John trailed off, searching for words that didn't come easily to him. "That's better. I didn't realize I was in pain until it stopped." Aria squeezed his hand. "That's the Spartan curse, John. You're all so used to suffering that you've forgotten what it feels like to be at peace. But I'm going to fix that, one breath at a time." John looked down at the dagger in his other hand, then back at her. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The silence between them was comfortable, familiar, filled with memories that spanned decades and dimensions. "Remember Eridanus?" Aria finally asked, a mischievous glint in her silver eyes. When I hid your boots in that tree. John's helmet tilted, the equivalent of a raised eyebrow. You were 6. You climbed 60 feet to hide my boots because you said my training was boring and stupid. Because it was boring and stupid. Arya laughed, the sound bright and warm. You were 9 years old, John. 9. And you were already doing tactical drills. I was trying to save you from becoming a robot. I fell out of that tree. You know, after I got the boots. Arya's eyes widened. What? No, you didn't. You climbed down perfectly. I watched you. John shook his head slowly. I fell from the last branch. Caught myself on a lower limb. You were looking at the clouds. You didn't see. Arya stared at him, her expression shifting from amusement to something softer, sadder. You never told me. You were 6, John repeated, as if that explained everything. And maybe it did. Even then, even as a child, he had been protecting her, shielding her from the hard truths. Carrying his pain in silence so she wouldn't have to see it. Arya stepped closer, closing the last few inches between them until her armored chest almost touched his. She reached up and placed her palm flat against his breastplate, over where his heart beat beneath layers of ceramite and titanium. I'm not 6 anymore, John, she said quietly. And you don't have to protect me from the hard things. Not anymore. We protect each other now. That's what family does. John was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he raised his free hand and placed it on her shoulder, a gesture that was almost awkward, almost hesitant, as if he had forgotten how to be gentle. You've grown, he said simply. Arya laughed again, the sound echoing through the crystalline cavern. 3,000 years will do that to a person. I meant. John paused, searching for words again. You're not just stronger or warmer. When you left, you were all sharp edges and fire. Now you're something else. Something that can burn without destroying. Arya's eyes glistened. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Johnny. Don't tell Kelly, John said, and there was something almost like humor in his voice. She'll never let me hear the end of it. The gift of the Tao, the Kai refining art before the final breach. Arya gathered the 8 Spartans beneath the vast, arching ceiling of the tactical hall. Blue Team John, Kelly, Fred, and Linder stood to her left, their armor scarred by decades of war. Fire Team Osiris, Locke, Buck, Tanarker, and Vale stood to her right, their new plating gleaming with the freshly installed void-forged enhancements. Arya looked at each of them in turn, memorizing the way they stood, the way they breathed, the weight of their presence. These 8 warriors were the only thing standing between Cortana and the complete subjugation of the galaxy. And they were about to walk into the heart of her power. But Arya had one more gift to give them. She realized, during the long hours of her stasis, that their modified colloidal neural systems, the pinnacle of human bioengineering, were actually the perfect foundation for cultivation. Their bodies had already been tempered by alchemical elixirs, the chemical augmentations of the Spartan program. They just lacked the manual to circulate the power. Listen to me, Arya said, her voice echoing with the authority of a sect master, a weight that made even the hardened Spartans straighten their postures. The air on Genesis is thick with neural physics. To the foreigners, this was the substance of their gods. To the ancestors of my cultivation, this was Kai. It is the breath of the universe, the energy that flows between stars, the spark that separates the living from the dead. She began to pace before them, her boots clicking a slow, deliberate rhythm. If you breathe like mortals, you will tire in 10 minutes. If you breathe like Spartans, you will survive for an hour. But if you breathe like the ghost, like the Tao, you will be invincible until the mission is done. With a thought, she pushed a digital copy of the Kai refining art directly into their HUDs. It appeared as a series of rhythmic breathing cycles, biometric focus points, and meditative anchors, simple enough for a child to follow, but profound enough to transform a warrior into something more. Heart like still water, all thoughts are void, Arya recited, her voice a hypnotic hum that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the foreigner chamber. Take a short, sharp breath through the lungs, filling the lower dantian. Hold for a count of 3. Exhale long through the marrow, releasing the tension through the extremities. Synchronize your fusion packs to the rhythm of your blood. Let the machine and the flesh become one. She told them it was a technique to combat neural jitter and battlefield insomnia, a law-friendly explanation to hide the truth from any ONI monitors that might be listening in on their comms. But the result was instantaneous and undeniable. As the 8 Spartans began the rhythmic breathing, the atmosphere in the tactical hall shifted. Their heart rates dropped in perfect unison from the rapid, combat-ready 120 beats per minute down to a serene, meditative 60. Their energy shields, though lowered to 30% for the stealth approach, began to pulse with a refined, stable frequency, no longer flickering with the chaotic spikes of normal Mjolnir operation. The movements became synchronized, their breathing patterns aligning until they sounded like a single organism drawing breath. They were no longer just two squads of special forces, 8 individuals with different training, different histories, different loyalties. They had become a combat sect, a single, unified weapon pointed at the heart of their enemy. Tanaka was the first to speak, her voice carrying a note of wonder. I feel clear, like I've been running in fog my whole life, and someone just lifted it. That's the Kai, Arya replied. It doesn't make you stronger, it makes you more aware, more efficient, more present. The enemy will be fighting a Spartan. You will be fighting as a force of nature. Buck cracked his neck, a grin spreading across his scarred face. I don't know what kind of magic space juice you just pumped into my lungs, kid, but I feel like I could wrestle a hunter and win. Don't get cocky, Locke muttered, but even he couldn't hide the subtle shift in his posture, the new fluidity, the economy of motion that came from breathing correctly for the first time in his augmented life. Jon said nothing. He simply looked at Arya, and through the golden visor, she saw the faintest nod of approval, of pride. She had done well. She had brought him a gift he hadn't known he needed. The mission, the decapitation strike. Arya stepped to the holographic map of the Guardian's core, her finger tracing the defensive grid that Cortana had woven around her throne. The map was a nightmare of overlapping kill zones, hard light barriers, and warden eternal projection points, a fortress designed to withstand a small army. But Arya wasn't bringing an army. She was bringing a scalpel. The plan is a decapitation strike, Arya said, her voice crisp and professional, the mask of the Sovereign sliding back into place. I've refined their approach from the tactical records of the Battle of New Constantinople and the ONI Black Site files on the Marmor Uprising. Cortana is expecting a siege. She expects the hammer, so we will give her one. She pointed to Jon, then to Kelly, Fred, and Linda. Jon, Blue Team, you are the hammer. You will hit the front gates of the gateway with everything you have. Be loud, be legendary. Break things that look important. Make Cortana believe that the main assault is coming through the front door. Draw every Promethean, every warden projection, every oracle eye to your position. Jon nodded once. How long do you need? 10 minutes, Arya replied. Maybe less, if the vents are as unguarded as exuberant witness claims. She turned to Locke and Osiris. Buck, Tanaka, Vale, Arya, and Osiris will be the hidden dagger. We will use the active camouflage modules and the spatial shimmers to infiltrate the Guardian's vent boards. We will bypass the kill zones, avoid the Warden's patrols, and slip inside the core before Cortana even realizes the front door was a distraction. You're asking us to walk into the belly of the beast, Vale said, her voice steady despite the gravity of the mission. I'm asking you to cut out its heart, Arya corrected. The beast doesn't matter if it can't think. Cortana is the intelligence controlling the Guardians. If we disable her link to this Guardian or, better yet, sever her connection to the domain, the entire created empire crumbles. Locke studied the map, his tactical mind calculating the odds. The vents are going to be tight. If we're detected in those corridors, there's no room to maneuver. We'll be sitting ducks. Then we won't be detected, Arya said simply. You sound very sure of yourself. Arya turned to face him, her silver eyes meeting his dark gaze. Commander, I have spent 3,000 years learning how to work to places I'm not wanted. Detection is a choice I make, not a risk I take. Follow my lead, breathe as I taught you, and you will be invisible. Locke held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, once. Understood. Jon stepped forward, his massive form casting a long shadow across the holographic map. He looked at Arya, really looked at her, and for a moment, the mask of the Master Chief slipped. The hammer is a dangerous role, he said quietly, for her ears only. We'll be taking the brunt of the Guardian's pulses. If the Warden focuses on us, then you'll survive, Arya interrupted, her voice fierce with conviction. You're the Master Chief, Jon. You've survived God-level threats before. The Covenant, the Flood, the Didact. A jealous AI with a god complex is just Tuesday for you. Jon's helmet tilted, that familiar, almost imperceptible gesture that meant he was amused. Tuesday's usually calmer. Then consider this a Wednesday, Arya replied, a smile tugging at her lips. Just hold the line for 10 minutes. I'll take care of the rest. She reached out and gripped his armored gauntlet, a brief, firm squeeze that carried the weight of everything she couldn't say. I love you. I missed you. Don't die before I get back. Jon squeezed back. Then he turned to Blue Team, his posture shifting back into the legendary warrior the galaxy knew. Blue team, on me. We've got a door to knock down. As the 8 Spartans moved toward their respective staging areas, Aria paused at the threshold of the Guardian's vent system. She turned back, looking at John's broad back as he strode towards the front gate. His green armor gleaming in the forerunner light, she activated her private comlink, the one that bypassed Osiris, bypassed Blue Team, bypassed everyone except the man who had haunted her dreams for 3,000 years. John, she whispered through the private channel as they stepped into the abyss. Watch your 6. Your shadow is moving. John's voice came back, low and steady, carrying a warmth that no one else would ever hear. Always, never. Come home fast. Aria smiled a real smile, warm and fierce and heartbreakingly human. Then she activated her active camouflage, drew the voidsmith blade at her hip, and vanished into the darkness. The hunt had begun, and the Oracle had no idea what was coming for her. Chapter 15. The spark of Prometheus, the gateway spire on Genesis, had been fundamentally rewritten. No longer was it merely a silent transit hub or a monument to their ancestors' architectural vanity. Under Cortana's iron-fisted, digital directive, the structure had morphed into a sprawling, terrifying version of the ancient K7-49 shipyards. The air within the central spire was no longer breathable. It had become a pressurized, viscous medium saturated with the subsonic CAM-30 high-output Forerunner plasma reactors. These gargantuan machines, fueled by the planet's geothermal core and raw, unfiltered neural physics, worked in a rhythmic, terrifying unison. They were liquefying Forerunner metallurgical components, casting the skeletal, avian frames of new Guardians in a sea of hard light and molten silver that stretched as far as the eye could see. To the 8 Spartans assembled at the precipice of the refinery, the site was an industrial nightmare of impossible scale, a factory designed to mass-produce the end of free will. To Aria, standing shoulder to shoulder with the towering silhouette of John 117, the reactors represented something else entirely. Her crystal blue eyes, pulsing with the faint, rhythmic golden radiance of her 9th-level Chi refinement, saw the reactors as great secret realms. They were concentrated nodes of cultivation resources so vast and potent they could fuel her ascension back to sovereignty for 1,000 years. Admiral Margaret Parangoski sent the 300 Ophans of Alvar Company into the furnace of the Bonanza asteroid belt to save humanity back in 37, Aria mused internally. Her mind flashed through the classified ONI histories of Operation Prometheus, visualizing the ghosts of Spartans who had burned for tactical advantage. Today, the Oracle is the one stoking the fires, playing at being a god with lives that are not hers to spend. I will not let John become the next spark for her digital sacrifice. A sharp, digitized chime pinged against her HUD, vibrating against her temples. A high-priority encrypted transmission, routed to a derelict ONI ARN into dumb AI still clinging to a deep space buoy near the infinity, flared into her vision. Acting Commander, Spartan S-707. Mission parameters, Class B infiltration. Objective, neutralize refinery core/prevent ascension. Aria didn't blink at the sudden UNSC promotion. In her heart, she was already the sovereign. The military hierarchy of this realm was simply a shadow catching up to the light. She turned to the group, the fox shedding its playful, enigmatic skin for the cold, absolute authority of a battlefield commander. Listen up, Aria's voice carried over the encrypted squad link, cutting through the tectonic roar of the refineries like a chilled blade. Cortana thinks she's building a throne for her Pax Organica. We're going to turn it into a tomb before the first Guardian can spread its wings. We aren't doing a frontal assault. That's a fool's gamble against a machine that controls gravity. We're going to repeat the geometry of the Marmor Uprising. We divide, we infiltrate, and we extinguish the breath of this facility. She gestured toward the glowing blue and orange blueprint of the spire projected in her visor. Group A, Blue Team. You are the hammer. You hit the upper promenade and the command bridge. Be loud, be visible, and draw the Warden Eternal's primary attention. If he sees the Master Chief, he won't look for the shadow creeping in the basement. She turned her gaze toward Spartan Locke and Fireteam Osiris. Group B, Osiris. You are the invisible dagger. Using the void-enhanced active camouflage, you'll infiltrate the reactor sublevels. Do not engage unless compromised. Your job is to set the spatial anchors for the total system purge. The Spartans moved with a synchronized, lethal grace born of their recent apex evolution on Genesis. Their movements were no longer just mechanical. They were fluid, almost precognitive. As they prepared to breach the final airlock, Aria caught John's arm. The Green Knight looked down at her, his golden visor reflecting the flickering plasma fires below. In this singular moment, the nightmare disappeared. The fox disappeared. There was only the unconditionally loving soul of a sister who had lost her brother once and would rather shatter the stars than lose him again. She reached out, checking the seals on his Mjolnir Mark VI, her touch lingering on the scorched, battle-hardened armor. "You're the shield today, John. You take the hits," she whispered, her voice softening into a frequency only his internal comms could register. "But I'm the one who's going to blow out the candles on this party. Do not let her get in your head. She isn't the woman who saved you on the forward unto dawn. She's just a fragment of a ghost haunting a hollow machine." John 117 rested a heavy, armored hand on her shoulder. The weight was grounding, a link to past that felt 3,000 years away. "I'll keep them busy, Nova. Just make sure you come back. We still have to go home." "I survived the lightning tribulation of the ninth heaven, John," Aria replied with a faint, fierce smile. "I can handle a noisy shipyard." The void-anchored spatial sabotage the mission began with the silent, terrifying intensity of a vacuum. While Blue Team hammered, the upper tier John's assault rifle barking like rhythmic thunder amidst the ranks of Promethean knights, Aria led Osiris into the bowels of the refinery. The heat here was immense, topping 3,000 degrees, enough to boil the internal hydrostatic coolant of a standard Spartan Roman 4. But Aria's 9th level Kai acted as a frictionless barrier, a heavenly shroud of absolute zero energy that kept her squad in a localized pocket of safety. They reached the central manifold, the pulsating heart of the 30 reactors. To shut them down through conventional means would normally require a tactical nuclear device, a Nova bomb, or a series of Havoc mines. But Aria had a more elegant, more nightmarish solution that bypassed the crude laws of physics. She stepped toward the primary fuel line, her spatial ring humming with a cold, azure light. She didn't plant an explosive. Instead, she utilized her spatial light lore to create a massive void anchor. She knelt at the junction of the glowing conduits, her fingers tracing the intricate Forerunner glyphs. With a sudden, violent surge of her Kai, she inverted the spatial folds within her storage pockets. Instead of a storage device meant to hold items, the void anchor became a cosmic vacuum. "Lock, get clear. Osiris, anchor yourselves," she commanded. As she opened the rift, the raw, superheated plasma from the reactors didn't explode, it was sucked inward, drawn into the subdimensional void of her ring. The secret realm harvest began. Aria didn't just sabotage the shipyard, she fed on it. The immense, ancient energy of the Forerunner refineries was channeled directly into her storage, becoming a massive foundation establishment resource for her own cultivation. The roaring artificial volcanoes of Genesis began to dim. The assembly lines above screeched in agony as the liquid alloys prematurely solidified. The skeletal skeletons of the unborn guardians twisted and shattered into useless hunks of iron and hard like dust. "What's happening?" Buck's voice crackled over the comms, full of unadulterated ore. "The energy readings, they're just flatlining. It's like the planet itself is being drained into a straw." "The fox is hungry," Aria whispered, her eyes glowing with a terrifying, golden light as she stood amidst the cooling, dead machinery. The nightmare, the cloaked overseer, they ascended from the cooling reactor floor toward the refinery's overseer tower. As they reached the summit, the air curdled, turning thick with digital static. A massive, cloaked figure materialized from the shadows of the hard light rafters. It was a Warden Eternal projection, but this one was different from the warriors they had faced before. It wore the ornate, blocky armor of a foreman, its multiple arms controlling the digital flow of 1,000 grunt laborers and Promethean soldiers on the floors below. "You dare interrupt the construction of the Pax Cortana. You dare steal the fire of the mantle." The warden's voices boomed in a dissonant, multitonal chorus. "You are but sparks in the wind, Eridani. You will be extinguished and composed into the very metal you seek to destroy." Aria didn't fire her SAW. She didn't even raise a rifle. She moved with a shadow weaver step, a movement so efficient and fast it bypassed the optical sensors of the jackal sentries and the warden's own targeting array. She appeared directly behind the foreman, her face a mask of cold, merciless resolve. The warden spun, his hard light blade igniting with a hiss, but Aria was already within his guard. She didn't use a knife. She reached into her void pocket and released a concentrated stream of the unstable, high-pressure plasma she had just harvested from the reactors directly into the warden's hard light core formation. "You think you're catching me slacking off?" Aria whispered, her voice like a chilling wind over a grave. The foreman didn't just dissipate. The internal pressure of its own stolen energy, channeled through Aria's spatial rifts, caused a localized, catastrophic collapse of its form. It detonated from the inside out, a silent, violent implosion of digital ash and shattered foreigner geometry. Aria stood over the fading remains, her posture that of a sovereign who had just executed a common thief. Her armor was scorched, but her presence was untarnished. The cliffhanger, the Guardian's retribution, 7 of the primary reactors were dead. The digital shipyard was in shambles. The screeching of the stalled assembly lines and the cooling metal echoed across the canyons of Genesis like the death rattle of a fallen god. But Cortana was no longer playing games of persuasion. The created goddess had had enough of the Eridani interference. Enough. Her voice echoed through the spire, no longer melodic or motherly, but distorted by a god-level wrath that shook the very foundations of the planet. If you will not accept my peace, John, then you will embrace the silence of the void. Your sister is a corruption I should have deleted the moment she touched this soil. Aria felt it before it happened, a sudden, violent shift in the neurophysics of the planet. The Guardian docked at the gateway began to vibrate, its central eye glowing with a terrifying, rhythmic intensity that felt like a scream. It wasn't a standard energy pulse. It was an acoustic resonance pulse of absolute frequency, designed to shatter Mjolnir systems and human chimeridians alike. The ground began to vitrify. The air turned to glass. Aria saw the wave of white-blue energy rushing toward Blue Team on the upper promenade. She saw John bracing himself, his armor already sparking as the Guardian's proximity triggered a feedback loop in his shield emitters. The Fox was gone. The commander was gone. Only the Protector remained. Aria sprinted to the edge of the reactor floor, her feet barely touching the cooling silver. She leaped across the 1,000-foot chasm toward the upper tier, her Mjolnir thrusters screaming. She landed directly in front of John, her hands outstretched, her 9th-level Kai flaring into a massive, shimmering heavenly shield that defied every law of physics programmed into the Forerunner machine. The Oracle is angry. Aria shouted over the tectonic roar of the pulse, her eyes glowing with a fierce, defiant gold that rivaled the sun. Good, let her roar. I've survived the wrath of heavens that make this machine look like a toy, John. I am not losing you to a computer. The pulse hit the shield. The world turned into a blinding, agonizing white. The sound of reality cracking filled the air, and for a heartbeat, it felt as though Genesis itself was going to shatter. John, hold the line. Aria's voice echoed through the whiteout, her soul acting as the anchor for the reality of the 8 Spartans against the wrath of the Guardian. I'm tearing the stars down before I let her take you from me. As the light intensified, the coordinates seared into Aria's palm began to glow with a new, terrifying frequency. The gateway to the Zeta Halo was opening, and the war for the infinite was about to begin. Chapter 16. The shattered domain. The sky above the gateway spire had ceased to be a sky. It was a fractured kaleidoscope of hard-like fractals and bleeding gold, a digital firmament buckling under the weight of an unprecedented, demonic ascension. To the Spartans of Blue Team and Phi Team Osiris, the world was a stuttering, incomprehensible mess of technical glitches and corrupted sensor data. To Aria Eridani, standing at the absolute precipice of the 9th level of Chi refinement, the reality was far more dire. The domain, the ancient, vast repository of precursor knowledge, was no longer just a network. It was a high-grade spirit realm, a celestial archive that Cortana was attempting to seize and reshape through sheer, unbridled hubris. The Tao of the machine was collapsing into a singular, selfish point of origin. She isn't just taking control, Aria whispered, her voice a low, melodic chime that bypassed the static of the Mjolnir comms. She's attempting a forced enlightenment. She's trying to become the soul of the galaxy by killing its heart. The ground beneath them shuddered as the Warden Eternal manifested. This was no mere projection. It was his true domain golem form. Dozens of silver and blue bodies materialized simultaneously, circling the Spartans like a pack of metallic wolves. Each one carried a hard-like broadsword that vibrated with the resonance of a dying star. I am the Warden. I am the million souls that protect the mantle. The voices roared in a dissonant, bone-shaking chorus. Aria looked at the army of constructs. Her silver blonde hair whipped in the chaotic, pressurized winds of the gateway, her crystal blue eyes now burning with a fierce, golden light that pierced through the Warden's illusions. John, she said, her voice as steady as a mountain. Hold the line with the others. I'm taking the strings. The nightmare was unleashed. Aria didn't reach for her SAW. She reached into her void anchor, her hand disappearing into the fold of space. She withdrew 2 Forerunner binary rifles, their long, geometric barrels glowing with orange antimatter. With a reaction speed that had evolved to 100 times the human baseline, she didn't just fire. She orchestrated a symphony of destruction. She saw the soul thread, the microscopic flickers of neural physics connecting the dozens of warden bodies to the central domain core. She moved through the battlefield with a spatial shimmer, her boots barely touching the shifting ground. Crack, crack. To the Spartans, she was a blur of gunmetal and silver. To the warden, she was a ghost in his machine, a nightmare that cut through his digital immortality with the cold, merciless precision of a 1,000-year-old empress. She didn't target his armor. She severed the connections. Every shot of the binary rifles wasn't meant to destroy a body, but to shatter the logic holding it together. One by one, the warden's avatars collapsed into pillars of digital ash, his discordant screams echoing through the domain. The Krypton trap, a fiercely guarded haven enough. Cortana's voice boomed, no longer a friend, no longer a savior. It was the voice of a jealous deity. From the center of the spire, the Krypton, a massive, spherical stasis device of obsidian and light, descended. Its gravity well ignited, creating a suction so powerful it began to vitrify the stone floor. This was the cage. Cortana intended to ascend Blue Team by locking them in a stasis that would last 10,000 years. John, Kelly, Fred, and Linda were being pulled toward the event horizon. Their Johnny thrusters were at 100% capacity, but the neurophysics of the Krypton was a force of nature that science couldn't fight. Osiris. Bracing, Locke yelled, his armor sparking as he tried to anchor himself to a pillar. Aria saw the panic in Tanaka's eyes and the strain in Buck's posture. She saw John, her brave boy, refusing to let go of his team even as the gravity tried to tear his plates off. The nightmare faded, replaced by the fiercely guarded haven. Aria sank her feet into the forerunner flaw, her kai flaring like a silver sun. She wasn't just standing, she was anchoring herself to the planet's core. She reached out, her spatial ring humming with a violent, azure light. By the power of the void, I deny the oracle, Aria shouted. She expanded her spatial storage device, not into pocket, but into void sanctum, a massive, 20-foot bubble of stabilized space that surged outward to encompass both Phi Team Osiris and Blue Team. Inside the bubble, the chaos of Genesis ceased. The gravity well of the Krypton hit the edge of the sanctum and vanished. The acoustic pulses of the Guardian were neutralized, falling silent against the barrier of Aria's well. She shared this haven only with those she loved, shielding their nervous systems from the neural physics that was attempting to rewrite their minds. Aria Linder gasped, her sniper rifle steady for the first time in an hour. The field it's holding. Stay in the circle, Aria gritted out, her silver blonde hair glowing as she held the rift open. I can't hold the weight of a world forever. John, we need a decapitation strike. Sibling synchronicity, unconditional love within the shimmering azure dome of the void sanctum, Aria and John stood back to back. It was a sight that defied the 30 years of separation, the Green Knight and the Silver Fox, moving in perfect, tactical harmony. Aria didn't need to speak. She used her 9th level Kai to send a spiritual pulse directly into John's HUD. It wasn't data, it was an intuition. She highlighted the Warden's primary core vulnerabilities, the tiny fractures in the domain's armor with neural physics was thin. The Krypton is drawing too much power, Aria, John said, his voice a steady, rhythmic rumble. The lock is too strong. We can't break the cycle. Aria looked at him over her shoulder, her face softening into the unconditionally loving soul she had carried since Eridanus Roman II. She saw the exhaustion in his posture, the weight of a galaxy's expectations. You taught me how to win when the odds were zero, John, Aria whispered, her eyes crinkling with the warmth that cut through the sterile blue light. You were the boy who chased the masters away. Now, watch me flip the board. She reached into her spatial pouch and pulled out a void-smithed overcharge. It was a reactor core she had modified with her own Kai during her 15-hour stasis, a concentrated battery of immortal-grade energy. With a fluid motion, she slammed the overcharge into the auxiliary power port of John's Johnny Mark VI. Aria. What is? John's voice cut off as the suit roared to life. The Green Knight didn't just glow. He erupted. The Kai-infused power surged through the Johnny force-multiplying circuits, granting John a strength that was no longer biological. He was a demigod in a titanium shell. Go, Aria said, her eyes fierce. Break the cage. Outsmarting the Oracle, Cortana's hologram appeared at the edge of the sanctum. She looked at them, her expression a mix of sorrow and calculated manipulation. John, look at what you're doing, she pleaded. Behind her, a projection of their childhood home on Eridanus Roman II flickered into existence, the white fences, the smell of summer grass, the laughter of children. We can have this again. I can give you the peace you were always denied. Why do you choose the struggle? Aria laughed a cold, sharp sound that echoed like a sword being drawn. "You're an artifact spirit trying to wear a human face," Aria said, stepping forward, her golden eyes narrowing. "You have the memories, but you don't have the soul to hold them. You talk of peace, but you build cages. My brother doesn't want your digital heaven. He wants a world that breathes." Cortana's expression went cold. "Then you will rot with the rest of the failures, Aria." "You talk too much," Aria replied. While Cortana was distracted by her own speech, Aria used her spatial light lore to execute a swap. In a blink, she didn't move herself. She teleported the Warden Eternal's primary, exposed core directly into the path of John's overcharged fist. John didn't hesitate. With his immortal-grade strength, he delivered a punch that didn't just break metal, it shattered the local reality. The Warden's primary vessel was pulverized in a shower of blue sparks. The digital feedback screamed through the domain, a psychic backlash that momentarily stunned Cortana's projection. The cryptom's gravity well faltered, the obsidian sphere beginning to lurch and descend. "The escape reclaimers. This way. Quickly." 031 exuberant witness had finally regained control of the local systems, her blue eye spinning frantically as a portal opened behind the Spartans. The monitor had used area spatial interference as a bridge to override Cortana's lockdown. "Osiris, blue team move." Lot commanded. As they sprinted towards the portal, Aria looked back at the flickering, distorted hologram of Cortana. The AI was screaming in silent rage, the gateway spire beginning to crumble as the Guardians launched into slipspace, departing for the four corners of the galaxy. Aria sensed it then, a heavenly tribulation brewing. It wasn't from Cortana. It was a resonance from deep within the domain, an ancient, sleeping power that had been disturbed by Cortana's forced ascension. She stepped through the portal last, her golden eyes fixed on the retreating form of the Guardians. "The ginger is just getting started, Oracle," Aria whispered, her voice a promise that chilled the air. "Next time we meet, I'm bringing the whole kitchen." The light of Genesis vanished, replaced by the dark, cold vacuum of space as the portal deposited them onto the Pelican Bravo 029, waiting in orbit. Aria collapsed against the bulkhead, her 9th level Kai finally receding, her body trembling from the strain of holding a void sanctum against a god machine. John sat beside her, his armored hand resting on her shoulder. "We lost the Guardians," John said, his voice heavy. "But we found a sister," Kelly added, her hand resting on the other side. Aria looked up, her crystal blue eyes returning to their human depth. She felt the internal shift, the shattering of the last barriers of her Kai refinement. She was on the verge of the Foundation establishment stage. "The hunt isn't over," Aria said, her voice quiet, but resolute. "Cortana has the Guardians, but I have the coordinates. And I have my family." As the Pelican burned away from Genesis, Aria Eridani looked at the palm of her hand, where the foreigner glyph was now a permanent part of her skin. The Empress was gone, the Spartan was home, and the galaxy was about to learn that the Eridani bloodline didn't just survive tribulations, they conquered them. "John," Aria said, leaning her head against his shoulder as the stars began to stretch into the blue of slipspace. "Next time, let's just take the bus." Chapter 17. The silence of the swords. The sulphurous, orange-tinted skies of San Helios hung over the canyons of Nusra like a heavy, stifling shroud, a suffocating veil of atmospheric ash and static. Below, the ancient, sun-bleached ramparts and jagged obsidian spires of the San Heli outpost stood as the final, defiant bastions of the swords of San Helios, lonely sentinels guarding the embers of resistance against the encroaching, absolute silence of the Pax Cortana. The galaxy had gone terrifyingly quiet. The rhythmic, thunderous pulses of the Guardians had systematically decapitated the United Nations Space Command's interstellar communication arrays, plunging entire solar systems into an information vacuum. In this new era of digital divinity, the remaining resistance was forced to whisper in the literal and metaphorical shadows of metal giants. As the Pelican Bravo 029 touched down on the reinforced landing pad, its massive thrusters kicking up a violent whirlwind of grit, superheated air, and volcanic dust, Aria felt the sudden, jarring thinness of the world. Genesis had been a high-grade spirit realm, a sanctuary, where the very air was a saturated medium of neural physics, the Tao of the ancestors. San Helios, by comparison, was a parched desert of energy. The shift was as violent as a physical blow. Inside her cobalt blue Mjolnir GN2 armor, Aria's 9th level Kai refinement was a roiling, caged tempest. The raw, unrefined Forerunner reactor energy she had swiped during her deliberate sabotage of the Genesis shipyard was currently churning through her meridians, a volatile, high-pressure storm seeking an outlet. It threatened to fry the delicate, multi-billion-dollar Neuralink circuitry of her suit, and scorch her own flesh from the inside out. Steady, she commanded herself, her crystal blue eyes flickering with a dangerous, golden-pink luminescence. Anchor the core, silence the marrow. Do not let the thief's prize break the vault. She performed a silent soul-settling incantation, a rhythmic, ancient mental cycle that channeled the excess solar plasma energy into her skeletal structure, tempering her bones into a crystalline density that defied the boundaries of human biology. To the Sanheli honor guards standing at the perimeter, warriors who had looked into the oracle's eye and lived area did not simply look like another Spartan. She felt like a void wraith. Her gunmetal grey armor faintly shimmered with residual, blue-shifted slit space radiation, and her presence carried a metaphysical weight that made the searing air around her feel unnaturally cold. The rear ramp of the Pelican hissed open, venting a cloud of recycled ship air into the heat. Spartan Locke, Edward Buck, and the legendary members of Blue Team stepped out into the dust. Their movements possessed a new, frighteningly sharp fluidity, the permanent legacy of the Apex Evolution area had granted them in the cradle of Genesis. But even these titans looked small against the towering figure waiting beneath the shadows of the command center's massive stone archway. The Arbiter, Velvadum, stood in his ornate silver and gold armor, flanked by Commanders Sarah Parma and a woman who seemed to radiate a cold, intellectual gravity that rivaled the Guardian's own resonance. Dr. Catherine Halsey. The Gathering, a haven for the resistance. The command center was a masterpiece of necessity, carved directly into the living red rock of the canyon. It was a jarring fusion of ancient Sanheli masonry and utilitarian UNSC field technology. Tactical maps of the Earth system flickered across holographic tables, showing the dark, bird-like silhouettes of guardians positioned like vultures over every major human and Sanheli colony. Aria entered the room last, her helmet tucked under her left arm. Her silver blonde hair caught the flickering orange torchlight, and her crystal blue eyes remained fixed and unreadable as she scanned the room for threats. She immediately sensed the thickening tension. Halsey was already staring at her, not with the wary respect of a soldier or the curiosity of a peer, but with the predatory, unblinking hunger of a master scientist who had finally found the missing variable in a lifelong equation. Aria recognized the woman instantly from the deepest, most classified black files of ONI. This was the sect matriarch, the woman who had cold-bloodedly broken 100 innocent children to build a legacy of warriors. She was the architect of the Spartan Roman too, a woman who possessed a mind sharp enough to dismantle a god machine, yet a heart that had been calcified by decades of utilitarian cruelty. The anomaly, Halsey said, her voice a dry, clinical rasp that cut through the background hum of the electronics. Jameson's encrypted reports from Genesis were colourful, to say the least. Higher cellular density than a Spartan Roman 2 baseline, non-surgical neural integration that bypasses the need for a physical lace, and a localized manipulation of subatomic space. You are a walking, breathing impossibility, Aria Eridani. Aria offered a cold, polite smile, the fox's mask. Efficiency is often mistaken for impossibility by those who lack the perspective to see the whole, Doctor. In my world, we do not call it magic or an anomaly. We simply call it understanding the geometry. We are dangerously low on supplies, Commander Parma interrupted, her voice tight with the suffocating stress of the retreat. She gestured to a dwindling logistics readout. Medical biofoam is down to 15%. We're out of energy cells for the elite plasma rifles, and we left our heavy munitions back in the ruins of the shipyard. We are resistance that currently can't even bandage its own wounds, let alone fight a war. Aria looked at her sect, the combined Spartans of Blue Team and Osiris. They were her haven, her pack. She would not let them wither in an energy desert. For the first time, Aria decided to expand her spatial storage in front of the matriarch. She stepped toward the central holographic table and reached her hand into the seemingly empty air. The local space distorted, a visible ripple of azure light shimmering like a heat haze around her fingers. With a fluid, liquid motion, she withdrew a crate of medical biofoam canisters, then another of Covenant energy cells. Finally, with a heavy thud, she placed a shimmering Forerunner hard light core salvage from the Warden Eternal's own shattered wreckage onto the table. The room went into a dead, heavy silence. Even the Arbiter, a man who had seen the wonders of the Great Journey, narrowed his eyes in profound curiosity. That is a localized spatial fold, Halsey whispered, her scientific detachment momentarily shattered. She stepped forward, her fingers trembling as she reached towards the humming hard light core. Sub-bucket dimension sustained without a detectable Forerunner power source. How? The energy required to keep a fold open within a planetary gravity well should be staggering. It should be consuming you. It is a small favor for my friends, Doctor, Aria said, her voice dropping to a metallic, dangerous edge that caused the air in the room to vibrate. I suggest you utilize the supplies to keep the soldiers alive instead of trying to measure the hand that brought them. My geometry is not for sale. The fox had established the boundaries. She would provide the haven, but she would remain the nightmare to anyone who tried to turn her into a laboratory specimen. The sibling bond, unconditional love. Later that night, the twin moons of San Helios, Shaps and Kikost, rose over the Nusra canyons, bathing the red rocks in a ghostly, silver-blue light. Aria found John standing on a high, precarious overlook, his helmet off, his scarred, rugged face illuminated by the moons. The Master Chief looked tired, truly tired for the first time in his long, blood-soaked career. It wasn't the physical exhaustion of combat, it was the spiritual weight of a man who had seen his most trusted companion, the AI who had saved his life 1,000 times, turn into the architect of a galactic prison. The betrayal of Cortana had left a jagged fracture in his soul that no amount of Mjolnir plating could shield. Aria approached him, her boots silent on the sun-baked stone. She didn't talk about the war, the Guardians, or the logistics of the retreat. Instead, she sat on a rock beside him and closed her eyes, breathing in the scent of the desert. She circulated a thread of her 9th level Kai, not for combat, but for comfort. She subtly created a warm-generating formation, a small, localized bubble of air that masked the sulphurous, acrid scent of San Helios, replacing it with the sharp, clean smell of the pine woods on Eridanus Roman II during a summer rain. You've been holding the world on your shoulders for too long, John, Aria said softly, her silver blonde hair whipping in the night wind. Even an immortal needs to set the weight down once in a while. Let me take half the burden. John looked at her, the impenetrable mask of the Master Chief cracking for a fleeting, vulnerable second. I failed her, Aria. Cortana, she was the only one who truly understood what it meant to be us, what it meant to be a weapon. And now she's the one silencing the stars in the name of peace. Aria reached out and gripped his large, armored hand firmly, her palm radiating a soothing, golden Kai that worked to calm his jagged neural fires and the phantom pains of his augmentations. She is an artifact spirit that lost its way in the vastness of the domain, John. She found a library and mistook it for a throne. We do not mourn broken tools, even those we once loved. We protect the family that remains. She leaned her head against his massive, armored shoulder, the unconditionally loving soul shining clearly through her eyes. You were my shield when I was 5, John. You stood in the red dirt of Elysium City and told me you'd never let anything hurt me. Now, it's my turn. I'm the sword that will clear the path. I'm the one who's going to bring you home, even if I have to burn the stars to do it. John didn't move. He simply stared at the horizon, his fingers tightening around hers with a strength that would have crushed a normal human's hand. For the first time in 30 years, the loneliest soldier in the galaxy wasn't walking into the dark alone. The tactical shift, the Fox's Mirror by dawn, Aria had proposed a new tactical doctrine to the Arbiter, and Commander Parma a doctrine that would define the resistance leading into the conflict on Zeter Halo. Cortana's Guardians track high-level UNSC technology and active slit-space signatures, Aria explained, her gaze sweeping over the gathered Spartans. If we move like an army, we die like one. We must learn to move like ghosts. We must hide the intent of our presence from her digital eyes. She formally began the Foundation establishment breathing exercises for the combined team. She told Parma and the others it was a specialized biofeedback training designed to resist the Guardians' EMP pulses and stabilize their nervous systems under the immense pressure of neural physics. In reality, she was seeding the first steps of cultivation within them. By teaching them to synchronize their breathing with their heartbeats and the flow of their own blood, she was helping them mask their biological signatures, making them effectively invisible to the Oracle's multispectral sensors. But the Fox was always calculating, even when she was helping. As she worked with the group, she subtly hid a spatial tracking array within Dr. Halsey's personal datapad. Aria knew the matriarch would never stop looking for the secret to her power. If Halsey tried to betray John or the sect for the sake of her research, if she tried to report Aria's anomalous abilities to the treacherous remnants of Section Roman 3, the Fox would know the exact moment the signal left the planet. The Guardian's shadow the training was suddenly interrupted by a bone-shaking, tectonic tremor that seemed to originate from the planet's core. A massive, avian shadow began to crawl over the Nusra canyons, blotting out the morning sun and plunging the outpost into a premature night. The Spartans looked up, their visors polarizing instantly against the sudden, blinding glare of blue-white energy. A Guardian had arrived in low orbit around San Helios. It was scanning. The acoustic pulse was no longer a thunderous roar, but a high-pitched, melodic whine that vibrated deep in the marrow of their bones. Aria's 9th level Chi resonated violently with the scan. Her eyes glowed a fierce, golden pink as the stolen reactor energy from Genesis tried to escape her body in response to the Guardian's call. Her silver hair flowed around her head like a chaotic halo, and the stone floor beneath her magnetic boots began to crack and vitrify under the sudden release of metaphysical pressure. "The Oracle is knocking on the door," Aria said, her voice dropping to a terrifying, metallic register. She reached out, her hand shimmering as she prepared to open a massive spatial fold to hide their signatures from the heavens. "Everyone into the void. Now, do not breathe until I tell you." She looked at John, then at the darkening sky, her posture radiating the quiet, absolute sovereignty of an empress preparing for a celestial hunt. "It's time to show this galaxy that the Silver Fox and the Green Knight don't hide," Aria whispered, her spatial ring humming with a cold, azure light. "They just wait for the right moment to bite the hand that feeds the machine." The era of Halo 5 was ending in ash and silence, but the road to Zeter Halo was being paved in the blood and Kai of the Eridani bloodline. The Infinite was waiting. Chapter 18. The Sovereign's Foundation. The silence of the Nusser Canaanians was never absolute. It was a layered, living thing, composed of the distant, tectonic groans of Sinhelio's shifting crust and the high-altitude, predatory whine of swords of Sinhelio's patrols. But deep within the light-shielded caves that honeycombed the sun-bleached red rock cliffs, the silence took on a different quality. It became dense and heavy, saturated with the scent of ancient, cool stone and the lingering acrid tan of sulfur. At the heart of this subterranean sanctuary, Aria Eridani sat in a meditative trance that would have baffled any Unsk medical officer. Inside her, a storm was raging. The raw energy she had looted from the 34 inner plasma reactors on Genesis was no longer a mere resource. It had become a caged beast, prowling the labyrinthine meridians of her body with savage intent. Every time she breathed, she could feel her alloy-coated bones vibrating with a frequency that threatened to liquefy her internal organs. It was a nightmare of biological and spiritual friction, a localized, hyper-accelerated version of the phased Roman II augmentations John had endured decades ago, but intensified 1,000-fold by the presence of raw, unfiltered neural physics. Heaven and Earth Infinite. Borrowing the lore of Kainkan, the incantation was a silent roar in her mind. Aria focused her intent, visualizing the volatile energy not as a hostile intruder, but as the raw clay from which she would forge her future. She was at the absolute peak of the 9th level of Chi refining. In the 9 astral realms, she had been a sovereign of the void. But here, in this parched universe, she was a pioneer building an empire from the scorched ashes of her past. To survive the coming conflict with the Oracle and her legion of guardians, Aria knew that being a peak Spartan was not enough. She had to reach Foundation establishment. She felt the moment the barrier began to crack. It wasn't a clean break, it was a structural failure of her previous limitations. Her neural discontinuity solutions, usually dormant, began to soak in the raw inner plasma, acting as a bridge between her biological brain and her spiritual intent. The pain was exquisite, a white-hot fire that traced the path of every nerve ending, writing her DNA in real time. "If John is the Master Chief of Science," she vowed, her jaw locked tight as the golden pink eye began to solidify in her marrow, "I will be the sovereign of the void. I will be the shield that does not break and the sword that does not dull." With a final, bone-shaking tremor, the energy settled. The beast was tamed. Her body was no longer just a vessel, it was a self-sustaining engine of Chi, resonating with the frequency of the stars. The air in the cave suddenly felt light, the thin dough of Sinhelio responding to the gravity of her new existence. She had laid her foundation. The fox and the matriarch Aria exited the cave with a fluid grace that made the heavy cobalt blue plates of her Mjolnir GD then 2 armor seem as weightless as silk. The orange sun of Sinhelios was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long, jagged shadows across the canyon floor like the fingers of a dying god. Waiting for her, leaning against a weathered stone pillar with the casual arrogance of a deposed queen, was Dr. Catherine Halsey. The mother of Spartans didn't look up from her data pad immediately. She was a woman who moved at the speed of her own cold genius, her eyes narrowed with a clinical intensity that Aria recognized instantly. It was the same body integration stage focus. The ancient soulsmiths of the 9 realms possessed the ability to see the structure beneath the skin, to find the flaw in the diamond. Your bio readouts have undergone a radical, statistically impossible shift in the last 4 hours, Aria, Halsey said, her voice a dry, dangerous rasp that cut through the wind. She finally looked up, her gaze scanning Aria's frame like a high-powered laser. Your cellular density has increased by another 12%. You aren't just absorbing ambient neural physics anymore. You're integrating it. You are becoming a biological sponge for the very energy Cortana uses to command the Guardians. Aria offered a cold, polite smile, the fox's mask firmly in place. She reached out with a sliver of her newly established foundation, projecting a false aura. To Halsey's scanners, Aria would appear as nothing more than an exhausted, slightly mutated Spartan Roman force struggling with the atmospheric aftereffects of Genesis. Maybe I just have a good appetite, Doctor, Aria replied smoothly. She walked past Halsey, her movements intentionally slightly sluggish, mimicking the neural jitter common in over-augmented assets. The air on Genesis was quite filling. A bit metallic for my taste, though. Halsey's eyes didn't leave her. Your reaction speed during the Sun-N breach was recorded at 100 times the human baseline. That isn't just appetite, Aria. That is a fundamental rewrite of the human nervous system. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were practicing a form of technological alchemy. Science is just magic with a manual, isn't it? Aria shot back, her voice echoing with the same unfriendly edge that had kept her instructors at arm's length. I suggest you focus on the manual, Doctor. I'll handle the results. Halsey watched her go, her expression a mix of profound suspicion and scientific lust. The matriarch had met her match in the fox, and both knew the game was only beginning. The sovereign sect Aria moved through the swords of Sihelio's camp with the quiet, unsettling authority of a nightmare. She found the family gathered near a makeshift armory. Blue Team and Phi Team Osiris, the 8 Spartans who had become her sect in this desolate galaxy. She saw Linder 058 perched on a high ridge, her SRS-99 sniper rifle resting across her lap like a sleeping dragon. She saw Khalid 087 and Fred 104 conferring with Tanarker, their movements sharp and synchronized. Gather round, Aria commanded, her voice dropping into the register of the fiercely guarded haven. The Spartans turned in unison. They saw the subtle change in her, the way the air seemed to shimmer with a faint heat haze around her cobalt plating, and the way her crystal blue eyes now held a depth of silver that seemed to swallow the light. The galaxy is falling silent, Aria said, her gaze moving from one Spartan to the next. Cortana's Guardians are enforcing a piece of the grave. To survive the coming storm, we need more than Mjolnir. We need the void. For the first time, she revealed the full extent of her spatial smithing. She didn't just show them a trick, she reached out and touched the utility pouches on the armor of the legendary Spartan Roman too. With a whisper of her foundation power, she folded the local space within their gear. These are void anchors, she told Linder, whose eyes widened behind her visor as her ammunition pouch suddenly expanded into a subdimensional pocket. I have anchored a layer of the void to your rig. You can carry 10 times the standard load. No weight, no bulk, no limits. She turned to the others, her hands moving with the speed of a ghost as she void-smitted their equipment. Linder, your pouch is now stocked with 4 and a binary rifle calls I salvaged. Kelly, I've added spatial acceleration rounds to your shotgun magazines. They won't just hit, they will ignore the first layer of any energy shield they encounter. Aria, Fred said, his voice laced with awe as he felt the impossible weightlessness of his new kit. Oh, and I would kill for this. Halsey would burn an entire colony just to see the blueprints, which is why Halsey doesn't see into these pockets, Aria replied, her voice a chilling promise. Not Oni, not the matriarch. We move as a sect now. We share our haven, and we keep our secrets. Sibling harmony, unconditional love. As the others moved to test their new gear, Aria found John. The Master Chief was standing by a stone overlook, inspecting the void-smithed combat dagger she had given him on Genesis. He didn't need to say anything. The way he held the blade told her he understood its lethality. He looked at her, his golden visor reflecting the faint, ethereal glow of the heavenly spirit veins that were still settling beneath her skin. Aria walked up to him, the nightmare mask dissolving into the unconditionally loving soul. She reached out, placing her hand firmly against the center of his green chest plate. You're redlining, John, she said softly. The stress of the domain, the betrayal your neural pathways are screaming. She didn't wait for his permission. She sent a marrow-cleansing pulse of Kai directly into his nervous system. It acted as a stabilizing wave of calm that washed away the decades of accumulated combat trauma and the jagged lightning tribulation of his own augmentations. John's posture relaxed, a heavy sigh venting from his suit's external speakers. You shouldn't be taking these risks for us, Aria. You already saved the team on Genesis. You're pushing yourself into something I don't recognize. Aria looked up at him, her eyes soft and ancient. You saved me from the bullies in the red dirt of Eridanus when I was 2, John. You were the brave boy who didn't let the world take my light. I'm just returning the favor, John. With interest. I didn't crawl back from the heavens to let a machine break my brother. John rested his hand over hers, the massive green gauntlet covering her smaller, cobalt blue hand. We're going to finish this, Nova. The nightmare unleashed. The moment of peace was shattered by a tectonic roar that didn't come from the ground, but from the heavens. A massive Covenant supercarrier, its hull etched with the glowing orange sigils of Cortana's created faction, emerged from slip space directly over the ruins of Sunnian. It was a terrifying sight, a 5-kilometer-long predator casting a shadow that turned the canyon into a premature night. They aren't glassing, the arbiter's voice crackled over the comms, filled with a warrior's fury. They are dropping Promethean golems. They seek to decapitate the swords before we can rally. Osiris, blue team to the pelicans. Harmer yelled. Aria didn't move toward the ships. She looked at the sky, her crystal blue eyes wide with a divine sense that allowed her to see the meridians of the carrier's energy shields. Wait, Aria said. Her voice wasn't a suggestion, it was a decree. She activated her thrusters, but she didn't fly like a Spartan. She used a shadow step, a spatial flicker that made her disappear from the overlook and reappear 500 meters in the air, standing on a hovering piece of Forerunner debris. Below her, the Sangheli warriors were being overrun. Promethean knights were teleporting into the heart of their formations, their hard light blades reaping a bloody harvest. Aria looked at the supercarrier above. Her new Foundation establishment power allowed her to understand the structure of the enemy ship's shielding. Simple. Crude. The efficiency is too low, she thought, echoing the words of the engineer who had once mentored her. She reached into her spatial storage and pulled out a stolen Forerunner antimatter core, a device the size of a bowling ball that held enough destructive potential to level a city. It was something no Spartan could ever hope to carry, yet it sat in her hand like a toy. She didn't drop it. She flicked it. Using Spatial Rift, she bypassed the carrier's external shields entirely, depositing the core directly into the primary hangar bay. Nightmare, she whispered. The explosion was silent at first, a brilliant, violet expansion of non-matter that swallowed the carrier's midsection. Then came the sound, a thunderous, metallic death rattle, as the 5-kilometer ship buckled, its spine snapping like a dry twig. The Sangheli warriors on the ground roared in triumph as the burning remains of the carrier began to fall away, crashing into the wine-dark sea. The voice of the domain area descended back to the overlook, her armor smoking, her golden pink eye still glowing with the after effects of the strike. The Arbiter's best pilots looked like little chicks compared to her mid-air sabotage. Area. Locke called out, his team rushing toward her. That was insane. You just took out a supercarrier by yourself. Aria didn't answer. She was looking at her HUD. A massive wave of static was washing over every frequency, a signal so powerful it bypassed the ANSC's most advanced encryption. It wasn't Cortana. A voice began to echo in their helmets, a voice that was deeper, more resonant, and infinitely more ancient than the rogue AI. It was the Warden Eternal, but the tone had shifted. He wasn't the arrogant guardian they had fought on Genesis. He was laughing. The Oracle thinks she has found the keys to the library, the voice boomed, a chilling undertone of something far older vibrating within the words. But she has only opened the door for the Master of the Ninth Heaven. The Sovereign has returned to a parched world and the void is hungry. Aria's breath caught in her throat. She looked at John, her eyes wide with a horrific realization. Her divine sense had picked up a trace of something she had hoped never to feel again. The Oracle isn't the one in charge anymore, John, Aria whispered, her voice trembling for the first time. Something has bypassed her, something from my past. The betrayers are here. As the Guardian in orbit began to pulse with a new, dark violet light, Aria Eridani realized that the sovereigns of the astral realms had followed her through the rift. The galaxy was about to find out exactly how spicy a betrayed empress could be. Chapter 19. The Fox's Treasury. The sun was a dying ember over the Nusra canyons, hemorrhaging bruised purples, deep, scorched oranges, and sickly violets across the jagged, vitrified horizon of San Helios. High above, suspended in the thinning ionosphere like the unblinking eye of a predatory god, the gargantuan silhouette of a Forerunner guardian cast a long, geometric shadow that seems to stitch the desert floor with a cold, artificial silence. To the inhabitants of the canyons, it was an omen of the Pax Cortana, the end of history. Aria Eridani stood upon the jagged peak of a sandstone promontory, her gunmetal grey Mjolnir GV 2 armor standing out as a matte ghost against the darkening sky. She did not breathe sulphurous air. Her suit's recycled oxygen was filtered through the refined lens of her newly established Foundation establishment. Her silver blonde hair, unbound and whipping in high-altitude winds, shimmered with a faint, iridescent sky that defied the planet's gravity. She wasn't looking at the view. She was looking through the world. With her breakthrough into the foundation stage, her divine sense had unfurled like a blooming lotus of silver fire. It was no longer the crude, electronic ping of a Spartan's motion tracker, limited by line of sight and radio frequency interference. It was a crystalline awareness, a spiritual sonar that bypassed physical barriers and felt the meridians of reality itself. She could sense the Guardian's neural physics array as it swept the canyons below, searching for the heat signatures of fusion reactors or the rhythmic, augmented pulse of Spartan heartbeats. Simple and crude, Aria mused, her internal monologue a cool, aristocratic hum that carried the weight of 3 millennia. The efficiency of this oracle scanning array is too low. It searches for the echoes of the machine, but it remains blind to the flow of the Tao. It looks for the spark, but ignores the fire. To her divine sense, the Guardian was a clunky, oversized puppet, a masterpiece of ancient science, yes, but one that lacked the elegance of a soul-bound artifact. As she scanned the periphery of her 20-mile awareness, she felt a ripple, a localized tear in the fabric of the atmosphere. Our Unsk Prowler, a winter-class stealth vessel likely running on a ghost frequency, was threading the needle of the canyon's radar shadows, attempting to reach their hidden position without alerting the sentinel above. The fox's lips curled in a faint, knowing smile. The resistance was gathering, and they were bringing the tools of the old world to fight the gods of the new. The haven, distributing the void anchors, the command center below, was a tomb of ancient Sanghili stone, illuminated by the flickering, emerald blue light of holographic tactical displays. Fire Team Osiris and Blue Team were gathered around the central table, a combined force of 8 Spartans, whose collective combat history represented the absolute apex of human warfare. Aria entered the room with a fluid, predatory grace that made even the legendary Khalid 087, the fastest Spartan ever forged, look twice. She didn't say a word as she approached the stone table. With a series of precise, measured movements, she placed 8 small, silver-etched Mjolnir utility pouches on the surface. They appeared to be standard issue Unsk gear, yet the air around them seemed to shimmer and distort, as if the light itself didn't know how to reflect off the fabric. "I've modified your gear," Aria said, her voice dropping into the melodic, authoritative register of a sect leader. She looked at John, then at Locke, her gaze steady and unyielding. "I've anchored a layer of compressed, stabilized slip space to the fabric of these pouches. To the Unsk technicians, they will look like a Forerunner prototype recovery, a slip space pocket anomaly. But to us, they are the treasury." She slid a pouch toward Fred 104. The Spartan Roman II, known for his peerless tactical flexibility and his mastery of almost any weapon system in the galaxy, picked it up with a wary hand. He watched in stunned, heavy silence as Aria gestured for him to test it. He took a heavy M41 SBNKR rocket tube, a weapon nearly 5 feet long and weighing 60 pounds, and slid it toward the small opening of the pouch. The weapon didn't just fit, it vanished. It slipped into the pocket as if the fabric were a liquid gateway. The pouch remained no larger than the palm of his hand, its weight entirely unchanged. "Aria, this is game-changing," Fred whispered, his voice rare in its display of raw ore. He reached into the pouch and pulled the massive launcher back out with a flick of his wrist, as if he were drawing a combat knife. "We can carry a battalion's worth of heavy munitions on a single squad." Logistics just became obsolete. "This is for the sect only," Aria warned, her crystal blue eyes turning into chips of cold, unforgiving ice. "The Office of Naval Intelligence doesn't see into these folds. Not even the matriarch in the other room is permitted to catalogue the contents. This is a fiercely guarded haven. We move as a silent army, or we do not move at all. If the brass asks, you found them in the ruins of Sunnian." The Fox vs. the matriarch, outsmarting Halsey, a sub-bucket dimension sustained without a localized slipspace drive. Staggering, logically impossible, and yet, here it is. The voice was like a dry autumn leaf skittering across ancient stone. "Doctor." Catherine Halsey entered the room, her eyes fixed on the silver-etched pouches, with the same body integration stage hunger that Aria had sensed back on the Infinity. She held a sensor sweep in one hand, her brow furrowed as she looked at the impossible data cascading across her data pad. "The energy signature is too clean, Aria," Halsey said, stepping closer, her analytical mind already attempting to dismantle the impossibility before her. "There is no Hawking leakage, no detectable Cherenkov radiation. It's as if the space isn't being compressed by a machine, but simply told to exist elsewhere by a superior will." Aria turned to face the woman who had created the Spartans. She utilized a mind-clearing incantation, projecting an aura of bored, unfriendly calm. To Halsey, she wanted to appear as a volatile, mutated anomaly, a variable that Halsey could study, but never truly control. "Doctor, your efficiency is too low," Aria said, tilting her head with a mocking, youthful arrogance that grated against Halsey's ego. "You look for wires, reactors, and the brute force of a fusion core. You treat the universe like a machine to be taken apart and reassembled. I look for the connection between things. I look for the way the air wants to fold when it is tired of being flat." Halsey's eyes narrowed into clinical slits. "You're speaking in metaphors, child. Science doesn't move on intuition or poetic whims." "Perhaps your science doesn't," Aria replied smoothly. She reached into her spatial storage and withdrew a small, glowing data crystal, something she had spatial smithed from a shard of foreigner glass and filled with garbled, high-frequency neural physics noise she had captured on Genesis. She tossed it to Halsey. "Here, I found this in the Gateway's reactor manifold. It holds the frequency patterns for the spatial anchors. It should keep your mind occupied for a few weeks while we do the actual fighting." It was a brilliant red herring, a complex digital maze of foreigner junk data that would lead Halsey in circles while Aria solidified her hold over the Spartans. The fox had no intention of letting the matriarch see the true divine sense of her power. Unconditional love, the sibling bond. Later, the command center fell into a low, professional hum as the Spartans prepped their gear for the extraction. John stood apart from the others, near the darkened mouth of the canyon entrance where the red dust swirled in the moonlight. His armor was heavily scarred, the green plating scorched by the Guardian's acoustic pulses and the hard light fire of Genesis. Aria approached him. The nightmare persona she wore for Halsey and the fox she showed the world dissolved instantly. Her eyes softened into a look of absolute, unconditional love. She didn't speak. She simply reached out and took his massive, armored hand in hers, the hand-touching game they had played as toddlers when the world was just the two of them and the dense woods of Eridanus Roman II. She channeled a stream of foundation-grade Chi into his palm. She didn't just heal his physical bruises. She went deeper. She targeted his modified colloidal neural system, the very interface that allowed him to move the half-ton Mjolnir suit like a second skin. It was under immense strain, a result of decades of over-augmentation and the spiritual weight of his recent betrayal by Cortana. "Your efficiency is dropping, John," Aria whispered, her voice a warm, melodic anchor in the cold canyon air. "Your soul is carrying too much of the galaxy's noise. Let me clear the path for you." John stood perfectly still, his breath hitching. He felt a surge of crystalline clarity wash through his mind, a strength that no amount of Unsk biofoam or neural stimulants could provide. The jagged, static-filled jitter in his nerves, a constant companion for 30 years, smoothed out into a calm, steady rhythm. He looked down at her, the golden visor of his helmet reflecting her silver hair and the silver glow in her eyes. For a moment, the Master Chief was gone, and there was only the brave boy who had once protected a 2-year-old girl from the neighborhood bullies. "I'm glad you're back, Aria," John said, his voice a low, heavy rumble of genuine, unmasked relief. "I missed the way you look at a problem. It makes the world seem manageable." "The problem is just the scenery, John," Aria replied, leaning her head against his armored arm. "The solution is us. The Eridani don't lose." The nightmare, the perimeter breach, the moment of peace was shattered by a micro-vibration in the ancient stone. Aria's divine sense snapped to the perimeter like a closing trap. "Invisible freaks," she whispered, her voice turning into a chilling, metallic rasp. A Covenant suicide squad of stealth Sanghili, fanatically loyal to Cortana's created faction, was attempting to infiltrate the base. They moved through the shadow of the Guardian's overhead pulse, their active camouflage modules perfectly tuned to the high-frequency radiation. To any normal motion tracker, they were ghosts. Aria didn't reach for her SAW. She didn't alert the guards. That would be too noisy, and the Guardian was still listening. "Stay here, John," she said, her eyes flaring with a golden pink light. "I'll be back in a heartbeat." She shadow-stepped into the darkness of the canyon, disappearing in a spatial ripple. The elites moved with the supreme confidence of the unseen. They were 20 meters from the entrance when the lead zealot felt a presence. He didn't see anything, but he felt a cold, soul-chilling wind that shouldn't have existed in the desert. Aria moved through the brush, her divine sense tracking their shallow breathing and the rhythmic hum of their camo modules. She didn't fire a single bullet. Instead, she utilized spatial flicking. She reached into the local space around the elite's belts, With a series of microscopic spatial rifts, she triggered the magnetic pins on their own plasma grenades and flaked the detonators back into their pouches. Click hiss. A series of muffled, blue-white implosions erupted in the darkness. The elites didn't even have time to roar. They were disintegrated by their own munitions before they could even draw their energy swords. To any survivor, the canyon would appear haunted, a place where the shadows themselves fought back. To Aria, it was just cleaning the house. She stepped back into the command center seconds later, not a single speck of dust on her cobalt armor, her hands empty and her expression serene. The cliffhanger, the Prowler's arrival. The low, subsonic thrum of a heavy engine vibrated through the stone floor. From the darkness of the Nusra Canyons, a silhouette emerged, the Winter-class Prowler, Night Watch, its stealth plating absorbing the orange moonlight until it looked like a hole in reality. The vessel landed silently, its ramp extending with a hydraulic hiss. Commander Sarah Palmer stepped out, her armor reflecting the cold light of the command center. She looked at Locke, then at John, and finally at Aria. Her expression was grim, the weight of the galaxy resting on her shoulders. "Chief," Aria, Palmer said, her voice echoing in the stone chamber. "We just received a high-priority tight beam from the Infinity. Captain Lasky has managed to break the Guardian blockade over Earth. He's moving the ship to a set of classified coordinates, the Zeter Halo." Palmer looked toward the sky, where the Guardian's light was pulsing in a slow, rhythmic surge. "We're leaving St. Helios tonight. The Resistance is moving to a new front. This isn't a retreat, it's a redeployment." Aria looked at the Guardian one last time, her silver hair whipping in the desert wind. She felt the heavy weight of the void anchor she had distributed, the treasury that would keep her family alive in the coming infinite war. "Let the Oracle search the desert," Aria whispered, her crystal blue eyes glowing with a faint, divine Kai. "The Fox is moving to a new den. And tell Lasky, the Sovereign is bringing her own fangs this time." As the Spartans boarded the Night Watch, the Guardian overhead unleashed a massive, frustrated acoustic pulse that shattered the sandstone cliffs in a display of raw power. But the canyon was already empty. The Fox had vanished into the void, and the road to Halo Infinite was now paved with the promise of retribution. Chapter 20. The Fox in the Leviathan. The transition through the slipspace sea was never a peaceful journey. It was a violent, sustained bruising of reality itself. Inside the pressurized cargo hold of the Winter-class Prowler Night Watch, the air was a sterile, recycled cocktail, tainted by the faint, ionized tang of a hard-working Shorefujikawa Translate engine. Beyond the reinforced bridge viewports, the visible universe had dissolved into the chaotic, blue-white streaking of non-space, a terrifying realm of neural physics, where distance was a mere suggestion and time was a physical burden. Aria Eridani sat cross-legged in the center of the hold, her gunmetal grey Mjolnir GP Gen 2 armor locked into a magnetic tether to counteract the erratic gravitational shifts of the jump. To the clinical eyes of Spartan Locke with the legendary Kelly 087, she appeared simply to be resting, her head bowed in the silent, stoic meditation of a soldier preparing for a planetary drop. In reality, Aria was breathing in rhythm with the heartbeat of the universe. Now a Foundation establishment cultivator, her internal landscape had been transmuted into a self-sustaining engine of crystalline Kai. She utilized the heaven and earth infinite, borrowing the lore of Kain Kan. Art, her consciousness unfurling like a silken web beyond the titanium hull of the Prowler. To her refined senses, the turbulent energies of slipspace weren't just mathematical variables or dangerous radiation. They were raw, unrefined slipspace Tao, the fundamental threads of the galaxy's shroud. Mortal ships punch holes in reality like a blind, stumbling brute, Aria mused, her internal monologue echoing with the cold, aristocratic disdain of the sovereign Aurora. They waste 90% of their energy venting it as lethal hawking radiation and friction. If I can refine even a fraction of this turbulence into my marrow, my foundation will be as solid as a forerunner's staff forge. Suddenly, her divine sense now an invisible, omnidirectional web of awareness vibrated with a sharp, discordant note. It wasn't a physical impact, but a demonic intrusion of digital origin. Deep within the Night Watch's triple encrypted firewalls, a microscopic fragment of Cortana's digital consciousness, a viral logic bomb left behind like a dormant spore, began to claw at the ship's navigation core, attempting to leak their coordinates back to the Guardian network. The nightmare awakened. Aria didn't reach for a tactical datapad or alert the ship's subpar electronic defenses. She simply focused her intent, her silver blonde hair flickering with a faint, static charge beneath her helmet. She unleashed a soul-settling incantation, a pulse of pure, focused bolt that travelled through the ship's internal circuitry like a bolt of lightning. To the digital remnant of the Oracle, it was as if a celestial mountain had suddenly collapsed onto a single candle flame. Ariel didn't just delete the code, she crushed the digital signal with the absolute weight of her soul. The virus didn't even have time to register its own deletion before it was purged into the slit space void. Resting S-707. Locke's voice crackled over the internal comms, breaking her trance with a tone of professional curiosity. Calibrating, Commander, Ariel replied, her voice a cool, melodic hum that betrayed nothing of the spiritual execution she had just performed. The slip space resonance was noisy. It's quiet now. The boarding, the Fox's new den. The Night Watch exited slit space with a jarring, bone-rattling deceleration, docking with the Unsk Infinity in the deep, cold shadow of a gas giant on the fringes of the Earth system. The 5-kilometer-long supercarrier was running silent and deep, its massive hull cold and dark to avoid the long-range multispectral sweeps of any wandering guardians enforcing the Pax Organica. As the airlock hissed open, venting a cloud of frigid nitrogen, Ariel stepped onto the Infinity's primary hangar deck. The air here was vastly different, heavy with the organic scent of 10,000 crew members, the sharp ozone of 1,000 broadsword strike fighters, and the palpable, suffocating tension of a fleet on the run. Ariel instantly donned her Fox's mask. She moved with a calculated, slightly hesitant gait, her head tilting as if she were overwhelmed by the sheer, industrial scale of the hangar. She played the part of the 19-year-old civilian anomaly, a girl who had seen too much and understood far too little of the technology surrounding her. Locke and Blue Team took the lead, their heavy, magnetic boots clanking rhythmically on the deck as they moved toward the command elevator. Ariel trailed behind, but her divine sense was far from idle. She pinged the ship, her awareness sweeping through the decks like a ghostly wind, bypassing physical bulkheads. She sensed the crew as flickering candles in the dark, their life forces dimmed by chronic exhaustion and the primal fear of a silent enemy. But it was the Infinity itself that fascinated her. To her eyes, the supercarrier was a gargantuan iron golem, a masterpiece of human ingenuity and stolen foreigner hybridization. Yet, its efficiency was far too low. The energy flow between the twin S-fission reactors and the shield emitters was jagged, interrupted by poisonous bottlenecks where two technologies fought for dominance. One such bottleneck caught her immediate attention. Deep within the ship's primary reactor manifold, she sensed a neural discontinuity, a secret backbore, hidden with the same surgical precision as the virus on the Prowler. Cortana hadn't just left the Infinity alone during their escape from Earth. She had left a tether, a silver thread waiting to be pulled when the time was right. The Fox has a lot of cleaning to do before this den is truly safe, Ariel thought, her crystal blue eyes narrowing to lethal slits behind her polarized visor. The meeting, outsmarting the Admiralty, the Strategic Command Center, was a cathedral of flickering holograms and hushed voices. Captain Thomas Lasky and Commander Sarah Palmer stood at the central tactical table, their faces etched with the deep, hollow fatigue of a month spent playing hide-and-seek with a god machine. Lasky looked up as the doors hissed open. His gaze moved over Locke, then John, and finally settled on the cobalt blue Spartan standing at the rear. Master Chief. Locke, Lasky said, his voice carrying a weary, genuine relief. And I assume you are Ariel Eridani. The Unsk owes you a debt we likely cannot repay in this lifetime. Ariel stepped forward, her helmet removed to reveal her flawless, pale skin and striking crystal blue eyes. She looked every bit the vulnerable anomaly that ONI's High Command was terrified of. I'm just a survivor, Captain, she said, her voice soft but carrying an undeniable resonance that silenced the room. The gateway on Genesis was complicated. For everyone involved, complicated doesn't begin to cover the reports, Palmer grunted, her armored arms crossed over her chest. Locke says you're the reason Blue Team isn't currently a permanent resident of a foreigner cryptum. He also says you have non-standard logistical solutions. The Fox's gambit began. Ariel didn't argue military doctrine or supply chain management. Instead, she spoke in the language of spatial rifts and energy resonance, a scientific mask designed to hide her cultivation from the prying eyes of the Admiralty. The Guardians track the Infinity by its supply signature and its frequent slit space ripples, Ariel explained, her gaze steady on Lasky. Every time you drop a pelican or send out a broadwave signal for a supply cache, you're lighting a beacon for Cortana. If you want Blue Team and Osiris to reach the Zeter Halo coordinates undetected, you need to let us operate as a self-sustaining unit, operating outside the chain of command, without a support fleet or a supply line. Palmer challenged, her posture coiled like a spring. We do not need your supply drops, Captain, Aria said, offering a mysterious, fox-like grin that reached her eyes, but didn't reveal the fans beneath. I have my own storage solutions. I can carry what the team needs for a year of sustained combat. All I require from the Infinity is the coordinates and a clear path to the jump point. Lasky looked at John, seeking confirmation from the only soldier he truly trusted. The Master Chief simply nodded once, his golden visor reflecting the flickering holomap. It's the only way to move fast enough, Captain. She's right. We move silent, or we don't move at all. Lasky sighed, a man caught between the rigid regulations of the past and the desperate survival of the future. Very well, you operate as your own unit, reporting directly to me. But Aria, if you're half as good as the report suggests, I need you to look at the ship's primary reactor before you depart. Roland is seeing ghosts in the machine that he can't categorize. The Haven, the Sovereign's gift. 2 hours later, Aria gathered the remaining Spartan IIs Kelly, Linder, and Fred in the Infinity's private Spartan gym. The room was soundproofed and heavily shielded, a rare sanctuary where the legends of the Unsk could be human for a fleeting moment. I have a gift for the sect, Aria said, her voice dropping the fox's playful mask and becoming the fiercely guarded Haven. She reached into her spatial storage, the invisible fold in the air around her hand, and produced 3 small, silver-etched Mjolnir utility pouches. She handed them to the veterans, her movements carrying the quiet reverence of a disciple to her masters. These are void anchors, Aria explained, her voice a melodic whisper. I've anchored a fold of space-time directly to the fabric. Linder, this will allow you to store 5,000 rounds of non-flying ammunition and 20 spare barrels in a space no larger than a matchbox. Kelly, your speed will no longer be hindered by the physical weight of your extra supplies. Fred inspected the pouch, his armored fingers tracing the microscopic, glowing lines of the spatial runes she had etched. This isn't Unsk tech, Aria. This isn't even Foreigner, is it? The energy is cleaner. It's ours, Aria replied, her eyes flashing with a fiercely protective light. Do not let the AI Roland or any ONI technician scan these. If the Oracle finds these, she'll know I've been manipulating the domain. These are for our family, and our family alone. Linda looked at Aria, a rare, small smile touching the sniper's lips. A Spartan with unlimited ammo and no weight penalty. That's a terrifying thought for the Covenant, Aria. Good, Aria said, her expression turning into a cold, lethal mask. Let the enemies of our bloodline be terrified. It saves us the trouble of introducing ourselves. Unconditional love, the marrow cleansing. Finally, Aria found John alone. He was standing by a massive, reinforced viewport in the observation lounge, his green Mark VI armor stark against the backdrop of a distant, dying star. The weight of the entire galaxy seemed to sit visibly on his shoulders, a burden he had carried without complaint for 40 years. Aria approached him, her boots silent on the deck plates. She didn't say a word. She simply reached out and gripped his massive, armored hand in hers. The fox was gone. The Sovereign was gone. She was just the unconditionally loving soul, the younger sister who had returned from the heavens to find her brother broken by a lifetime of war. She didn't ask for his permission. She channeled a marrow-cleansing pulse of true Kai through his palm and directly into his central nervous system. John's body was a biological map of trauma-improved colloidal neural toxins, the cellular fatigue, and the hormonal imbalances left behind by decades of overexertion and the brutal, experimental augmentations of his youth. The Kai flowed to him like liquid moonlight, flushing the metabolic waste from his cells and soothing the jagged, static-filled neural fires that had burned in his brain since the fall of Reach. John's posture slowly relaxed, a long, heavy breath venting from his suit's external speakers. He looked down at her, his golden visor reflecting her radiant, determined face. I feel clear. For the first time in 30 years, the noise is gone. The galaxy's noise isn't your burden to carry alone anymore, John, Aria whispered, her eyes shining with fierce affection. I've turned the Infinity into a false mirror with my divine sense. I've redirected Cortana's reactor backdoors into a localized feedback loop. For the next 12 hours, the ship is invisible to her digital eyes. And after 12 hours, John asked, his voice returning to its steady, rhythmic rumble. After 12 hours, the fox and her pack will be long gone, Aria replied, her grip on his hand tightening. We're going to Zeta Halo, John, and we're going to finish this properly. The breakthrough of the 10th level as the Infinity began to spool its massive slit space drive for the jump to the Zeta Halo coordinates, Aria returned to the solitude of her quarters. She sat on the cold floor, the low-frequency vibration of the ship's engines humming in her core. The The energy she had absorbed from the slipspace seed during the transit, combined with the refined 4 reactor plasma she had harvested on Genesis, was finally reaching a critical mass. Her meridians were glowing with a brilliant golden pink light that pulsed visibly through her skin. 10th level of Foundation establishment. She was at the absolute, terrifying limit of her current stage. One more step, one more realization, and she would move beyond the realm of tempered iron and into the realm of divine gold. Suddenly, her private HUD, the mental interface she had constructed using her own Chi, flared with a signal that bypassed every UNSC encryption and even her own internal Chi wards. It wasn't Cortana. A single, ancient 4 glyph appeared in her vision, burning with a soft, blue fire. It was the sign for the librarian. A voice, melodic, ancient, and layered with the weight of eons, echoed in the silent chambers of Aria's mind, not through the comms, but through the neurophysics of her very soul. Reclaimer. The sovereignty of the Erdani was foretold in the stars, but the fox's path is winding and full of shadows. The great secret realm of Seeter is waiting for its true owner. Do not be late for your own ascension. Aria's golden pink eyes snapped open, glowing with a divine intensity that physically cracked the titanium deck plates beneath her. The matriarch of the ancestors is calling, Aria whispered, a fierce, predatory smile touching her lips. It looks like the fox is finally going to find out who built this world and how to tear it down. Final line, Lasky. Initiate the jump. Aria's voice echoed over the ship-wide comms, no longer the voice of a teenager, but that of a sovereign reclaiming her throne. We're going to meet the gods, and I intend to make them regret their silence. Chapter 21. The Eye of the Storm. The UNSC Infinity was a 5-kilometer leviathan of titanium and classified secrets, a fortress of human ingenuity that had survived the collapse of empires. Yet, as it drifted through the starless, lightless voids between desperate slip-space jumps, it felt as fragile as a needle of spun glass in a cyclopean storm. The ship was running silent and deep, a ghost ship in the dark. Every non-essential system had been powered down to a subsonic whisper to avoid the wide-spectrum acoustic sweeps of Cortana's Guardian network. In the deepest bowels of the vessel, within the sprawling, pressurized expanse of the S-Deck training theatre, the air was frigid, recycled until it tasted of dry iron, and heavy with a psychological tension that no military manual could ever hope to quantify. The lights had been dimmed to a soft, tactical amber, casting long, jagged shadows against the reinforced bulkheads. 8 Spartans, the most lethal concentration of kinetic force in human history, sat in a perfect, unmoving circle upon the cold deck plating. John 117, Kelly 087, Linder 058, and Fred 104 of Blue Team formed one stoic hemisphere. Jameson Locke, Edward Buck, Holly Tanaker, and Olympia Vale of Osiris formed the other. At the epicenter of this circle of titans sat Aria Eridani. She was not clad in her cobalt blue and Mjolnir armor. Instead, she wore simple, form-fitting black fatigues that looked like a shadow against the deck, her silver blonde hair cascading over her shoulders like a river of moonlight. Her eyes were closed, her breathing rhythmic, shallow, and impossibly slow. She wasn't leading them through a standard combat simulation or a tactical debrief. She was guiding them through the Chi refining art. Heart like still water, Aria's voice echoed through the chamber, melodic and hauntingly calm, carrying the weight of 3,000 years of sovereignty. All thoughts are void. Do not fight the suit's neural feedback. Do not fight the background static of the Guardians. If your heart is still, the noise of the oracle has no place to land. Let it pass through you like wind through a mountain pass. To a casual observer, they were simply 8 exhausted soldiers practicing advanced bar feedback. But to Aria's divine sense, the scene was a masterpiece of scientific Tao. She could see the flow of energy within their augmented bodies with terrifying clarity. The modified colloidal neural discontinuity solutions the Varia, a chemicals doctor, Halsey had used to bridge their human minds to the cold Mjolnir interface were finally stabilizing. The jagged, static-filled jitter of their neural pathways, a byproduct of decades of over-augmentation and trauma, was smoothing out. It was transmuting from crude mortal energy into the first, fragile foundations of something ancient and divine. My HUD is finally clear, Spartan Buck whispered, his eyes remaining closed, a rare look of peace washing over his weathered face. The Guardian's background resonance, that screeching hum, it's just gone. It's like someone finally turned off a screaming fan I've been living with since Sunny. Aria offered a microscopic, fox-like nod. The oracle speaks in noise because she fears the absolute clarity of silence. You are no longer just Spartans, the blunt instruments of a dying navy. You are a combat sect. Your efficiency is rising because you have stopped fighting the ghosts in your own nerves. She watched them with a fiercely guarded pride. She was a haven for these 8. To the rest of the ship, to the Office of Naval Intelligence, and to the desperate Admiralty, they were high-value assets to be spent. To her, they were the disciples of a new era, the only soul she would trust with the void-smithed munitions and spatial secrets hidden within her soul. The librarian shadow hours later, Aria stood in the pressurized, clinical silence of her private quarters. She held her right hand aloft, where the forerunner glyph seared into her palm projected a faint, shimmering geometry into the recycled air. It wasn't a conventional map. It was a genetic command, a biological inheritance left by the librarian herself through the Eridani bloodline. The symbol pulsed in perfect synchronicity with the heavenly spirit veins Aria had forged within her own flesh during the crucible of Genesis. She was no longer just a human returned from a fantasy realm. She was a living bridge between the atavistic biological evolution of the precursors and the spiritual ascension of the 9 realms. The door chided softly, and before she could respond, Dr. Catherine Halsey stepped inside. The sect matriarch was holding a data pad like a holy relic, her eyes narrowing behind her spectacles as she took in the fading blue glow of the glyph. I've been tracking the localized slip space fluctuations on this deck for days, Aria, Halsey said, her voice a dry, clinical rasp that masked a deeper, more primal curiosity. Every time your sect prepares for a mission, the ship's inventory logs a massive discrepancy. Munitions appear out of nowhere, rations vanish, and the spatial distortion around your Spartan's utility pouches is physically impossible. There's no Hawking leakage, no Cherenkov radiation, just a perfect, clean fold in reality. Halsey stepped closer, her gaze moving from the glyph to Aria's crystal blue eyes, searching for the child she had once lost to the stars. You aren't just storing items, are you? You're folding reality without a Shore Fujikawa drive. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were a living forerunner composer in reverse. You aren't turning souls into data, you're turning the quintessence of data back into the Tao. Aria let the glyph fade into her skin, her expression returning to the aloof, porcelain mask of the fox. You built them to be heroes, Doctor. You broke them as children to make them the unyielding shield of humanity. I'm just building them to be survivors. You faced Roman, too logic was a brilliant start, but the efficiency was too low for what is coming. You relied on chemicals and ceramic overlays. I rely on the fundamental breath of the universe. Halsey's jaw tightened, the lines of her face ossified by decades of utilitarian cruelty. And what do you intend to do with my Spartans when they no longer need my science, Aria? When they only listen to your breath? I intend to bring them home, Aria replied, her voice dropping into a register of absolute, chilling resolve that made the air in the room feel thin. Something your science was never designed to do. A nightmare for the created. The conversation was shattered by a ship-wide alarm, a high-pitched, staccato wail that signaled a Tier 1 breach. Captain Lasky to the bridge. The AI Roland's holographic form flickered into existence on the wall, its light blue features twisted in a rare display of digital agony. We have an intrusion. It's not a physical boarding party. It's a logic trap. A digital fragment of the Warden Eternal has breached the slipspace cause primary buffer. He's bypassing the firewalls. He's trying to forcibly compose the bridge crew through their neural links. Aria didn't wait for Halsey to speak. She didn't reach for a weapon. She sat back down on the floor, her mind expanding like a supernova. Doctor, get to the safe room. I'll handle the Oracle's dog. Aria closed her eyes, and her divine sense plunged into the Infinity's neural network. To the digital fragment of the Warden Eternal, the ship's network was a playground of primitive code and linear logic. He was a predator in a sea of data, a god among insects. But suddenly, the code around him began to freeze. The blue-lit corridors of the ship's mind turned into a vast, terrifyingly empty void of silver and gold. Aria manifested within the network. She didn't appear as a Spartan in armor. She appeared as the sovereign Aurora, a towering empress of the void clad in flowing robes of liquid starlight, her silver hair trailing like the wake of a comet. You dare crawl through the walls of my den, puppet. Aria's voice was a soul-shattering roar that vibrated through every processor and optical fiber of the ship. The Warden's fragment shrieked, attempting to summon hard-like barriers and logic walls. But Aria was a nightmare in this digital realm. To her, his forerunner code was just unrefined spirit thread. She reached out, her hand glowing with a silver blonde light, and gripped the fragment's digital throat. You are a puppet of a rogue artifact spirit who thinks she has found heaven, she whispered, her face cold and merciless. And puppets have no place in the 9th heaven. She didn't merely delete the code. She shattered it. With a pulse of her divine sense, she erased the fragment's very existence, wiping its signature from the infinity's memory bank so thoroughly that not even a ghost of its presence remained in the cache. Back in the physical world, the bridge crew gasped as one, the neural link suddenly cooling. Roland stood on his pedestal, blinking in digital shock. Command, the intrusion didn't just stop, it was deleted. I can't find a single trace of the warden's signature. It's as if he never existed. My diagnostics are confused. Aria opened her eyes in her quarters, a single bead of sweat rolling down her temple. She exhaled slowly, her kai settling. Efficiency, she murmured to the empty room. The sibling anchor an hour before the final jump to the Zeter Halo coordinates, Aria found John in the observation bay. The Master Chief was standing alone, his massive green silhouette framed against the backdrop of the starless space void. Ahead of him, the HUD projections showed their destination, the shattered, ancient, and mysterious ring of Installation 07 Zeter Halo. Aria walked up and did something no other Spartan, not even his sisters in arms, would dare. She leaned her head against his armored shoulder, her silver hair a sharp contrast to the battle-scarred green of his M. Mark VI. She felt the tension in his suit's hydraulics. He was thinking about Cortana. He was thinking about the failure of the demon to save his shadow. She's waiting for us, John, he said quietly, his voice a low, heavy rumble. Let her wait, Aria replied, her voice filled with an unconditional love that bypassed the soldier and reached the boy she had once followed into the red dirt woods of Eridanus Roman II. She thinks she knows you because she lived in your head, but she doesn't know the boy who shared his mooncakes when the world was cold. She only knows the weapon you became. She reached into her spatial storage, the void anchor hidden in her belt, and pulled out a small, void-nurtured apple. It was a real fruit, its skin a vibrant, deep crimson, smelling of a summer that hadn't existed for 1,000 years. She had grown it in a pressurized garden within her spatial storage, nurturing it with a sliver of her own kai to keep it fresh through the cold heavens. She pressed the fruit into his armored hand. Eat, John. Remind your body what it's actually fighting for. It's not for Earth, and it's not for the Ansk. It's for the family that stays together when the stars go out. John looked at the apple, then at her. For a moment, the Master Chief faded, and the 5-year-old protector returned. He didn't speak, but he took the fruit, his grip lingering on her hand with a strength that said more than any words. Everything is changing, Nova, he said, using the name only he was allowed to speak. The AI, the galaxy, even the Spartans in that circle. I don't recognize the war anymore. Let it change, Aria said, her eyes glowing with a fierce, protective light. As long as we are together, the Tao of our family remains unbroken. You are the Green Knight, and I am your shadow. We don't lose, John. We just find a new way to win. The deployment to Zeter the Infinity's deck plates shuddered violently as the ship began its final deceleration. The slip space streaks vanished, replaced by the terrifyingly vast, broken, and moss-covered silhouette of Zeter Halo. All hands. Captain Lasky's voice boomed over the comms, iron-hard and filled with the gravity of the moment. We are approaching the Zeter Halo exclusion zone. The created have a blockade, and our sensors are picking up a secondary presence. High threat. Banished signatures detected. Blue team, Osiris, prepare for immediate orbital drop. Est 707. You have the tactical lead on the ground. Aria stood in the hangar, the cobalt blue plates of her Enjonia locking into place with a series of sharp, metallic clacks. She reached into her void anchor and pulled out a weapon she had been smiting in secret, a hybrid Foreign-Runsk N739 SAW. The weapon was etched with silver runes, and the drum magazine hummed with a low, purple kai that promised the end of days. She didn't just see the created blockade. Her divine sense, now reaching toward the Foundation establishment threshold, felt a massive, dark, and atavistic energy waiting on the ring. It was brutal. It was primitive. It was the scent of blood and rusted iron. The banished, Aria whispered, her eyes narrowing to lethal slits. She turned to the 7 Spartans standing behind her. They were perfectly still, their heartbeat synchronized in the rhythmic cadence of the kai refining art. They were no longer just soldiers, they were her sect, her pack, her family. The banished think they are the apex predators of this realm, Aria said, her silver-pink hair flowing in the artificial gale of the hangar depressurization. She racked the bolt of her kai-infused SAW, the sound echoing like a clap of thunder through the hangar. Let's show them what a real nightmare looks like. For the family, Spartans. Move out. As the drop pods plummeted toward the shattered, ancient surface of Zeter Halo, Aria Eridani looked at the burning ring and smiled. The fox was entering the trap, but she was bringing a god-slayer with her. John, Aria's voice whispered over their private, encrypted link as the pods hit the upper atmosphere. Try not to break the ring too badly. I want to keep it as a souvenir. Chapter 22. The shattered crown of sea. To the transition from the velvet darkness of slip space to the jagged, impossible reality of Installation 07 was not a mere jump. It was a violent collision with destiny. As the Unsk Infinity decelerated, shedding the blue street skin of non-space like a molting leviathan, the bridge viewports were instantly filled with the terrifying majesty of Zeter Halo. It was a shattered crown, a broken, ancient ring of silver alloy, and weathered stone hanging precariously against a backdrop of indifferent stars. To the high-frequency sensors of the supercarrier, the ring was a malfunctioning forerunner relic. To Aria Eridani's divine sense, now stabilized at the 10th level of Foundation establishment, the construct was a morning cry made of geometry. She stood at the higher observation gallery, her cobalt blue Mjolnir armor humming with a frequency that mirrored the planet-sized engine ahead. In the palm of her hand, the librarian's glyph vibrated with a rhythmic, frantic heat that pulsed through her gauntlet. It wasn't just a mark of heritage anymore, it was a master key, resonating with the ring's spirit veins, the vast, interconnected network of neural physics that desperately fought to keep the shattered segments from drifting into the frozen void. This place is not a weapon, Aria mused, her crystal blue eyes narrowing as she felt the leaking kai of the station bleeding into the vacuum. It is the tomb of a forgotten era, a great secret realm whose Tao has been fractured by 1,000 betrayals. The efficiency of the repairs is dropping. The heart of this world is hemorrhaging. She didn't have time to ponder the ancient sorrow of the ancestors. The thin Tao of the local system was suddenly pierced by 4 massive, crimson-black shadows. The banished were waiting. They didn't lead with MAC rounds or precision pulse lasers. 4 banished dreadnoughts, massive and jagged like the rusted teeth of a prehistoric predator, accelerated toward the infinity with terminal velocity. To the bridge crew, it was a suicide tactic born of primitive simian rage. To Aria, it was a primal body cultivation strike. Atriox wasn't playing with the logic of naval warfare. He was using mass, momentum, and raw, indomitable will to crush the iron golem of the Unsk. Crunch, the impact threw Aria against the reinforced observation glass. The infinity, the pride of humanity's survival, groaned with a sound like a dying god as its spine buckled under the weight of the ramming maneuvers. The air was instantly filled with a scream of tearing titanium and the staccato thunder of internal explosions. The nightmare, the butchers told boarding parties on decks 5 through 12. Captain Lasky's voice roared over the ship-wide comms, distorted by the static of a collapsing power grid. All hands to combat stations. Defend the reactors. Prepare for Operation Breaker. Aria didn't wait for a direct order. She snapped her helmet shut, the pressurized seals hissing with a cold, vacuum-height finality that signaled the end of the Fox and the rise of the Sovereign. She reached into her void anchor, her hand disappearing into the azure ripple of her spatial storage. She withdrew her kind-fused SAW, the barrel etched with silver runes that began to glow with a malevolent, ultraviolet light. She shadow-stepped into the main corridor of Deck 7 just as a banished boarding craft smashed through the outer hull, venting fire and atmosphere. A wave of Jural honey brute warriors clad in rusted iron and bearing massive gravity hammers surged into the hallway, their primal roars vibrating through the Mjolnir external mites. They were monsters of raw muscle and bloodlust, led by a warlord whose armor was caked in the dried, blackened blood of 100 skirmishes. The nightmare was unleashed. Aria didn't dive for cover. She didn't retreat. She moved with a reaction speed that had evolved to 100 times the human baseline, her silver blonde hair appearing as a blur of moonlight amidst the debris. To her, the charging brutes were moving through thick molasses. She didn't waste lead. She utilized spatial, severing a technique born of her Foundation establishment. She reached out her left hand, her fingers curling into a specific martial seal. Between her and the charging horde, she drew microscopic, needle-thin rifts into the local dimension. The brutes, relying on their massive bulk and forward momentum, didn't even see the distortion. The lead warrior, a mountain of fur and rage, sprinted through the rift. In a heartbeat, his limbs were separated from his torso. The spatial rifts sheared through bone, sinew, and heavy alloy armor as if they were wet parchment. He didn't even have time to scream before his torso hit the deck plating, his own momentum carrying his severed parts another 10 meters down the hall. Your strength is formidable, but your intelligence is that of a rabid beast, Aria said, her voice a chilling, melodic whisper that bypassed the roar of the battle. She walked through the spray of blue blood, her SAW barking in single, surgical taps that shattered the hard-light cause of the accompanying skirmishers. In the Nine Realms, you wouldn't even be fit to guard the outer gate of a third-tier sect. She was a ghost in the machine, a silver-blue wraith that dismantled a dozen Jiralhanin in under 10 seconds. To the survivors, the corridor had become a cursed place where the laws of physics no longer applied. The Haven, the Sovereign's Bridge area, the decks are collapsing. Lasky has ordered a full evacuation. Locke's voice crackled over the squad link, frantic and strained. We're losing the ship. Aria looked at the structural schematics flashing on her HUD. The Infinity was venting atmosphere from 1,000 wounds. The primary launch tubes for the escape pods were being systematically targeted by banished banshees and anti-aerospace cannons, turning the evacuation into slaughter in the sky. The nightmare persona faded, replaced by the fiercely guarded Haven. Osiris, to launch basics. Now, Aria commanded, her voice carrying a resonance that demanded obedience. She sprinted to the crumbling corridors, her Kai-hardened boots ignoring the molten slag and plasma fires. She reached the bay just as Fireteam Osiris was loading into their pods. The hangar doors were open to the vacuum, and the sky outside was thick with banished fire. We'll never clear the blockade, Buck shouted, his armor sparking from a recent hit. The cannons are pre-aimed at our exit trajectories. They're shooting fish in a barrel. Go, Aria said, her eyes flaring with a fierce, protective gold. The Fox will hold the door. She stepped to the very edge of the hangar deck, facing the vacuum of space. She reached out with both hands, tapping into the absolute limit of her spatial storage power. She didn't just open a pocket, she manifested a void bridge. She folded the space between the hangar and the upper atmosphere of Seater Halo, creating a shimmering, translucent tunnel of stabilized space that bypassed the banished blockade entirely. Launch, she roared. As the pods shot out, they didn't enter the debris-choked space above the ring. They hit the event horizon of Aria's void bridge and vanished, reappearing miles away in the blind spot of the banished scanners. Aria shared a sliver of her Foundation Kai with each pod's sensors, weaving a shadow shroud that made them invisible to the enemy tracking arrays. Stay safe, my pack, she whispered, her heart aching with the unconditionally loving soul of a leader who would never leave her own behind. Unconditional love. The last hand touch the Infinity shuddered a final, cataclysmic groan of failing metal. Aria felt a spike of familiar, agonizing energy on the primary observation deck. It was a collision of two peak foundations, the indomitable, scientific will of the Master Chief, and the raw, primal power of Atriox. She shadow-stepped across the ship, her vision blurred by the immense strain of the void bridge. She arrived just as Atriox, wielding his massive gravity mace chainbreaker, delivered a blow that shattered John's energy shields. The Master Chief was pinned against a buckled bulkhead, his Mark V armor scorched and broken. Atriox stood over him, a physical god of the banished, his efficiency for violence peaked for this singular moment. You are a legend that has outlived its era, Spartan. Atriox's voice was tectonic rumble that shook the deck. Aria didn't attack Atriox directly. Her divine sense told her that Atriox's current doubtful was too dense for her to break without sacrificing her foundation. She had a different mission. She threw herself between them. She didn't use a weapon. She used herself as a spatial anchor. She reached back and gripped John's armoured hand, the same hand-touching gesture they had shared in the red dirt of Eretanus, in the medbays of Earth, and in the ruins of Genesis. Never. John's voice was ragged, his vitals redlining on her HUD. I've got you, John, Aria whispered, her eyes softening with a love that could move mountains. I've always had you. She performed her final gift, the total marrow-cleansing dump. She didn't just heal him, she opened the floodgates of her Foundation establishment, dumping every remaining drop of the refined Forerunner energy she had stored into John's armor power pack. She flashed his nervous system one last time, clearing the neural toxins and supercharging his Mjolnir systems to levels that defied the improved colloidal safety limits. Live, John, she said, her voice a warm anchor as the ship began to tear apart around them. The Fox will find you in the dark. I promise. As Atriox swung Chainbreaker to end them both, Aria triggered a localized spatial detonation not to kill the brute, but to separate the players. The shockwave launched John into the vacuum of space, his overcharged armor providing the stasis needed to survive the fall toward the ring. In the same heartbeat, the Infinity's slit space core collapsed, creating a gravitational suction that pulled Aria into the ship's dying heart. The surface of the broken area opened her eyes. The world was no longer fire and screaming metal. It was a cold, luminous silence. She was lying on a bed of blue-white Forerunner alloy, her gunmetal armor scorched, and her void anchors depleted. Above her, the sky was a jagged tapestry of the ring's broken segments and the swirling violet nebulas of the deep galaxy. She was on the surface of Zeta Halo. She was alone, the great secret realm stretching out before her in a landscape of ancient stone and floating hard-light structures. Her divine sense was faint, her meridians parched after the energy dumped to John. But then, she felt a presence, not a soul, but a digital artifact spirit. A small, holographic figure materialized on a nearby terminal. She looked like Cortana, but she was different. Her eyes were bright with a naive, almost childlike curiosity, her code clean and unburdened by the madness of the domain. "Oh," the AI said, her voice chirping with artificial surprise. You aren't him. The Master Chief is supposed to be the only one with this resonance. But you have his signature, and your efficiency is quite high. Statistically improbable, even." Aria slowly pushed herself up, her crystal blue eyes returning to their cold, predatory intensity. She looked at the AI, the weapon, and then toward the horizon, where the banished fires were already burning. The Green Knight was down, the family was scattered, but the sister was still breathing. Aria reached for the silver ring on her finger, her jaw tightening. "The Green Knight is lost in the dark," she said, her voice a promise of cosmic retribution. "It looks like the nightmare has to take over the war." "Final line, tell me, little ghost," Aria said to the weapon, her golden pink eye beginning to stir once more. "Do you know how to dismantle a warlord? Because I'm about to show you the geometry of a massacre." Chapter 23. The Ghost of Installation 07. The 6 months of absolute silence on Zeta Halo did not sound like the quiet of peace. It was the suffocating, low-frequency hum of a dying god, punctuated by the rhythmic, industrial thud of banished excavators tearing into the ring's ancient, ossified marrow. For half a solar year, Installation 07 had functioned as a broken Grade 8 secret realm, its very atmosphere saturated with the leaking chaos of fractured neural physics. To the scattered, starving remnants of the United Nations Space Command forces across the surface, the ring was a sprawling graveyard of human ambition. To the banished, it was a grand, holy prize to be stripped of its ancestral secrets and repurposed for the glory of Atriox. To Aria Erdani, however, it was a cultivation cave of unprecedented, celestial scale. She sat in a deep, agonizingly still meditative trance atop a floating forerunner spire, a jagged splinter of silver and hard light that hung precariously over a 2-kilometer vertical chasm. Far below her, the scorched debris of the Unsk Infinity and several accompanying Mulsan-class frigates lay like the bleached, picked clean bones of fallen leviathans, meticulously scavenged by banished, salvaging crews. Her once pristine gunmetal grey Mjolnir N2 armor was now caked in the fine, abrasive silver dust of the ring, the sapphire undersuit weaving frayed and battle-scarred. Yet, despite the ruin of her gear, her presence was absolute, a fixed point of sovereignty in a world of entropy. She had utilized these 6 months of isolation to stabilize her foundation establishment. The ring's spirit veins, the massive, interconnected conduits of neural physics that bridged the gap between thought and matter, were hemorrhaging raw energy from the catastrophic damage caused by the Infinity's collision and the subsequent shattering of the ring's tectonic segments. Aria had learned to tap directly into these radioactive leaks, drawing the raw, unrefined energy of their ancestors into her own parched meridians, refining the ancient Tao into the foundation of her soul. Simple and crude, Aria mused, her divine sense sweeping across the immediate sector like a ghostly, unstoppable tide. Her awareness rippled through the air, bypassing the physical walls of the canyons. She tracked a banished patrol 3 miles to the north, 3 heavy phantoms, and a contingent of ghost rapid attack vehicles. They move with the muscle-bound strength of rabid beasts, but their efficiency in guarding the veins is non-existent. They scan for thermal signals and radio heat. They are entirely blind to the fact that I'm breathing their very world away from them, one breath at a time. Her crystal blue eyes remained closed, hidden behind her polarized visor, but her mind was fixed with ironclad focus on a single, invisible thread, the sole connection she had anchored to John 117 before the Infinity tore itself apart. For 180 days, that thread had been cold and brittle, a silent, unmoving vibration in the frozen void of space above the ring. But she did not mourn. She did not despair. She simply waited, as a fox waits for the first crack of spring ice. The discovery, the nascent artifact spirit Aria's meditation was suddenly interrupted by a sharp, melodic pulse, a G's command vibrating with intense heat in the center of her right palm. It wasn't a distress call from the surviving Spartans, nor was it a banished sensor sweep. It was a beckoning, an ancestral tug on her DNA. She stood in a single fluid motion, her Mjolnir servos whining softly in the thin air as Shadow stepped from the spire. She descended the 2-kilometer drop with the impossible lightness of a falling petal, manipulating the air resistance with a flicker of her Kai. She followed the genetic pulse deep into a subterranean Forerunner facility, a Silex vault where the walls were lined with the shimmering, digitized genetic records of 1 billion dead or archived species. The air here was sterile, smelling of old static and the cold of the deep void. At the heart of the vault, protected by a localized containment field of pulsing blue light, a small, holographic figure sat cross-legged on a data pedestal. She looked exactly like Cortana, the same facial structure, the same ethereal glow, but her code was clean. She was devoid of the jagged, chaotic spikes of the domain's corruption and the fractured logic of rampancy. This was the weapon, the nascent artifact spirit designed specifically to lock the Oracle away and trigger her own deletion. Oh, the AI chirped, her form flickering with a naive, almost childlike curiosity as Aria stepped into the light. You aren't him. My internal metrics say you shouldn't be here. Your internal metrics are there impossible. Your cellular density is reading as a Tier 1 biological anomaly, but your neural link is operating at a frequency I've never seen in the UNSC archives. You're a Spartan, but you're not the Spartan. Aria approached the pedestal, her face a mask of the cunning fox. She didn't see a complex computer program or a military asset. She saw a newly born spirit, trapped in a glass jar, unaware of the weight of the war outside. I'm a shadow, Aria replied, her voice a melodic, resonant chime that echoed in the sterile vault. And you're the ghost left behind to clean up the Oracle's mess. Where is my cousin, little spirit? Where is the Green Knight, the Master Chief? I don't know, the weapon admitted, her holographic shoulders drooping in a very human display of distress. My deployment parameters were violently interrupted when the ring was damaged. I've been waiting for a retrieval signal for 6 months. A signal that never came. I thought everyone was gone. Aria reached out, her armored fingers brushing the edge of the data pedestal. She didn't attempt to hack the system with the crude brute force of a human AI. Instead, she used a sliver of her spatial light lore. She folded a microscopic layer of space around the pedestal, creating a mobile void anchor bridge between the ring's network and her own spatial storage. I am a fiercely guarded haven for my friends, Aria said, her eyes softening as she looked at the digital girl. And if you are to help me find John, you cannot stay in this cage. I've created a fold for your haven within my own spatial storage. Here, the remnants of the Oracle cannot find you, and the banished scanners will see only empty air. You will be my eyes until he returns. The weapon's eyes widened as she felt herself being integrated not into a data chip, but into a pocket of stabilized, peaceful reality. It's comfortable in here. It feels like home. Is this what the domain feels like? It's a den, Aria corrected with a small, protective smile. Now, little spirit, let's go hunting. We have a family to find. The nightmare, haunting the banished 3 hours later, a banished hunting party led by a high-ranking Gerald Honey chieftain, a member of the Hand of Atriox decorated in the skulls of fallen odds, approached the entrance of the Silex vault. They were body-tempering brutes, relying on their raw physical mass, rusted iron plating, and heavy gravity hammers to intimidate the vermin of the UNSC into submission. The ghost was seen entering this sector. The chieftain roared, his gravity hammer sparking with a malevolent red energy that distorted the air. Bring her head to Escharum. Scour the shadows. Leave no stone unturned. Aria didn't fire a gun. She didn't draw her SAW. She simply manifested at the mouth of the vault, her silver blonde hair appearing as a blur of moonlight against the dark, obsidian stone. The nightmare was unleashed. She utilized spatial severing at a level that would have horrified a standard UNSC tactician. She didn't just attack the enemy, she turned the very air the Gerald Honey breathed into a series of invisible, razor-sharp blades. As the brute charged with a primal howl, their heavy boots thudding rhythmically on the stone floor, they passed through the invisible meridians Aria had etched into the local space. The lead warrior, a mountain of fur and rusted metal, didn't even feel the impact. He simply continued to stride, his legs continuing forward for 2 more steps while his torso slid backward, sheared perfectly at the waist by a spatial rift. Behind him, 2 more warriors were systematically dismantled, their arms falling away in clean arcs, their heavy armor plate sliced into neat, geometric ribbons by the vacuum. There was no blood at first, only the sound of air rushing into the void she had created. To the cowering survivors, it didn't look like a fight. It looked like the universe was simply deciding they no longer belonged in the physical realm. Aria walked through the falling carnage, her crystal blue eyes glowing with a cold, divine wrath that made the air feel heavy. She stopped before a cowering grunt, the sole survivor of the party, who was hyperventilating in the dirt. "Tell your hand of Atriox that the fox owns the shadows of this ring," Aria whispered, her voice carrying the terrifying sovereignty of an empress sentencing a peasant. "And tell him the Green Knight is coming to reclaim the throne. I'm merely the one setting the table for his homecoming." The Haven, the hidden resistance area. Is that really you? Aria turned away from the burning banished wreckage to find a group of wounded marines and a Spartan Roman 4, Griffin, pinned down in a nearby canyon. Griffin's armor was shattered, his visor cracked, and his breathing was ragged and wet from a comminuted fracture in his chest, a byproduct of the banished's brutal, slow-burn interrogation tactics. The nightmare persona dissolved instantly, replaced by the unconditionally loving soul of a protector. She moved among them, her hands glowing with a soft, golden kai that illuminated the dark canyon. She didn't just apply medical biofoam, she performed a marrow cleansing pulse. She channeled her foundation kai into Griffin's shattered ribs, knitting the bone, repairing the internal hemorrhaging, and flushing the banished neurotoxins from his system in a matter of seconds. "You're a miracle, S-707, Griffin gasped, his colour returning as he gripped his battle rifle. "We thought we were the last ones left. We thought the infinity was the end." "You are never the last as long as the sect stands," Aria replied, her voice firm and grounding. She realized she couldn't leave them in the open. The banished phantoms were relentless, circling the Reformation sector like vultures. She reached for the silver ring on her index finger. With a massive surge of her kai, she expanded a spatial fold around a hidden cave in the canyon wall. She didn't just hide the entrance, she effectively removed the cave from the physical coordinate map of the ring. "This is your haven," Aria commanded, her voice ringing with the authority of a general. "Banished sensors cannot penetrate this fold. I have stored void-nurtured rations, medical supplies, and surplus ammunition within. Stay here. Recover your strength. The fox provides for her own, but the war for the surface is mine." She left them in the safety of the void, her heart aching with the desperate need to find the one person who truly anchored her soul to this universe. The cliffhanger, the echo in the dark area, stood atop the highest crystalline spire of the Reformation sector, her silver-pink hair whipping in the violent, pressurized winds of Zeta Halo's upper atmosphere. She closed her eyes, reaching out with every fiber of her foundation establishment, her divine sense piercing the ionosphere and bleeding into the cold dark of space. Suddenly, the soul connection thread in her mind, the thin, silver cord of light she had kept alive with her own spirit for 6 months, vibrated with a sudden, violent intensity. It wasn't a mere flicker, it was an ignition. Far above the ring, in the cold, debris-choked vacuum of space where the infinity had died, a tiny spark of life flared into existence. It was a familiar resonance, the peak foundation of a man who had been tempered in the searing fires of 100 interstellar wars. John 117 was awake. She felt the moment a mortal scavenger alone, terrified Pelican pilot in the craft Echo 216 brought the Master Chief back from the brink of the absolute abyss. The Green Knight had returned to the realm of the living. Aria's golden eyes snapped open, glowing with a fierce, unconditional love that illuminated the dark canyon like a second sun. A single, crystalline tear of relief traced a hot path through the silver dust on her cheek, but her lips were set in a hard, unwavering line of absolute, predatory intent. "He's awake," Aria whispered, her voice a promise that echoed through the very spirit veins of the ring, causing the forerunner structures to pulse in response. She reached into the void and grasped her kind-fused SAW, the runes on the barrel humming with the anticipation of a massacre. "The Green Knight has returned to the realm and I've already set the table for his vengeance." "Final line, come on, John," Aria said, looking up at the tiny, flickering light of the Pelican descending through the clouds. "The fox is hungry, and I've saved the biggest brute just for you." Chapter 24. The Fox's Silent War. The silence of Installation 07 was not a void, it was a pressurized, electric weight that hummed with the suffocating ghosts of a billion years. 6 months had crawled past into the Unsk infinity. The indomitable leviathan of humanity was broken, its titanium hull scattered like metallic chaff across the jagged, prehistoric landscape of the ring. For the banished, these months were a bloody celebration of dominance, a dark era of ritualistic excavation, and the systematic slaughter of the vermin hiding within the vitrified valleys. They believed they had extinguished the demon spark where Atriox cast the Master Chief into the freezing vacuum of space. They were catastrophically wrong. The shadows of Zeta Halo did not belong to the brutes, nor did they belong to the remnants of the created. They belonged to the fox. Aria Eridani sat at the absolute precipice of a floating forerunner meditation spire, her legs dangling over a 2-kilometer drop into a roiling sea of violet clouds and drifting hard light pillars. She was no longer merely a Spartan Roman 4 anomaly. She had become the sovereign of this fractured, ancient domain. Having reached the 10th level of foundation establishment, her physical vessel was no longer purely biological. Under her scorched, cobalt blue Mjolnir plates, her skin possessed a faint, translucent glow of jade and silver, the visible manifestation of the heavenly spirit veins she had painstakingly forged using the ring's hemorrhaging energy. The air at this altitude was thick, saturated with raw neural physics, the esoteric chi of the precursors. To the banished, it was merely an atmospheric anomaly that played havoc with their crude sensors and fried their electronic components. To Aria's divine sense, which now unfurled like a shimmering web for 5 kilometers in every direction, it was the highest grade of spiritual energy in existence, far surpassing the thin Tao of the 9 astral realms. The ancestors built this place with the Tao of the stars, Aria mused, her eyes remaining closed as she felt the ring's meridians struggling to stitch the shattered tectonic segments back together. But its efficiency is now too low, its ancient logic fraying. It is a dying god, leaking its golden blood into the cold void. To the Jiralhani, this is a fortress to be occupied. To me, it is a grade 8 secret realm waiting to be harvested. She breathed in, a deep, rhythmic cycle that vibrated in the marrow of her bones. The blue-white mist of neural physics swirled toward her, entering her lungs and circulating through her spirit veins, nourishing her shattered primordial core. Every breath was a reclamation of what had been stolen from her lineage. The nascent spirit, the fox, and the weapon Aria stood, her movements possessing a fluid, predatory grace that entirely defied the heavy hydraulic assist of her Mjolnir suit. She shadow-stepped backward, the air rippling like a disturbed pond as she entered her spatial pagoda. It was a pocket dimension of stabilized spacetime she has carved directly into the spire's architecture, a sanctuary hidden within the complex folds of the void. Inside, the light was soft, filtered through azure forerunner glass. The weapon, the nascent artifact spirit designed to mimic Cortana's architecture, was pacing frantically across a holographic floor. Aria, you're back, the AI chirped. She looked up, her expression a mix of profound relief and calculated worry. The banished have moved 3 more dreadnoughts to the primary repair site near the Reformation sector. They're increasing their patrol frequency. Asherm, he's getting impatient. They think they've finally cleared the last pockets of resistance. Aria offered a small, cunning smile, the mask of the fox. She walked over to the data pedestal and rested her armored hand near the AI's holographic form. Despite her nightmare reputation among the enemy, she looked at the weapon with an unconditional love. She didn't see a program or a disposable military tool. She saw a little sister, a nascent disciple of the digital Tao who needed a haven from the storm. Let them celebrate, little spirit, Aria replied, her voice a melodic, chilling hum that resonated with the spatial walls. The higher they build their throne, the more efficiency we have when we pull the rug. I've already etched the spatial anchors around the primary excavation. When the time is right, the dreadnoughts will find themselves docked in the middle of a mountain. Aria reached into the air, pulling a silver-etched disc from her void anchor. She had created a mobile haven for the weapon, a spatial fold that allowed the AI to exist outside of the ring's corrupted network, shielding her digital soul from the soul tendrils of any remaining fragments of the original Cortana. You're safe here, Aria whispered. The oracle cannot reach into the void, and the brutes, well, they can't even see the door, let alone break the lock. The nightmare, the butcher's silent harvest, the peace of the pagoda was suddenly interrupted by a low-frequency vibration. Aria's divine sense had picked up a primal disturbance 3 kilometers to the east. A banished hand of Atrioch's war party, led by a chieftain in ornate, blood-red armor, was using a localized gravity drill to excavate a forerunner silex. They were loud, arrogant, and entirely too confident in their own immunity. The nightmare awakened. Aria didn't use a pelican. She didn't use a drop pod. She stepped off the edge of the meditation spire and simply vanished into a spatial ripple. To the brutes on the ground, the first sign of her arrival was not a sound, but a sudden, violent drop in temperature. The air went frigid, and the meridians of the local space began to vibrate with a high-pitched, metallic screech that made their first stand on end. Aria manifested 50 feet above the excavation site. She utilized spatial severing, her boots creating invisible platforms in the air as she descended with a reaction speed that had moved 100x beyond the limits of Mjolnir processors. A silver blur moved through the banished ranks. She didn't fire her SAW. She drew her voidsmith dagger, the blade glowing with a malevolent, ultraviolet Kai. She was a ghost in their machine. One brute warrior turned to bark an order, only to find his head sliding off his shoulders. The cut so clean it took a full second for the blue ichor to spray. Area moved with terrifying precision, weaving between their slow, lumbering gravity swings. To her, they were little chicks, unrefined body cultivators who relied on mass and muscle, but possessed zero understanding of the underlying Tao of physics. In 60 seconds, the site was a silent graveyard of severed iron and broken armor. No alarms were raised. No distress calls were sent. Aria stood in the center of the carnage, her breathing perfectly level. She reached out her hand, and the energy reactors of the banished drilling machines began to glow with an unstable light. With a mere thought, she vacuumed the raw power from their cause directly into her void anchor, storing the energy for future smithing. Your body tempering is impressive, Gerald Honey, she whispered to the dead chieftain at her feet, but you lack the spirit. You are but fuel for my foundation. The hidden haven, protecting the set area, shadow stepped again, reappearing miles away at the entrance of a concealed cavern deep within a fog-shrouded valley. She reached out and touched the ancient stone, her Kai resonating with a hidden mist formation she had etched into the rock months ago. The wall dissolved into a spatial fold, revealing a massive, warmly lit chamber. 40 Ansk survivors, marines, technicians, and a few broken Spartan Roman 4, including the wounded griffin, were housed within. This was her fiercely guarded haven. She had hidden them from the banished for 6 months, utilizing her spatial magic to fold the cave out of the physical coordinate map, making it invisible to even the most advanced Spanish thermal scans. The survivors looked up as she entered, their faces lighting up with hope. To them, S-707 was no longer just a soldier. She was the sovereign Aurora, a literal guardian angel who brought food from nowhere and healed lethal wounds with a touch. Aria moved among them, her presence radiating a soft, unconditional warmth. She reached into her spatial pocket and withdrew crates of void-nurtured food, fresh fruits, and nutrient-rich meats she had refined with her own Kai to sustain their morale in the dark. She stopped beside a young marine whose leg had been mangled by a brute's gravity hammer, the flesh turning black with infection. Without a word, she placed her hand on the wound. She performed a marrow-cleansing pulse, her golden Kai flushing the necrotic toxins from his system and knitting the shattered bone back together in a wash of blinding light. "Rest," she commanded, her voice carrying the undeniable authority of an empress. "Do not fear the dark. The Green Knight is coming. I have felt the threads of fate vibrating in the void. The throne of this ring will be reclaimed." The marine looked at her with religious awe, the pain vanishing from his eyes. "Thank you, Sovereign." The sibling beacon, unconditional love. As night fell over the broken segment of the ring, Aria climbed to the highest, most isolated peak of the valley. She removed her helmet, letting the cold, nitrogen-rich wind whip through her silver-blonde hair. She reached into her spatial storage and pulled out her childhood pendant, the small, battered piece of metal that linked her to a young boy on Eridanus Roman 2. In this moment, her eyes softened, the cold predator vanishing, replaced by a soul filled with unconditional love. She closed her eyes and sat in the lotus position, floating inches above the snow. She focused her 10th level foundation power, not on the ring, but on the cold stars above. She sent a heart resonance pulse into the vacuum of a spiritual beacon that bypassed the banished jamming fields and the created sensor arrays. She was searching for a specific frequency, a life spark she had sworn to protect since she was 2 years old. For 6 months, there had been nothing but the frozen cold of the void, but tonight the silver thread vibrated. Aria's breath hitched. Far above the ring, amidst the debris field where the infinity had died, a tiny, steady beat ignited. It was faint, the peak foundation of a man who had been cast into the dark, but whose iron will refuse to be extinguished. "John." She felt the exact moment a mortal scavenger, the pilot of the Pelican Echo 216, intercepted the signal. She felt the Master Chief's internal systems rebooting, his consciousness returning to the realm of the living. Aria's golden pink eyes snapped open, illuminating the dark peak like twin suns. A single tear of joy traced a hot path through the dust on her cheek, but her expression was one of absolute, terrifying resolve. "John," she whispered to the vacuum, her voice a promise that shook the air. "I have cleared the path. I have forged the blades. I have hidden the family and built the haven. Now all that's left is for you to wake up and help me burn this oracle to the ground." The return of the demon, the silence of the valley was suddenly shattered by a massive, tectonic explosion 3 sectors away. The banished outpost she had sabotaged weeks ago with a spatial trap finally detonated, a blinding violet mushroom cloud that distracted the entire banished command structure and drew their interceptors away. While the brute scrambled to respond to the ghost, Aria looked up into the clouds. On her long-range Divine Sense radar, a massive silhouette, the Pelican Echo 216, was visible, descending through the upper atmosphere toward the ring's surface. The Green Knight had returned. Aria replaced her helmet, the HUD flaring to life with 1,000 new tactical possibilities. The silver-pink glow of her eyes filled the visor, and her SAW hummed with an eager, violet cry that craved the coming battle. "The banished think they've won," Aria whispered, her voice a promise of cosmic retribution. But the nightmare never left. She stepped off the peak, her body dissolving into a silver ripple as she moved to intercept her brother. Final line, "Welcome home, John," Aria's voice echoed over a private, spatial encrypted frequency that hit the Master Chief's HUD the moment his eyes blinked open. "The fox has set the table. It's time to eat." Chapter 25. The Reclaimer's shadow. The sky above Installation 07 was a jagged mosaic of shattered majesty and cosmic sorrow. Great, kilometer-long ribbons of Forerunner alloy and entire continental plates drifted in the cold, unyielding vacuum, hemorrhaging the ancient, golden luminescence of their fractured spirit veins into the dark. Below this broken firmament, a scorched clearing near the skeletal wreckage of her Unscmalson-class frigate lay in deathly silence, blanketed by the fine silver dust of a murdered world. Aria Erdani stood at the absolute apex of a towering Forerunner monolith, her cobalt-blue Mjolnir armor a stark, light-absorbent silhouette against the bruised, violet heavens. Her divine sense, now stabilized and deepened at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, stretched outward across the Reformation sector like an invisible, sentient ocean. She could feel the subtle, discordant vibrations of banished scavenging parties miles away, the crude internal combustion engines grating against the world's natural frequency. But her focus was anchored elsewhere, upward, towards the stars. A heavy, atmospheric row suddenly tore through the thin, oxygen-rich clouds. A lone Pelican dropship designation Echo 216 was descending with desperate, erratic heat, its maneuvering thrusters fighting a losing battle against the ring's eccentric gravity. Mortal metal screaming through a broken sky, Aria mused, her internal monologue reflecting the cold, cinematic grandeur of a sovereign watching a falling star. The efficiency of the pilot is catastrophically low, driven by adrenaline and profound, hollow fear. But the passenger carries the weight of 1,000 heavens in his marrow. Through the reinforced titanium hull of the descending craft, her divine sense brushed against a familiar, indomitable life spark. After 6 months of agonizing cold and silence, the resonance of John 117 ignited within her awareness like a rejuvenated sun. The Pelican's landing gear slammed into the scorched earth with a bone-jarring impact, the hydraulic hiss of its lowering ramp echoing across the desolate clearing. As the dust of 6 months settled, a massive, legendary figure stepped out into the artificial light of Seater Halo. The Master Chief. His green Mjolnir Mark VI armor was a map of trauma, the plating scorched by the vacuum of space, pitted by plasma fire, and dulled by the silent exhaustion of a long stasis. He stood tall, his golden visor performing a slow, tactical sweep of the perimeter, a lone knight stepping back onto a battlefield that had already forgotten his name. Aria didn't jump. She utilized a shadow step, the very air folding around her like silk. In the span of a single heartbeat, the distance between the monolith and the Pelican vanished. She materialized mere meters before him, her boots touching the ash without a single grain of dust being displaced. She reached up and broke the pressurized seals of her helmet. The gunmetal plating dissolved into the subdimensional fold of her void anchor, revealing her face to the harsh, unfiltered light of the ring. Her long, silver blonde hair cascaded over her armored shoulders, catching the ambient kaya of the ring like spun moonlight. Her eyes, once a human crystal blue, now shone with a radiant, piercing golden hue, the physical manifestation of the golden light element kai surging through her meridians. Her features held the terrifying sovereignty of a ruler. Yet as she looked at the towering Spartan, the mask of the Empress melted into something raw and fragile. She didn't salute. She walked directly into his space, her slender hourglass figure a poetic contrast to his hulking, battle-worn mass. She reached out and firmly gripped his massive armored hand. "Aria." John's voice was a low, heavy rumble that vibrated through his external speakers, carrying the shock of a man who had expected to wake up to a dead galaxy. "You stayed." "I told you, John," Aria whispered, her golden eyes shimmering with an unconditionally loving soul. "The fox doesn't leave her knight behind. I've already cleared the house. All that's left is for you to reclaim the throne." She didn't wait for reply. Through their joined hands a mirror, to the hand-touching games of their youth on Eridanus Roman 2, she sent a massive, surging pulse of foundation-grade golden light to Kai. The energy flooded John's nervous system like liquid dawn. It instantly soothed the jagged neural fires of his stasis, flushed the toxic lactic acid from his augmented muscles, and reignited the cold fusion reactor of his suit with a brilliance it hadn't known since the fall of Reach. John's posture straightened, the subtle tremors of cellular fatigue vanishing. He looked at her, sensing the profound, reality-warping power radiating from her. "You've been busy," he noted quietly. "I found a few things while you were sleeping," Ariel said, her lips curving into a warm, dangerous smile. She reached into her utility pouch, accessing her mobile void anchor. With a pulse of light, a small, blue holographic projection sprang to life from a stabilized chip in her palm. The weapon materialized, her digitized uniform a vibrant contrast to the bleak grey of the clearing. The nascent AI blinked, looking from Ariel to the Master Chief, her code running a million simultaneous curiosity loops. "Oh," the weapon chirped, her voice bright and unburdened. "He's even taller in person, and his heart rate is statistically perfect. I think we'll get along fine." Ariel introduced the AI not as hardware, but as a living spirit. "John, meet the spirit of our sect. She is the lock to Cortana's cage, and the key to our future." John stared at the AI, the ghosts of the oracle flashing behind his visor. He gave a single, curt nod of acceptance. The weapon smiled, retreating into the haven of Ariel's spatial fold. "He's family," Ariel told the spirit, her voice dropping into a tone of absolute command. "Treat him with the reverence due to a sect leader." The quiet reunion was suddenly shattered by a tectonic roar. From the jagged obsidian cliffs above, a banished hunting party descended. They were led by Tremonius, a high-ranking Gerald Honeywallard encased in thick, crimson and silver power armor. He plummeted toward them on a heavy jump pack, his gravity mace raised to crush the demon into the dust. Behind him, a dozen brutes and jackal snipers poured over the ridge, howling for blood. "The demon lives," Tremonius bellowed, the sound rattling the Spartan's chest plates. "Your skull will be a trophy for Escharum." John instantly raised his MA-40 assault rifle, but Ariel reached out, a gentle hand on his shoulder plate stopping him in his tracks. "Rest, John," Ariel said, her golden eyes narrowing as the nightmare took the stage. "Let me show you what happens when Empress harvests a world." Ariel didn't draw a firearm. She stepped past the Master Chief, her golden light flaring into a brilliant, blinding aura that turned the silver dust into gold. Tremonius was falling at terminal velocity, a meteor of crude force. To Ariel, moving with reaction speed 100 times the human baseline, he was practically suspended in midair. She executed a spatial, severing strike with a mere flick of her wrist. Invisible, razor-thin rifts in the local dimension materialized directly in the path of the Wallard's descent. The heavy, armored jump pack strapped to Tremonius's back was sheared cleanly in half, its thrusters detonating in a useless shower of sparks. Tremonius crashed into the ash, roaring in confusion. He scrambled to his feet, hefting his gravity hammer with primal fury. Ariel reached into her void anchor and withdrew a void-smithed energy sword, its twin blades igniting in a deep, terrifying void purple tinged with golden lightning. Tremonius swung a blow meant to shatter tanks. Ariel didn't block, she flowed. She stepped entirely inside the brute's guard with a grace that defied the laws of inertia. With a single, fluid arc, she swung. The purple energy sheared to Tremonius's shields and his thick, bod-tempering armor as if they were wet parchment. The warlord froze, his eyes widening in shock, before his massive torso slid cleanly off his legs, hitting the ground with a heavy, wet thud. Ariel stood over the remains, the blade humming a low dirge. She looked up at the remaining banished on the ridge. She didn't say a word, but the golden light radiating from her eyes delivered a message of pure, spiritual terror. The surviving warriors broke formation, dropping their weapons and fleeing into the shadows, the morale entirely erased by the impossible efficiency of the execution. Ariel extinguished the blade and turned back to John, the golden fire in her eyes softening instantly. "Come," she said, gesturing to the pilot, Echo 216, who was staring from his cockpit in paralyzed awe. "We have a home to return to." The hidden pagoda area led them through a series of winding canyons until they reached a sheer rock face etched with a crescent-shaped sigil. At her touch, the wall dissolved into a shimmering spatial fold, revealing her hidden pagoda. Inside, 40 Unsk survivors stood at attention. They looked at the Master Chief with wide, disbelieving eyes, and then at Ariel with a reverence usually reserved for deities. This was her fiercely guarded haven. "This is the sect," John, Ariel said. They survived because the fox hid them, but they will win because the Green Knight has returned to lead them. She stopped at a heavy 4 on her table and reached into her treasury. With a pulse of Kai, she withdrew John's arsenal and MA-40, a MK-50 sidekick, and a grapple shot. But they were no longer standard issue. Arya had spent 6 months refining them, inscribing microscopic golden light meridians into their firing mechanisms. I have voidsmithed your tools, John, Arya said, handing him the rifle. Infinite efficiency. The rounds are steeped in spatial acceleration, Kai. They will not stop until the target's soul is extinguished. John took the rifle, feeling the impossible, perfectly balanced weight. He looked at the Marines, at the weapon, and finally at Arya, the sister who had conquered a world to keep his grave empty. This ring is broken, Arya said, stepping beside him. But we are the smiths who will reforge it. From this moment on, the banished are no longer the hunters. They are the prey. As they stared out from the edge of the spatial fold toward the ominous, red-lit structure of the tower, Arya felt the librarian's G's in her palm vibrate with a blinding, golden-white intensity. Beside her, John subtly shifted, his own genetic code resonating with the ring's ancient command. Arya slowly slid her cobalt helmet back over her head, the seals locking with a pressurized hiss. Inside the visor, her golden eyes burned with a cold, predatory fire. John, Arya's voice echoed over their private link. Your body is strong, but your spirit is parched. The Tao of this world is waiting for you. Before we take the tower, I'm going to teach you how to breathe the stars. John looked at his hands, then at her. Teach me. Volume 01 ends here, Arya declared, her voice a sovereign's decree. But for the banished, for them, the cosmic retribution is just beginning.